Greetings and salutations, Dota fans. It is I, Badger, back for the League of Lads Plus Season 3 Grand Finals. It is a rematch of the Winners Bracket Finals. Not the most surprising outcome in the world, but certainly one that I am excited for. It is some of the finest in North American amateur slash semi-professional action. Nearly 8K MMR average, something in the high 7K range. $700 on the line. The lion's share, of course, going to the winner. My name's Badger. I think I already said that, but I'm going to say it again because I'm kind of losing my marbles here, words wise. But speaking of not losing their marbles, it is the teams in question. Very auspicious start to our cast today, but again, we have some very expected heroes here from both teams. Just again, some very meta heroes, very comfortable heroes as well. Radiant, we have the Yeah We Smile Per Hour So side, of course, captained Biological, featuring more or less a sort of Frankenstein's monster amalgamation of the season 14 lads grand finalist teams. That being twitch.tv/smiles per hour, featuring of course Logical Dotes, Simon, Camel Farmer, and then lads champions NPL, aka Hang, aka Adam Planer, and Enough. They got defeated in the winners finals, but they've come back after winning yesterday's losers finals to make it back here into the grand finals. On the other side is typical NA, who have been pretty hot all tournament, hot in that winners bracket, defeated the logical captain, Yeah We Smile Per Hour So side. Looking at bans, really nothing too out of the ordinary. Marcy, Beastmaster, Ursa, Jakiro, Bounty, SF, Timbersaw, Sven, all banned out. Again, just good heroes right now. Definitely a sort of twinge of comfort with a couple of these bans as well. Like you ban out a hero like particularly Timbersaw, that's a Camel Farmer specialty. You ban out the Beastmaster, that's a Pishta specialty. You might as well sometimes ban out these comfort selections. Speaking of comfort selections, typical NA, grab the Rubik. They've got multiple Rubik players. This is a hero that they're very, very comfortable in saying, you know what, we could put on either of our subs. We could even put it mid if we need to. We have a lot of options with this one. And then for Yeah We Smile Per Hour, so it's probably going to be the tiny sub, but crazier things have happened. Logical has played it carry historically. I'm sure Camel can play it mid as well, so you have options in terms of who's going to play it, though it's smart man or even a betting man would very comfortably lock in the idea this is going to be a 4 tiny over anything else. This team has been playing 4 tiny basically every game they can. If you were watching yesterday's losers finals, they so first game was a first phase ban tiny, and then the next 2 games were 8-pick tiny by this team, and then 8-pick tiny again by the same team. So it's clearly, when possible, they will grab this hero. Oh, it's Enchantress. Didn't know if we were going to get it, but, well, we've got it. Seems like Logical was very ready for that pick, though. Snap pick DPCM, saying, you know what? You want to grab this Ench hero, Gregory? You want to grab it? We're just going to lock on in our heroes. We'll grab in DP, who can deal with this hero decently, not get harassed out too easily. If it is our off-lane pick, we have CM. If it is the lane matchup, can freeze a creep, of course. And if not, we'll be fine later on, so... Again, definitely different heroes we saw last night. These are some of the heroes we were seeing a lot last night. You saw a number of these very flashy heroes. I think it might have been sort of seeing a player like Wage in the lobby. You saw, first phase Ember bans, but not tonight. Ember seems to be relatively ignored so far in this draft, though again, could be our 17 pick here, could be our 18 pick here. So I personally enjoy commentating Ember Spirit, so I kind of hope he gets selected, but unfortunately, you can't always just get the heroes I want to commentate. If it was, it would just be every game Enigma, Tidehunter, Shadow Fiend, a little bit of Pudge here and there, a bit of Ember Spirit, some Tree Protector, of course, You see these kind of heroes, you never see Arc Warden, you never see Meepo. It's not that I particularly hate Arc Warden and Meepo, but it's more for those who don't commentate Dota, specifically those who don't do like the sort of observing on stream, it's very easy sometimes to do stuff when you're just pressing. You could hotkey every hero, right? Let's just say, for example, end player's playing Tiny. I could press 5 on my keyboard. It would instantly go to Tiny if I double tap it. But with Meeple and Arc Warden, because so much of their action is done to the secondary unit rather than the primary units, you say I don't know, say Lodge was playing Arc Warden. I would press 2 on my keyboard, which is my second hero hotkey, and then it would not go necessarily to the clone, and that makes the observing a lot more difficult. So that's why those two in particular. But I went on a very long, unrelated tangent. We have Centaur Warrunner selected. I like this hero. A hero I have liked for a very, very long time, and Ursa was banned out. So we have option of picking a CK, picking a Weaver, but given it is 17, it would be 2 counter picks. I want to save perhaps 24 for another role. They've locked in the CK, provides some reliable lockdown, can perhaps add a bit of split pressure, can do a lot in this particular game. So even potentially the Aghanims could be pretty powerful late game into this lineup. So we got a lot of options for a player like Yeti on this very comfortable CK hero that he's played. You know what? I'm gonna look up how many games Yeti has on CK. It's gonna be a lot. I'm kind of curious how many it is though. So he has 704 games in normal Dota, as in ranked and unranked. If you throw in his captain's mode games, it's another 111 games. You have 815 games publicly playing Chaos Knight. That does not count scrims. There's a very good chance, if you count scrims and unticketed in-asses and things of this nature, Yeti could have 1,000 games on CK. Like, clearly a very comfortable hero for the man in red, Chaos Knight. And then, of course, the response will end up being that Pangolier, a hero who, of course, Camel Farmer is very good at playing. We have seen a little bit less of as the meta has shifted. Pangolier has gotten some nerfs, but there are some heroes in Dota where they just seem to always come back and always be a problem and always be at least somewhat meta relevant. Tiny, certainly one of them. Mars, another. Rubik, a third, and I would include Pangolier in that group. A hero who seems to always find a way to be relevant, no matter how much they nerf him, no matter how much the meta shifts. And lo and behold, it is again Pangolier. Once again in the action. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in this hero, because I don't really play it, but this hero just seems to... When you play it, I play against it, and this hero just seems to always be annoying, so it's back once again. I know when I played on a team with Logical and Lads, I'm pretty sure every single game I asked for Pangolier to be banned. If memory serves, Pangolier wasn't even that good at the time, but I still asked for Pangolier to be first banned every single game. I just don't like playing against it. Not a fan. Simply not a fan. Looking over at bans again with some more bans. I didn't mention SK Lena, they were both banned out, but also Morphling, Monkey King, Shadow Demon, Hoodwink are your last phase bans. So Logical expects Brightside to grab a sub hero. He expects Rubik to be mid. Meanwhile, of course, the obvious would be that it would be a carry selected by Logical. And it's like the Templar Assassin. Okay. It's a hero that really is much more of a classic Logical hero than a modern Logical hero. I know it's a hero that he has played a good bit in the past. I haven't seen as much of him playing it nowadays, but if you go back to, young Logical, we're talking like, late 2010s Logical, this dude was playing some Templar Assassin at a very high level in leagues like RD2L, so I'm sure he's got some sick TA tech in his back pocket. Of course, in the modern days, he's a man who has associated a number of better NA pro level TA players, so I'm sure he's got something in the back pocket ready to go. And so far, there's not too much refraction break either. I mean, look at these heroes, and again, what are you going to do to break the refraction? Maybe CK Illusions, maybe the 24 pick. But what do you grab 24? Do you just grab a hero like, say, do you grab a sup like Venomancer to break the refraction? But how does Venomancer play in this game? Does he just get kited around? Do you grab a core who could deal with it? But then, depending on what is that core, putting Rubik sup, grabbing a core to deal with it? I don't even know. That'd be a mid laner then? It's a hard pick for Brightside. Grab the Grimstroke. That's actually probably the best pick now that I think about it. It's a hero who can break the refraction with Inkswell, has a lot of impact this game with the Soulbind, a classic Pangolier counter. It's a hero who, if you can get like an item and a half, can maneuver very, very well in these team fights. It does mean Rubik mid, but you'll have this Grimstroke just be very powerful this game. I would be... Actually, I don't even know who's better late game, because both these lineups have very odd late game lineups. You don't really... I mean, the only hero that comes to mind is like some super obvious, traditionally good late game hero is the CK, but in this particular game, CK might struggle to have a lot of late game impact. You have a lot of AoE damage in general on literally every one of the Radiant heroes, so it feels like a bit of a toss-up in terms of late game power, so I think this is going to be a sort of game where you look at the first 15 minutes, who's going to lane better, who's going to get the Wisdom Runes at 7 and 14, who's going to get the first sort of key tower, who's going to take the mid T1 for sort of stuff. I think it's going to be much more of a play game than a draft game. I don't really favor either of these drafts. If I had to lean either way, I would lean towards the Dire draft, but I think both teams have a very, very playable draft, so I'm excited to see what happens here. Bum bum. Oh man, oh man, oh man, I love Dota 2. If you are just joining us, you know what time it is. Welcome to League of Legends Plus Season 3 Grand Finals. It is, yeah, we smile per hour so on the Radiant side, taking on typical NA on the Dire side. Hopefully the other tournament going on right now, the EPL stuff ends so I can get some more viewers, but... Or not the EPL, was it? The Elite League. Once Elite League ends, you're going to have a lot more viewers, I'm sure, so that'll be fun. Dire smoked up as 4 into the Radiant side jungle. Very aggressively postured. Do we have any Observer Wards still? I'm looking around. We have one on Grimstroke, perhaps in this sort of area very soon. Looking at Radiant Vision. They don't really know. Looking at Dire Vision. They see CM. They see Tiny. This could be a huge angle. Up the low ground we go. Yeti has the Chaos Bolt, hitting Simon into the Bloodgrade, into that Centaur Stomp. That will be a kill, but going the bright side on the Enchantress. Certainly good to get that first blood, but it's not the ideal target to receive it. Not quite sure if you'd rather had it on the CK or probably the Rubik, if anything, but we're not done yet. NPL, M Planer, is looking for a toss back under that tower. Is trying to get in range, but was not quite in range of the toss. Wanted to get there, could not quite find it apparently, but you'll see a trade of centuries for what it's worth. And the runes should go 2 apiece. Correction, my bad, I can't count. I thought it'd be 3 for the Dire, but instead enough just walks up from the low ground, under Dire Vision alone, into the other one here. So that's double bounty for enough, and as a result, it is a 2-2 bounty trade. Bottom lane, we are seeing meld first on Templar Assassin. For those who like me are, really old heads Dota-wise, this is unheard of, meld first. It is very, very, very common nowadays. Very powerful first point nowadays, and you see why. If he hits somebody with the meld, and then can double, it's like a second meld, this is so much damage. He's waiting perhaps for Pitch to walk up right now. You can go on Knives instead. No, go on Knives. 1 meld, 2 melds. His HP is literally halved. He'll Blood Grenade in return, but Logical will win that trade. He lacks the regen, but luckily, he's got Simon to give him regen. I like, though, that they punished him. They want to say, you know what? If you have no refraction, we want to hit you back in return. If you're going to hit us, we'll hit you right back. Now we're in a very odd equilibrium spot. Look at what equilibrium is. It's under this Radiant T1 tower, so... It's a very odd start to this lane. Mid lane, it's Pangolier, Rubik. I don't know who wins this lane. I would guess Rubik at the early stages, but Pangolier eventually get, 2 points in his Q or whatever. I don't really... This lane sounds like it'll be relatively boring, so I'll just go top lane now. We have Tiny and DP taking on the Ench and CK. Instantly my brain thinks the CK Ench lane is better because he just has so much damage and so much attack range on the Ench. Damage on CK, attack range on the Ench, but you have a lot of good nukes here. His Crypt Swarm will be very powerful, especially if you can both get the creeps and the CK. You can apply pressure. This should be the most interesting lane of the early game. We're seeing it right now. It's both Ench and Tiny very low. Tiny should eventually go down, perhaps not, as a Fairy Fire and a little bit too much regen keeps End Planer alive. So no death, not quite yet in this game. Oh, correction, we had 1 death. That was the Freehorn, first blood death. Those don't really count, right? This is the first real death of the game, so... One thing that is to note, though, is, Rusi is playing up MMR in this lane by a lot. Camel, let's just pretend Camel's like 6.5k. He's probably even lower than that MMR wise, but he plays about, you know, like a 6.5k, 7k sort of level. Rusi is at least 9k. He might be like 9.5k at this point. He's like a very, very high MMR. Might even be 10k at this point. So he's playing with a certain skill advantage. You're seeing it reflected in the CS right now. Rubik 17-5, Pangolier 11-1. Certainly good for Rusi in this lane. Otherwise, the lanes you probably want to look at in terms of skill disparity, it might be bottom lane where you have Logical in this lane, but Pistia is no slouch. This guy has definitely got some experience. Obviously, nowadays, not necessarily in that sort of pro Dota. I wouldn't say pro Dota circle, but it's like sort of semi-pro Dota circle. But this man who did play on the historic typical NA roster is a very respectable player, so he's playing so far pretty well in this lane, despite wait, is he? Huh. See, instinctively I'm like, oh, he's playing the lane pretty well. I'll go over to CS and I'm like, wow, he's getting crushed actually. He's 5-0 versus Templars 18-6. Maybe he's not playing well. Maybe this lane's not really playable. I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to pretend that the entire last half minute of words I said never happens. Back to the mid lane we go. Rusi still ahead in CS. Camel going to look for a water rune bottom, perhaps. And if he does that, we have a Hangle here at the top water rune. So Rusi will have to just not get these charges. So I'll have to wait a little bit longer for that. Perhaps a minute 6 rune, because again, the bounty rune here is gone as well, so he can't just simply go into the safety of his own jungle, grab that bounty rune, as you often would do when your water rune is taken, but that is Dota 2 for you sometimes. Sorry about that. Was drinking a glass out of a beverage out of a glass, I should say, a glass of liquid, so accidentally got to the end of the glass a little bit too early, got a little bit of sound on that one. Bottom lane, Logical's very low, Pistia's very low, Meld's available, that should be the kill. But no, Pistia brings him down with the double edge first, and now Stroke of Fate hits, Simon goes down, 2 kills for typical NA, only 1 kill in return. NPL has arrived, but he will need help to kill this Grimstroke, and that help might just be Pangolier, who's rotating through the Radiant jungle. Dire do not see him. This is a very, very dead Grimstroke. Logical returns to the battle. It'll be a kill. Going the way of Pangolier, he now TP's back to mid, perhaps for that minute 6 rune. Speaking of minute 6 rune, this is where a lot of the fun begins. You see it a lot in Pro Dota, you see it a lot in Amateur Dota, where at minute 6 rune, you see a lot of heroes there. Usually at least 4, sometimes more than that. And notice, the subs are all kind of moving over towards the river. Simon, Brightside from the west side, NPL from the east side. There'll be 5 heroes in mid. Pangolier is very low. He's got the ulti at 11-1 shard is ready to go, though, and well, the rune, it'll spawn top, it'll go to Brightside, he'll grab it, so neither mid laner gets what they want. Brightside is hitting Simon for moderate damage, but Simon will not go down. He'll actually get the D ward, so Brightside's ward instantly gone. I think he was hitting from the low ground there, so that might have given it away. Very fresh ward, well, perhaps, yes, Simon even could have seen it happen, but regardless, ward dead. We are back to a bit of a detente, where we're just chilling, we're farming, we're hitting creeps. But that we've broken right now, supports arrives at the top lane. Rusi as well goes towards NPL. NPL goes down to Brightside, impetus damage, will move to enough. It's half HP, some of the Chaos Bolt, still trying to heal up with that Spirit Siphon. Has a couple 1 shard, so try to survive. Has the Lotus as well, but it's just too much damage. Fade Bolt secures the last hit, and they'll move to Simon. He's playing Crystal Bait, and he's got low move speed, and now he's got no HP. Double kill for Rusi, triple kill for typical NA, and that is certainly a strong rotation by that mid Rubik of Rusi right there. And of course, again, winning that 3v3, 3-0, that's always you want to see there. Bottom lane, there are some heroes, but seems like end planer's gone a little bit too early. As a result, Pistia walks away. There are 3 heroes bot, Templar, Assassin, Pangolier, Tiny, but despite the 3 heroes being there, it's a lot less successful than typical NA's 3-man jaunt. Compare there. You had 3 Dire heroes top, brought down all 3 of the Radiant heroes. You have 3 Radiant heroes bottom, and they brought down none of the 2 Dire heroes. So that's just a very easy way to juxtapose these 2 early games so far. That's one thing I mentioned is I want to see who's going to succeed in, that first 15 minutes. So far, it appears to be going the direction of typical NA. They got one of the 2 Wisdom runes, so even trade there, but again, a lot of these movements have not gone too well. A lot of rotations from the Radiant subs, a lot of movement from Camel Farmer, but he's only 1-0-0 right now on that Pangolier, and he's been involved in a number of fights that could have perhaps produced kills or even assists. They'll go in for Rusi. Rusi is already half HP. Roll gets pump fake canceled, tossed up against the Rubik. Rubik will lift back the Pangolier. Rusi once again tries to get away, but he'll end up going down eventually. As all that happens, though, through the Twin Gate goes Ice Yeti, backed up by Brightside. They killed Logical, I believe, either running away or farming here. I'm not entirely sure. Regardless, what I do know is he is certainly dead. What's that death summary say? Yep. Brought down by CK and Enchantress, so a lot of pressure getting applied now. Speaking of pressure, there's pressure from the EXO top lane from Enough. It may be a trade of towers in the near future, but right now this bot T1 tower is in a lot more danger. It's already half HP and dropping, but Radiant have the will to defend. Frostbite into a 2-man Avalanche, into a 2-man Shield Crash, but it's a Stampede counterplay from Pistia's Centaur. Meanwhile, top lane, it's a 2v1. Enough holds his ground as the 1, though. The EXO will return quite soon. That'll heal him up, surely. Surely. Oh, yeah. He's back to full HP, ready to continue simply being a Death Prophet in this top lane. Bot lane, though, should be where the fun is. Again, you have 5 heroes. Correction, now 6 heroes in the bot lane, not even including Logical, who could, of course, rotate over or at least contribute with a TA trap, but for now, no action. Correction, action, but the action has ended. Rusi ran into Logical. I believe that was intentional, but for now, nobody dies. Speaking of not dying, it is our Tier 1 towers. None of them have died quite yet. They all remain alive, so we'll have to wait for our good friend, the Siege unit. Luckily, though, they are arriving. Bottom lane, it's already a very low tower. It should be a very, very free last hit in this tower for somebody. The question is, does something happen perhaps in mid lane? The Radiant Siege unit is there. This tower is fairly low as well, so perhaps stuff's going to happen there. Speaking of stuff, top lane, a lot of heroes are arriving. Currently, Dire have 2, Radiant have 3. DP versus Ench was the main body of the conflict. Over to the Logical, he's farming on the north side, on the jungle creeps. Dire are certainly aware of his position, and now he TP's bottom lane again, so Logical really rotating around from top to bot to bot to top over and over again, trying to find a good spot to farm, acquire a couple more items. Back to mid lane. The Dire side tower barely lived. The Radiant one, though, might not be so lucky. There's a CK, a Rubik, and a very low HP Siege unit. It's 18 HP, but 18 HP is just enough to continue the good fight, apparently. As all of that happens, though, Radiant go for the top tower instead. Back to mid lane, the Siege unit is dead. Back to top lane, the tower is dead. Back to mid lane again. Never mind, nothing's happening. My bad. But at this point, the laning phase certainly has broken up. We've seen the El Clasico trade of safe lane T1 tower for safe lane T1 tower. We now need to start looking at, what are these key items these main heroes are looking at. Camel, working on an Ags right now. Templar, Assassin has a Dragonlance on Courier, perhaps going into Deso Blink after that. Maybe BKB, we'll see. DP is going for a Guardian Greaves. CM for no items because he's playing Crystal Maiden. Tiny for a Blink Dagger, of course. Rusi for the Dagon. Ench for the Speared Vessel. Knives my copy, again, no items. CK, the Orchid after Armlets, and Centaur. Already has 3 bracers. What is that in this Courier right now? It's a Blink Dagger. So Pistia is now in a position to be a very impactful hero with triple Bracer Wand and that Blink Dagger. Do Dire Subs have a smoke? There's one on bright side, so perhaps it's smoke up with the, there we go, smoke up with the Blink reveal. Radiance did not see the smoke up. They do have a ward. They don't pitch this in this area, but they don't know exactly where the other heroes are. Looking overall, they only see one middle lane. Looking at the key cores, could be in danger. TA is playing very far away from danger. The danger, perhaps maybe for that mid T1 tower instead. Looking for a defender in the area. Smoke has broken from a hero on this high ground. They know someone's here, but they don't know who or where or why. Simon now runs to the bright side. Blink cliff stomp double edge from Bishja. Simon certainly will go down. Kill secured by the Centaur Warrunner. 8 kills now for typical NA. They'll now double back to the middle lane. This mid T1 tower is still very injured, and well, it's simply going to die. I'm drawing the box. I'm drawing the X. Last hit goes to Rusi. Surprise, surprise on that one. So now it's a 1-tower lead. 4 to side typical NA, but that could be equalized very soon. This tower mid is very injured. It's possibly going to break very soon, but speaking of break, typical NA are looking to break this game wide open with ganks. They've run to an Invis Pangolier. They've dropped the Sentry Ward, so they know Pangolier is here. I think both teams are aware that Pangolier is Invis, and both teams are aware that Dire knows Pangolier is Invis. So he breaks it mid lane, goes back to creeps. Looking at Radiant Vision, they know something is up. There's 3 heroes here. This TA trap from Logical is spotting out this nice little, high traffic footpath here going, both east-west and north-south. More of a northwest-southeast, but still. Seems like none of that movement will end up mattering, and as a result, Radiance, Yowi's mile per hour or so, they're just getting a lot of farm. This TA is farming, this DP is farming, even Pangolier is decently rich. And the main thing we're looking at right now to farm for, of course, is that tiny Blink Dagger. Once you have that tiny blink, it's a lot easier to take a team fight. You blink on in, you avalanche, you toss, it just works. And we are, less than 400 gold away from that Blink Dagger, but he has to acquire it some way, somehow.
Radiant are
Bishja
scanning.
is hunting, by the way. Sees Simon. Might just go in for Simon anyways, and yep. So far we have seen 2 blink usages by Bishja. Both of them have killed Simon. Poor Crystal Maiden. But that is the life sometimes of playing 5-sup. I've been there. If you play 5-sup regularly, you've been there too, so here's Dota 2 for you. Right side. Walks into his own jungle. Finds enough, who now gets slowed. End planer has the avalanche on the creep and the main enchanters. Seems like everyone's going to be okay. Bright side's just walking in anyways, because why not? With the intimidation factor alone, he forces Pangolier to TP away back towards the middle lane, away from an area Dire wants to farm. Of course. Speaking of farming, surprise, surprise, a lot of heroes across the map are doing some. Templar Assassin, I mentioned it earlier, probably Desolator, the item of choice for Logical. He almost has that Desolator. Blink Dagger, 100 gold for MPL. Ags, 1,000 gold for, not even 1,000 gold, 100 gold for Camel Farmer. Simon still has nothing, but he's not too far from a drum, so he's getting there. DP has Mech over on the Dire side again, Rubik. Finishes the Dagon. He's now working on an Aghanim Scepter, about halfway there gold-wise. Ench has the finished Vessel. That's important this game against the DP and against even the Refraction from Templar Assassin. Nice My Coffee opts for an Aghanim Shard as his first item. CK finishes the Orchid. Now Centaur Warrunner has something on Courier. What is it? Is a Blade Mail. More importantly, though, bottom lane's where the action is. We're headed for Knives in My Coffee. Radiant saw him on, I believe, the Templar Trap earlier, but they no longer see him. Simon walks right into Ice Yeti. Oh no, not again. Camel Farmer rolls. Avalanche on 2 from End Planer, but a Soulbind is perfect. Stampede from Pishja. Yeti is fighting. Everybody's fighting. Exo is popped. Mech used. Deso is now finished. Logical's running forward, looking to fight. In comes Phantasm from Yeti. Camel is still fighting. Rusi's now on the run. Swashbuckle does very little damage with a toss. Brings Brightside towards Rusi. That's enough damage to bring down the Rubik, and they head to Brightside's Enchantress. He's half HP, has a 20 charge wand, but I don't think he can live for too much longer. He pops the wand, but all he does is simply die. Knives and Pishta are on the west side, looking perhaps for a bit of an angle, but they lack the teammates to fight. Perhaps if CK had more HP, or Rubik was alive, they could have fought there, but alas, no fight, simply death. It's a 2-for-1 trade, once again, Simon dying. I want you to point out that at that point, really, a lot of these deaths in a row were Simon. I believe it was 3 deaths in a row were Simon. It was 3 deaths in a row for Simon. Literally, only him dying on that point, but he died this time for a good cause. Got 2 kills in return. That's a 1k gold swing, and now what is, it is Yeah We Smile per hour, so with the net worth advantage. Of course, Dire not willing to sit back, do nothing. They've smoked up as 4. Pishta, of course, leading the way. Dire Vision gives a bit away. Their scan hits somebody, but no, it's Simon again. They'll now sweep to the north side, looking for more important heroes. They know perhaps there could be heroes in the Roshan pit area. There's a Templar Assassin, of course. Pangolier plays the high ground. The Courier gives away something. And they're looking for heroes in this high sort of north area past the outpost. But they did not find enough, and Templar Assassin to the west side. It's offlaner on offlaner Violence. Rusi walks over. Camel is waiting in the trees. Pishta looks for a blink angle. He'll blink. Hoof stomp DP. Roll gets pump faked from Camel Farmer. Now CK TP's in Dire. Have the advantage in this fight for sure. DP is incredibly low. Dagon hits enough to fall. And now Camel and Logical need to find a way out of this fight. Logical gets stunned. He's been desperate. We'll try to TP. It's a long TP. It's a long TP. It gets him killed. The trades for Rusi. Camel brought him down with a long TP from Logical. Oh no. And now Pangolier's been stunned. He's been brought on in. Simon's trying to save him. He's trying to buy some time for a shield crash. But there simply was not enough. All 3 cores are dead, only for a core Rubik. Certainly a great 3-for-1 trade. 4-for-1 if you count the opening salvo against Crystal Maiden pre-fights. And we saw it there. It was an unfortunate play. Logical went for the sort of hyper-efficient play. He wanted to TP away from the team fight to a, perhaps the bot T1 tower. I'm not quite sure where he was TPing to, but because it was a longer TP, it got him killed. If it was a 3-second TP, he would have been to the fountain, would have had him survive there. So that's an unfortunate play there from Logical. Got him killed, and that's simply not ideal. If you're typical NA or typical NA fan, though, you're like, hey, it's a free kill on the most important hero in the game. We're feeling pretty good, and thanks to all these differences, look at the differentiation right now between the net worth on CK and now on Templar Assassin. Simon's dead again, by the way. Radiant will defend. Silence on 2 from enough. Pishta has been tossed up by End Planer. It will be a 1-for-1 trade, favorable for Radiant so far. But they want more. They want Rusi. One more avalanche forward. Silence against Tiny. Tiny cannot talk because he's still silenced. Soulbind comes through. Centaur buys back to Stampede, allowing Rusi to reposition. Tiny is still silenced! His man is barely alive, and no, Rusi finished the kill anyways. They'll head to enough. Chaos Bolt into the hoof stomp, into all the damage. DP dead. It cost you a buyback, but it's well worth it. That's a 3-for-1, I do believe. And a Radiance tower died somewhere. Was it the mid T1? Probably wasn't. Maybe the top T1, actually. Regardless, it's all going pretty well right now for the side of typical NA. They are in a promising position in this game number 1. Before the fight, I was mentioning the net worth difference between Templar Assassin, who's sitting at about 9.7k, versus CK sitting about 11.9k. That's a 2k advantage. And of course, Yeti, long-time carry player, enthusiast with hitting creeps, he's been hitting the creeps. You look at the last hit numbers, he is ahead of anyone in the game by a little bit, but because he's 3-0-6 versus Templar Assassins 1-3-5, that's giving him this net advantage, which you're really seeing right here, right now. And because Dire are ahead, they are stronger, and they feel stronger, most certainly. They've walked into the Roshan pit. It's bottom side right now, and they will grab the Aegis. They'll probably give it to Rusi if I had to guess, but it could go to Yeti instead. We'll see about that one. I would personally give it to Rusi because, you know, He's playing a much less durable hero, and you've noticed in these team fights, a lot of the time they've gone in for Rusi, trying to kill the much more killable targets. Instead, they'll say, you know what, Yeti? We don't want you to die. We're putting our eggs in your basket. Even in this stage of the game, you are a primary building hitter, so go take the Aegis, don't die, acquire your BKB, acquire whatever item after your BKB, and carry the game for us.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We'll have to see if Yeti's hands and Yeti's back are capable enough to be that guy, but I mentioned it in the pregame. It's Yeti CK, a verified NA Dota Classic for those of us who are in the high-level amateur circle, so sounds like a capable hands to me. Despite all the momentum being in favor of the side of typical NA, though, yeah, we smile per hour so are really
Radiant's middle tower is under
staying in this game. They're playing a strong macroeconomic game, saying, you know what, sure, we're just going to lose every single team fight, we'll lose Roshan, we'll lose our towers, but in compensation, we're still going to farm our TA, we're going to farm our DP, we're going to farm our Pangolier, we're going to acquire these key items, and perhaps even to kill mid lane against Rusi. Problem is, Rusi, yeah, he's not going down. Instead, it's a silence against Pangolier. He's 1/3 HP. Stampede from Pistia. That's a dead Pangolier. And Planer and Camel got a little bit too bold, little bit too raucous. Meanwhile, top lane, Pistia goes down to a bit of a dive by Logical and enough. The T2 tower goes down as well, so it's a big T2 tower to claim. If we're being technical, it is a trade of tier 2 towers, as it was the Dire side top tier 2 versus Radiant side bottom tier 2, which given the game state, if you're Radiant, you're like, hey, you have Aegis, you're up in kills, you're up in net worth, you're up in XP, we will happily trade the towers, and they traded 1 tower, 1 core for 1 tower, 1 core. It's a strong maneuvering situation, right? They're recognizing, like, hey, all the important heroes are here. Pisha's alone. Go dive. G kill. G run the train. And they got the kill right then, right there. Radiant smoke up as 3. This is a very bold gambit, the way they're going for this smoke, knowing one of their heroes was dead, knowing they're playing into the Aegis, but it could pay off. If you can get the right angle, perhaps get 1 kill, get 2 kills, get out immediately. It's a wrap around from the northwest side through the mid lane. They'll run at the knives of my coffee, who gets absolutely demolished. Eventually, he's been neck healed. He's surviving for a very, very long time. Eventually, he'll die, but now it's Yeti who's fighting. Simon pops the ulti on CM. That will not work. Yeti's half HP in his BKB. He'll lose 1 life, but he'll respawn full HP, ready to fight with plenty of teammates not too far from him. He's tossed up in the air. They're trying to bring him down, and there's no saving him. They couldn't get there in time. Centaur was disrupted by the Yule Zipper on the east side. Pistia could not go and hoof stomp, and now Logical is hitting Centaur. Warren and Avalanche hits once again. It's Pistia to fall. 3 dead, and of course, Radiant want more. They'll dive past the tier 2 tower. Rusi runs away. Brightside runs away, but in comes M-Planer, catching Rusi. A fantastic toss back. They'll move to Brightside after Rusi dies. Rusi is low. Rusi is dead. Now Brightside, the lone survivor, runs to his tier 4s. Knives my coffee, respawns, backs him up. Is the dive too far? Probably not. But it's a very long dive nonetheless. He even goes in again. He even goes in again at the time. That might get him killed. Impetus hits. Guardian Creeps comes through. We're still fighting. But as that happens, Logical says, alright guys, I'll hit the tower. I'll get the objectives. Regardless, though, absolutely fantastic smoke play and subsequent string afterwards. It was a bold play to go for that, knowing you're down in net worth, knowing you're playing into a 2-life CK, but it was the right angle. You caught Grimstroke over here. It wasn't the cleanest kill because you had a Centaur respawning, because not everybody was in this area to I think there's only 3 sort of dire heroes in this sort of triangle here. It was an awkward engagement, and you saw Radiant TP into their tier 2 with the remainder of their team jump on over here, and this is a good angle from both the northwest and the south here. They got the CK relatively isolated, and again, M-Planer on the east side, notably, was able to disrupt the Centaur. Say Centaur goes in there, gets like a 3-man hoof stomp, Yeti survives, presses spells, turns it around, slaps down heroes. That's an entirely different fight, but again, just good recognition from this very strong tiny player of M-Planer to to ensure that Pishka cannot play Dota 2, cannot save his carrier player, and subsequently you just see the bleeding continue, because again, no CK. You lose Centaur, you lose Rubik, you lose your tower, you lose more, and look at this graph. Look at this graph. The lead was about a 3k lead for the Dire. That's a 3k lead for the Radiants. And of course, at this point, we're smoked up as 5. They've run the Camel Farmer. The smoke is broken. He'll blink away on Pangolier. Stampede's activated. They need this kill. But he rolls up in time into the roll. He's trying to escape. And he'll get away. Camel Farmer. This man gets away. Flashes of Houdini right there. At this point, you've blown your smoke. You've blown your Stampede. And you need to run. You could not be here. This is not the place you want to fight any longer. Radiant TP in everybody but Tiny. So they're technically playing down by 1. Hoofstomp against Logical, who has no beaky, but he still blinks away. The refraction, there were simply too many instances. They find Pangolier instead. Pangolier gets brought down. The trade is for Rusio, so it's mid laner for mid laner. Now Hang arrives in the Tiny, ready to fight. Enough runs in. Silences 3. He's got the siphons, he's got the pipe, but he's being chain stunned. They need to keep the DP alive, but he gets the heal off finally. But it's not enough heal. He's still dead. He could get the wand off in time. So now it's Pishka running. Maybe Logical will kill him in one more hit. He's got the blink. He has the meld for the kill. Now a 2-for-2 trade. Both offlaners, both mid laners now dead. So it's carry and sups versus carry and sups. And both teams disengage. Radiant to the west, Dire to the east. They're doubling back towards the mid lane once again, looking for a kill perhaps with the double damage Chaos Knight. They're baiting Enchantress mid lane. Looking at Radiant Vision, they do not see CK or Grimstroke. They're beginning to run towards Ench. Simon, Glimmercape's forward. Can't find the Frostbite quite yet, however. Sentry was placed, so Dire were aware of the Invis CM, but the fight now is over. I'm considering that an even trade because it was an even trade, so the game state stays about the same right then and there. It's a good day to drink water, though, so drink a little more water and prepare ourselves for this next team fights. I have the graph up once again if you want to see the graph numbers in this case. Here's your items. Seeing some cool items get purchased, of course. A lot of Aghanim shards coming out. Notably, both Tormentors are dead. Somehow I watched neither of them die on screen, so if you want to see Tormentors dying, then my bad, but let's see who got the free shards, actually. But if I scroll up far enough, I'm sure. Yeah, Dire got it for Brightside, Radiant for Simon. Usually I catch those on screen, but for whatever reason, I caught neither. So, look at what Radiant are playing. You have enough playing in the trees over here. The remainder of the Radiant playing way up into this north side jungle here. Because there's 5 heroes missing. They know something is up. Something easily could be happening. Like, hey guys, Roshan can be alive. We're in the respawn window. And that appears to be the name of the game where it's like, hey, we'll defend bottom Roshan. We know mathematically Roshan must respawn bottom. They die, I think, at 21, so we know it must spawn bottom. Both teams are headed there, but Nizmakov, who was looking to ward, gets almost immediately one-shot. At this point, Brightside and CK are looking to fight, but you've lost your CK illusion, you've lost your Grimstroke, and you're about to lose your Enchantress Barring a Miracle. And well, Grimstroke buys back. They're still trying to defend Brightside, but the Metal Strike brings him down. Now 2 kills. Buyback from Grimstroke. Blink Yules from Tiny. Looking for both Centaur and CK. CK, BKB, Pop Phantasm, but nobody dies from the Radiant side. Yeti's illusions have been absolutely bursted down. Soulbind comes in from Knives and My Coffee. Brucey's trying to fight, but Radiant are still alive on 5. Nothing is dying. M-Planner has a blink. Has an avalanche only on 1. Campbell dives. Looking for Brucey. Brucey, shield crashes away. Logical's hitting. English Hoofstomp on 3. The pitch is so low as well. He's trying to get away here, but he's frostbitten and brought down. That's 3 for absolutely nothing. Rusi will barely get away, but no, the Yule Scepter into the avalanche. He could be tossed back, but no. The silence from Grimstroke prevents the toss back. Still an absolute win, though. An absolute massive win for Yeah We Smile per hour so. And of course, they'll head on over to the main objective in question. The main sort of spark point for why the engagement started in the first place. And that's Roshan control. And well, you cannot control Roshan when you are dead. Only one key problem. Roshan's still not alive. He'll walk into Roshan pit, walk out of Roshan. Oh no! Oh no! The timing! Oh no! That is just so unfortunate. And they say Dota is a game of inches. My lord! How is that even legal? He walks in with probably 2 seconds, maybe even 1 second on the timer. Walks out and meet like, hey guys, Roshan's not here. Roshan instantly respawns the moment Vision is gone. That is just such a tragic tale. Oh no, because now Simon walks back in, but at this point, Roshan's here, but the Dire are alive as 5. They have time to arrive. Logical was not set up, did not get off the double mel, and we're seeing here, there could be a smoke play. Do Dire have a smoke? They do not, but they're still running over. They have the time to arrive. Roshan is still somewhat healthy at half HP. Everybody's running in. Pistia shows on the wave. Will they get there in time? Dire scan. They know something is up. Roshan's a quarter HP. Logical's hitting. He's trying to finish. He should get it in time. Fisher jumps in for Simon. Stampede used. Simon running. Roshan low. Roshan dies. 2 lives with Logical. Banner in the pits. Now Pistia gets silenced. Blink Tiny goes in on Grimstone. CK BKBs. He Phantasms. Knives McCoffee diebacks. Exo active. CM ulti now canceled enough. Barely goes down. Now 1-for-1 trade. CK's fighting. He's half HP. Tossed up. Brought down. Simon once again the trade. 2-for-2. Roll continues. Rubik gets brought down as well. Now 3-for-2. Brightside tries to fight, but his team is simply dying. He'll get right-clicked down with the remainder of the Radiant side team. The Mel does so much damage. He'll try to do whatever he can, but there's no living from an angry Pangolier. Tiny and Templar Assassin. He's trying to juke. They're pretty fantastic jukes, but there's still absolutely no living. That is a 4-for-2 trade. Banner is still in the pit, by the way, for those who are wondering. But regardless, it's a massive rout in favor of yeah, we smile per hour so. Notably, though, there will not be racks taken because there's only 1 creep still alive and Dire have a glyph. The most we will see is this tier 2 tower dying. And it will die. By the way, banner, I'm going to keep track of the banner. I am keeping track of this banner. It matters a lot to me what happens to this banner. For those who remember, I believe it was TI 11, where it was the Thunder Awakened team, and they left the cheese in the Roshan pit, and that was just a really major sort of TI deciding play. So that's at the top of my mind right now. Like, hey guys, key item in Roshan. We've seen such an emphasis on Roshan's banner since the item was added to Dota, especially since it got reworked more recently to be even better. So not having that could be a bit of a problem. Surely somebody's gonna be like, hey guys, where's the banner? Where is the banner? And we pause and disconnect. Perhaps time to... So when you're playing sometimes in Dota, you pause. Sometimes you have time to, you know, take inventory of what's going on in the game. Like, hey guys, what key items do we need? What key spells are on cooldown? What resources do we have? And what resources do we need? And if you're going to do a sort of mental checklist, like, all right, guys, we got the Aegis. We don't have a BKB on TA, but maybe it's fine anyways. Got these cool items here and here and here and here and here. We have it. Wait, where's the banner? And I'm like, hey guys, where's the banner? And somebody might go back to this bottom lane eventually, because why not? Why not? Yeah, so I'm reading the innate. It must be bugged. If it's not bugged, because surely, right? I am hydrating up, by the way. Thanks for the reminder, Simon. I was going to hydrate up anyways, but It's always good to be reminded to hydrate. Hydration is, of course, a very good thing for those who are unaware. So, with that in mind, we still have some time left, about 3 minutes of duration for the Aegis. We've been in a pause for, I don't know, about 2 minutes now. Not too long quite yet. Seems like we're just waiting for. So Radiant paused, then Radiant's. So Dire then also needed a pause, but then they were ready, and Radiant's still not ready. So eventually, we're going to resume the Dota game, where of course, yeah, we Smile Per Hour So are in the strong position to take the lion's share of the $700 prize pool. First prize is $400, so they will get again the majority of that prize pool. As it currently stands, of course, both teams are in the money. They will be profiting on their entry fee, but you don't play to get second place. You play to win, and we're going to be here for a while, of course, because it is a best of 5. We might be here for upwards of possibly 5 or 6 hours. Of course, it could be a little bit shorter than that. I mean, if those who were there watching the Lads finals a couple days ago, that was a very, very short affair. It was a BO5 as well, but it went 3-0, where well, unfortunately for Icy, he was on the wrong side of that 3-0. It was 3 games. 2 of them weren't even all that competitive. It was an absolute sort of slobber knocker in favor of PM May and Company, who claimed the Season 15 Lads Finals win. That's technically a spoiler alert, but I mean, at this point, if you didn't know, you didn't know. I mean, you. Speaking of Yeti, he's leaving his base. He's right by Simon. Simon has the Frostbite and Freezing Field, so Yeti's forced to BKB just to run away. Tiny goes in. Times it wrong at this point, but he's still forced away by, I believe, his teammate Simon. That is correct. We are once again back to positioning and waiting for the right jump. Banner is still in the pit, by the way, minutes later from earlier. Not Brightside. Nice in the Coffee's bottom lane. Logical runs in. I think that's a 4-shot killer right there. Soul killed by Logical. So now, perhaps we'll run it down the bottom lane. Looking over at the Tormentor on the Dire side, it is alive. So that could be the angle, is you run it on down, you control the Tri-Camp. It's no longer a Tri-Camp. You take control here, you grab this little buddy right here. Problem is, Dire are already there. It's so low right now. It'll end up being brought down. Ruzy gets a free shot, but Stampede force that pitch gets to run away from the Tormentor. So that could have been an absolute disaster had a Radiant have been there slightly faster, but instead, it's a relatively clean getaway. Only Stampede forced out. Only problem is you lack Stampede for the fight now. It's going to be that much harder to get the right angle against Logical and his team. Speaking of Logical, he's getting absolutely damaged. Look at his HP. It's very, very low, so I'm not quite sure where he's going to heal. Perhaps he'll simply let the... Actually, the Ease expires in 20 seconds, so that'll expire. He'll get a full heal off of that one and return to the battle. Only one problem, though. At that point, you're no longer going to have 2 lives to play with on the Templar Assassin. You're going to... Wow. So I'm not sure what Logical had for tier 4 items, but he said, you know what? Not only am I not taking a tier 3 item, I'm not taking a tier 4 item. I don't know if this is more about Growbow on TA or the poor offerings he received from his tier 3 and tier 4 tokens, but Logical's going to be rocking this tier 2 item up until the very late game, it appears. Dire Smoke out as 5, by the way. Looking at Dire Vision, so they're pinged to the north here, perhaps. They're running through their jungle east-west right now. They're not quite near Yeah We Smile Per Hour So. Speaking of Yeah We Smile Per Hour So, they're also smoked up as 5. They're running it down the middle lane area. They're pinged perhaps to begin a slow siege, perhaps catch a hero off guard. They've killed the mid wave. They're now heading even towards the bottom area. DP will use her exorcism, looking for that mid T3, forcing out all of the TPs instantly to defend. T3 bottom is dead. T3 mid is half HP. That's TP's forced back, structural damage achieved, but nothing that significant quite yet. Of course, Radiant want more, and Dire want a full defense and not sort of a soft defense. I consider this a soft defense because they defended, but they didn't really accomplish anything on the defense. They simply defended. But you want like a more gratifying. You actually kill a hero and get map control back versus hey, they're no longer sieging. I mean, sure, you're happy to have them no longer be sieging, but you want more than that because again, you're taking damage here. You're taking damage here. It's not ideal, but it does, of course, defend your buildings. Is Banner still in the pits? Banner is still in the pit, by the way, so for those who care about Banner, it's still there. It's still here. What are we at now? We're at 7 minutes later, plus pause time. It's still in the pit. Someone surely will find it eventually, but... Eventually, of course, is a variant term in nature. Pangolier, DP, go in, find Grimstroke and Enchantress. Yeti jumps forward, Avalanche on 3 from Empolaner. Pistia goes to the backlines, finds Simon. But Dire have not gotten the fight they wanted. They've already lost one, and Pistia is entirely isolated. That'll be a dead Centaur Warrunner, and it's 2 down on the Dire side. Enchantress buys back, but notably, Centaur lacks the gold for a buyback. He bought out for his most recent item, and sure, he's got 4 items, but how useful are 4 items if you can't use them? Logical, go through buildings, range racks will end up dying. Melee racks are under attack. They most certainly will die as well. Exo is up in 7 seconds. It's a toss back against Enchantress. Enchantress, if she dies, has no buyback. She's so low right now. That'll be a kill. A dieback for Mr. Brightside. Now Yeti has been caught. He's being gone. He's bashed by Pangolier and brought down. And we're headed for more. Frostbite against Lucy. He's forced to BKB. Knives my coffee. Barely lives in the fountain. They'll stun Logical, who only has 1 life, and they'll kill him. That's a lot of gold going back. And now Tiny is the new target. They bring him in with the Reality Rift. Pangolier rolls on up, looking to fight, but it's not stolen by Rootsy. Rootsy gets shield crashed instead. Soulbind is there on Pangolier. And Tiny. In comes DP, popping Ashivas, and the Exo. Tree volley from the Tiny as well. They want to kill Rootsy, and they'll do so. He's got no buyback, yet he's still trying to fight desperately, but he's simply unable to. It's a dieback. Actually, not a dieback in this case, but... Ay. This is an absolute disaster. Again, there's a lack of gold. So it's a lack of gold on Centaur. Again, a lack of gold on Rubik. Blink Hoofstomp from Pistia finds Crystal Maiden. Yeti jumps on him for Simon. Simon is brought down, but the fight continues. Enough. Still has the Exo active. Silence against Pistia. Pistia is very strong, though. Led for Pangolier, who's half HP. Hoofstomp hits. Crystal Maiden flies back. Pangolier gets stunned once again, but a Centaur to fall. And Yeti's on the run. He'll try to Phantasm. He'll try to man-fight. The illusions are absolutely blasted by M-Planer. It's just Knives in my coffee, who somehow escaped, but the GG is called anyways. Banner, by the way, still unclaimed. It will be unclaimed all game, because game 1 will end in favor of, yeah, we smile for hour or so, in a 42-minute game. What's this? Who is this guy trying to add me on his friends list? No mutual... Oh, is that another scam account? It might be. Yep, it's another scam account. We love scam accounts on Steam. I am going to report that. Let's see here. They are involved in thefts. They are impersonating accounts. Okay, cool. On that note, I'm going to I'm going to cut to a break between game one and game two. Yeah, we smile per hour. So taking game one in pretty strong fashion, and they will look to, of course, continue their series lead. But of course, typical NA are no slouches. They look to bring it back to a 1-1 tie after game two. Well, we'll find out what happens later. For now, my name is Badger. I will see you in a few minutes for game two.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Dire team ban.
Ember Spirit.
10 seconds remaining.
Greetings and salutations, Dota fans. It is I, Badger, back for Game 2 of the League of Lads Plus Season 3 Grand Finals. Some of the finest, of course, in North American semi-pro action. $700 on the line. Winner taking home $400. So the lion's share of the prize pool, of course. I think I already said I'm Badger, but I'm still Badger 12 seconds later. We have Game 2 of Yeah, We Smile Per Hour So versus Typical NA. It is a run back of the winners finals, which was won by Typical NA, but after yesterday's losers finals, Yeah, We Smile Per Hour So are back again, and we're now here for game number 2 of the finals. Yeah, We Smile Per Hour So took game number 1. They were certainly down earlier in the game, even going into the mid game, but they kept it competitive just for the right opportunity to strike, and they struck hard. They took a pivotal team fight in sort of the middle stage, about minute 20, 22 or so, and they went from being 3K down to 3K up, and they never relinquished that lead. They extended, and they just methodically brought it in with a Templar Assassin strategy. It's Templar Assassin DP, and accordingly, Typical NA say, you know what? We're just not playing against DP again. This hero's pretty OP. This hero is pretty versatile in where you can play it. It's pretty versatile macro-wise. We just don't want to deal with it. And understandably, they banned it out. Sven, Timbersaw, Bounty Hunter, Lena, Marcy, Beastmaster, Ursa, Jakiro, Medusa. All banned out as well. But, again, nothing too shocking there. Much like the winners finals, much like the losers finals, much like game 1 of the grand finals, surprise, surprise, logical, snap picks a tiny for Hang, aka NPL, aka N-Planer. He says, you know what? My 4-player plays the hero well. The hero's pretty good. Screw it, pick it again. Speaking of good heroes, Ember Spirit selected. Very popular hero yesterday during the losers finals. Uncontested in game 1, but this time 9 picked in game 2. 13 pick once again will be that Enchantress. I believe Enchantress was 13 pick last game, right? Yeah, it was. And again, Crystal Maiden was a 14-15 pick last game as well, and once again, 14-15 CM is back. Regardless, though, we are waiting on that new pick. At this point, they're going to have to pick a new pick because again, this time last game was Tiny CM DP. You can't grab DP. DP is banned. But for now, we are not going to see anything new. We're going to see the exact same thing we saw game 1, Pangolier. I believe it was the 20, no, not 20. It was I think it was the 18 pick last game, right? Had to have been 18 pick last game. So instead of being 18 pick, it's 15 pick. So you have an extra set of counters to counter out Pangolier. Last time only 1 counter pick. This time 3. The choice last game was Grimstroke, which honestly I thought was pretty good, but maybe the result of the game is making them think, you know what? Grimstroke, maybe not the hero, maybe not powerful enough, maybe not the look we want sort of directionally in the game, so I, for one, wouldn't be opposed to it, but maybe they want a more sort of quote-unquote traditional 4. I do say that in the modern sense of like what a traditional 4 is, of like 2015 forward. Sensible 4. I suppose 2015 isn't very modern anymore, but that understanding of 4 support has been more or less similar for the last decade versus the sort of before that, if you want a history lesson, where you saw much less of a differentiating line between 5 and 4 than you do today. Where it's almost like we had 2 heroes that played like old 5s, and then like the modern 4 and the old 5. Now the modern 5 plays much more like the modern 4 than the traditional 5. That's neither here nor there. I went a little too far into my macro perceptions of long-term Dota trends. More importantly, though, we are looking at an actual draft. A lot of reserve time getting chewed through by Gregory Dotes, aka Mr. Brightside. Of course, Brightside, strong drafter, has been in the brain trust of many pro Dota teams before, many semi-pro Dota teams, of course, as well, and he has selected Sand King, who was banned out in game 1, as well as Grimstroke. So they say, you know what, Grimstroke, we liked it, we're sticking to it, but this time we have even better Grimstroke pairings. You have Sand King and Ember, both who pair with Grimstroke very, very well. The Dispel is still nice into these dire tools. You have Soulbind into Pangolier. There is a lot we can do with this hero. But you're playing Sand King into counter. You are going to have an opportunity for Logical to grab his hero at 18 right now, whatever his anti Sand King hero of choice is. Now, what that is, I'm not entirely sure yet. I'm actually very curious to see what that hero ends up being. This is gonna sound really psychopathic, actually, and he probably won't do it because it. But I would be really interested to see if Logical would want to play an anti-mage this game. Yeah, it's a lot less psychopathic. We have Morphling. We saw it yesterday, so Logical is warmed up on the Morph. He says, you know what? I'm practiced. I'm ready. There again, there's not the greatest tools to deal with Morphling, but not the worst tools either. You have this Blink Burrow. You'll have the Grimstroke W. And notably, you are going to have the Grimstroke Aghanim Scepter later in the game. Grimstroke Ag's Morph is not quite the best Grimstroke Ag's target in the game, but it's one of the better ones. They're very powerful illusions, a lot of base damage. So it could be a very strong Grimstroke Ags game if we get into the later stages of the game. Only problem is actually getting your what is it called, Dark Portrait. I think getting a Dark Portrait on the Morphling is easier said than done, because you see a lot of times the way the Morphling plays, you play this sort of like, you know, get in, get out, you maneuver in the back lines, you're causing big problems, you're water, you're hard to nail down, and perhaps Morphling will not necessarily be targetable in that sense. He'll, you know, kind of be in the side looking for an angle, perhaps even just one shot the Grimstroke in the back line. So it'll be an interesting sort of give and take, bit of a do-si-do, bit of a dance going on between Morphling and Grimstroke in these late game fights if we get to those. But it's Dota. Sometimes we just don't get to those fights. Sometimes stuff just ends early. Pit Lord, Enigma, Wraith King, banned out. I do find the ban of Underlord very interesting. Maybe they watched the games last night, like, you know what, this hero just does a billion damage. We don't want to deal with it. Clearly Logical is aware of the existence of this hero. He picked it last night, for those who weren't watching. I believe it was the deciding game of the losers finals. And he just had so much damage. It was just massive cleave, massive damage. He is empowered by a Magnus. It was just not okay. So, notably, they're once again leaving CK in the pool. They've banned out the Yeti Ursa. They've banned out the Yeti Dusa. They've banned out the Yeti Wraith King. They banned out the Yeti Weaver. So they're terrible saying, pick CK. They did it last game. They said, you know what? We dare you to pick CK. A number of teams in both Lads and Lads Plus, they've banned out Yeti CK. They said, you know what? We don't want you on CK. Not an enjoyable matchup. But again, Logical just daring them, like, hey Yeti, play your CK. We beat you game 1. We'll beat you again game 2. And in the last game, they had very capable AoE tools. And again, they have very capable AoE tools. And as a result, it's no CK. Instead, it's Luna. It's Luna. Which... Huh. Do I like Luna? This game. I think if game 1, flow-wise, goes similar to game 2, I think I do. Because Yeti had a lot of space last game to get the farm, and he was #1 net worth by a good bit at like minute 20 or so. If he has that sort of game again, where he's a lot of time to farm, minute 10 to minute 20, he'll have a great game on Luna. He's going to need BKB. He's going to need Manto. He'll need probably another smaller item on top of that, whether it's the like Mask of Madness or whatever. Probably Mask of Madness. I think once he gets that timing, he'll be powerful. But until that, it could be a pretty. Look at Magnus, dude. I hope he gets stuck with reverse polarity, by the way. That'd be hilarious, but. Yeah. If he gets that sort of space again on Luna, he'll have a perfectly fine game. If I had to favor either draft, though, I think I would prefer the Yeah We Smile per hour draft. I just like the sort of game they played last game, macro-wise. And they have a very similar lineup to play a very similar macro style. I think in terms of the general flow, ebb and flow of the game, no pun intended with the morphling facets, will end up being very, very similar. He's going to probably play the morphling relatively similar to the way he played the TA last game. Again, SK, Centaur, they'll play similarly. The Luna and the CK, they'll play similarly. A lot of repeat heroes again, so in a sense, we're getting a lot of the same look. The one hero that will be a very different look is the Ember Spirit, though, because last game, you saw Brucey get a massive, massive lead, but just wasn't able to capitalize on his momentum. But you're playing a hero like Ember, who can go in more easily than Rubik, and scales better than Rubik, so Rusi, if he plays the way he did last game, he'll be the star of the show for sure. Radiant Smoke up, they run into enough, but that doesn't do anything. He walks away on enough, he puts up an aggro ward, that's... Huh. Okay then, if you are just joining us, welcome to game number 2 of the Legal Ads Plus Season 3 Grand Finals. Logical and his Yeah We Smile per hour so side are up 1-0. Typical NA, though, of course, are no slouches. They will not bowl over and die easily. They will, of course, stand their ground and play their Dota 2 and try to bring it back to a 1-1 tie going into Game 3. It is a BO5, by the way, so we're going to be here for a hot minute. Simon puts a GL in chat. Always the gentleman, Simon. I am a fan, of course. I'm a big fan of Simon, aka twitch.tv/smilesperhour. One of my favorite chat posters of all time. Just a big fan, of course, of him. Lad's caster as well, but he's always a Twitch chat shitposter in my hearts because he entertained me during Pro Series, and I definitely sometimes needed help being entertained during Pro Series, so in that sense, I will always appreciate twitch.tv/smilesperhour and his creepypastas. Regardless, though, we have some lanes. Ember Pangolier seems okay for everybody involved there. So far, again, Rusi's had in CS, but again, he will have that CS advantage the MMR advantage to give him an edge there. Top lane, Sand King Grimstroke versus Morphling CM. It seems pretty good for SK Grimstroke, but we shall see. Bot lane, Luna Enchantress versus Tiny Magnus. Seems good for Tiny Magnus if you can get on top of these heroes. But if you can't get on top, you're going to lose a death by 1,000 cuts simply because you have double range into double melee. You need level 2 on Mag. You need level 2 on Tiny. That is what you need here, and when we'll get it, we shall see. If you hear any storming sounds outside, I apologize. Much like last night, there is a lot of storming going on. There were some significant thunderstorms in my area last night. Luckily, the power did not go out. Internet did not go out. But we're once again risking things today because that's just how things go sometimes with the summertime weather. I could hear the thunder in the distance, though. Hopefully, it's not caught on mic. Regardless, though, now that's the challenge. I need to stop saying the word regardless. I've said regardless too much. And I need to stop saying regardless. So if I say regardless again, say it in the Twitch chat in like all caps, something like regardless XD with like a B lol emoji if you want or something. I don't care how you do it, but I need you to hold me to not saying that damn word. Top lane, the silence from Knives in my coffee. This is a very strong play. The burrow into the Phantom's Embrace secures the kill. You see it a lot of times on the Grimstroke. You see a lot of 1-0-1 build, but recognizing how low HP Morphling was playing on, he skilled the W, and in Logical simply did not react in time. Did not get that Morph strength off in time. With the HP he was playing at, he's been boiled. Top lane again, we see another play with the Grimstroke and the SK combining, and they bring down Simon. If you're a fan of water-based puns, by the way, I've got some good news for you. If you're not a fan of water-based puns, I got some real bad news for you, because there's going to be a lot of water-based puns tonight about Morphling. I did some yesterday as well, but especially when I'm solo casting, I have a lot more time to make dumb puns. So, whoops, my bad. Missed to kill top lane. Once again, they brought down Logical. He was still playing on very low HP. He's got the raindrop as well, but this is not enough to keep him alive, apparently. Mid lane, Rusi is diving, looking to damage Camel. This shouldn't be a kill, but it's a lot of pressure being applied. We saw last game, the Yeah We Smile per hour subs were securing the minute 4 rune for Camel. This time, not the case. Subs are forced to stay in lane, notably ensuring that Rusi will have a minute 4 rune, and Rusi is trying to bully away Camel. Keep him away from these runes, buying time for his Grimstroke to arrive. But he will commit for the water rune. Just, you know, see, he won't get greedy. Potentially, there could have been a situation where his team got both runes, Camel got neither, but Rusi says, you know what? Why should I be bold and stupid when I am simply winning anyways? So he goes for the much more logical play, no pun intended again on that one, but simply sticking to what's working, winning the lane straight up and not going for the double water rune shenanigans. Bottom lane, we're fighting. Top lane, we're fighting as well. Logical is in danger. He has waveform on cooldown. He's trying to morph up strength. He'll barely live, but again, this is a very rough lane for the Morphling trade-wise. CS-wise, he's doing pretty well, but trade-wise, it is an utter and complete disaster. He is just not having fun. Simply put. And this lane is 3-0. 2 kills against Morphling, 1 kill against Crystal Maiden. As a result, Hang, aka Endplaner, aka NPL has arrived. Avalanche against Sand King. He's inside his Sandstorm, but spotted by a Diretide Sentry Ward. Simon is dead. The trade will be for Pistia. And notably, the kill goes to Logical Dote. Back to mid lane. We're seeing a bit of a dive, but Rusi is low on the HP. Camel is going to swap buckle forward. Rusi is low. Camel is low. Give the kill to Rusi. He's going for the dive. He's tanking tower shots. He'll slay a fist of die to tower shot. MPL is going forward, but he's out of spells. He'll end up trying to trade. He'll end up Fairy Fire baiting him in. Oh, the symphony of skills from both sides. But MPL, Endplaner, is the one securing the Rusi kill. That was a really beautiful bit of a play from both sides. That was some great Dota 2, and in the very end, both mid laners go down. Minute 6 rune has spawned. It's an invincibility rune for Camel Farmer. I'm sorry, I mean a shield rune, my bad. Oh wait, Badger, what's the difference? But of course, now the main thing we are going to look at is that minute 7 Wisdom rune. Before that happens, though, top lane, Inkswell, burrow forward, dead, Crystal Maiden. We see Morphling and the Pangolier here going for the Grimstroke. Grimstroke will fall. Camel secures the kill, and Pistia is inside a Sentry Radius. But does he know he's in Sentry Radius? I don't think he does. He'll try to get away. Look at Tiny. He's got the Avalanche. He's got the toss. Pistia is on the high ground. But Waveform finishes the kill, so they've avenged Simon quite nicely. Both Wisdom runes, by the way, are still available. Brightside goes in, looking for Enough, who is holding a skill point, grabs the Lotus, and begins to run. It will be that 1-for-1 Wisdom Rune trade, though, so nothing too out of the ordinary there. And notice logical, he says, you know what? I'm tired of dying. I'm going to play at a lot higher HP this time around. Which makes sense. You die on Morphling twice, you're probably not having a fun time, and as a result, he's being a lot more mindful of the whole dying thing. Rusi looked towards a bit of a rotation top lane, but ultimately could not find the jump he wanted. The rune spawns bottom for Camel Farmer. Rusi really wanted that rune, but, you know, sometimes RNG in a skill-based game is a fickle mistress. And it'll be Camel instead who gets the 1 and 2. Grabbing an Invis rune. So, we are back to looking at top lane. We are on Logical getting one-shot watch still. If that is a concern. Burrow away by Pishcha, gets away from the Avalanche, so no death there for P-Guy on the SK. Yeti is beginning to go to his jungle. Morphling of Logical goes to his jungle, but he's been caught again! He's silenced, he's stunned, he's going to get... No! Kept alive by the waveform and Morph strength. He's being run at by 4, but hangs a fantastic Avalanche. Rusi goes forward, but in comes the Cavalry. Logical becomes an SK. He's a Burrow on 2, and in comes Camel Farmer. Farming the Radiant Intruders into the entire jungle. 4 dead! Logical still lives! Rusi goes down. It's a 4-for-1 trade. Fantastically done by NPL on the Avalanche. Great roll from Camel Farmer, and they just keep their carry alive. Look at that win. Look at that win. A 1.5k gold swing. Look at this graph. Everything looking good right now for the side of Yeah, we smile per hour so, and we're seeing action bottom lane. Nizma Coffee is going in for the Magnus. Magnus breaks the silence, now skewers Grimstroke under the Dire T1 tower nearly. RP is used on 1, Logical TP's in. Logical secures the kill via the waveform on Morphling, so it's 9 kills to 7. Dire in the lead there. Mid lane, Rusi tries to get the regen rune, does not get it. NPL takes it. Pangolier is low. Rusi, though, is low on mana. Simon has the Crystal Nova. Enchantress rotates forward, and now nobody is dead. I do want to note, though, Logical goes for the Vlads tonight. There was some conversations had last night on the broadcast about the Logical Morphling item build. This time around, he opts for the Vladimir's offering, so he is changing, he is adapting, one might say, which, again, more Morphling puns, my apologize, but that is how it goes sometimes. Middle lane, there is a siege unit, but it seems like none of the towers are going to die middle lane. The bot team, never mind, we're diving for Camel Farmer. He'll shield crash for the barrier. Frostbite against the Ember. Grimstroke Silence cancels the roll animation. Rusi is low. Camel is low. They both might end up dying. Camel ends up going down. Rusi buyback into the fight to secure the kill on Camel Farmer. Now Silence being dove as well. Double kill for Rusi. Cost him a buyback, but now in comes Morphling. He'll dodge the waveform. Logical needs to be a little bit careful. He'll morph into the Ember. Ember runs away from the morphed Ember. It will be a relatively even trade. It does not include the buyback cost, I think, but regardless, it is actually a bit of a win there, gold-wise, for the Radiant side of typical NA. If we're looking at Tower Watch, that bottom T1 tower was brought down by enough on the Magnus. The top T1 remains alive, so it's 1 tower to 0 at this stage of the game. El Clasico did not occur, simply a free tower bottom for no towers top. Speaking of Magnus, he has a Blink Dagger. He's smoked up with Simon. He's headed mid. Dire have limited vision right now. Radiance They see 2 on the map. They do not see the CM or Magnus. Speaking of Mag, he'll go in for Rusi, but he's a little bit short in the blink, I think. He's trying to go for an RP, perhaps. Looking at the blink range, it'll be close. He's waiting. Blink, shockwave, skewer into the RP. It's dodged by Rusi! It's dodged by Rusi! The frostbite is there, but it's too little, too late. Rusi will survive. The initiation was absolutely blown. It's time to run the hell away, not die on your dudes, and I guess just be sad now. So, we're back to a siege on a middle T1 tower. The Dire Tower is half HP. Slight chains from Rusi finds Campbell, who is shield crashes to find a barrier. Mag is nearby, and Ember is inside the Frostbite and brought down by the Pangolier and Magnus damage. Waveform forward by Logical to bring down Brightside. Fishja as an FB, a Burrow doing a ton of damage. The Soulbind, the double kill for Icy. Yeti! Yeti for the first time interacts with enemy heroes. He gets 2 kills immediately. NPL Avalanche denies my coffee. He's brought down with the chocolate. Now 3 for 2 trade. They'll head for Tiny. The Burrow forward. Mag skewers away Sand King towards a Frostbite from Crystal Maiden. Luna goes for End Planer. Pishja is low. End Planer is low. Now Yeti and Enough. They'll interact. The shockwave hits. Skewers up in 5. Enough has some kind of barrier. Pishja gets tossed up, but he's burrowed in return. And now MPL is able to trade again. It's for Pishja. Now 3 for 4 trade in favor of the side of the Dire. Bit of a wild one. Technically, it came ahead gold-wise for the Radiant, despite losing 4 heroes. So again, bit of a fun engagement on that one. We now return to farming, and again, much like last game, there's a lot of time for Yeti to farm. We saw it on the CK, we're seeing it again on Luna, but Luna is a notoriously good farmer, better than CK by basically every metric, so it should be a great game for Ice Yeti to accelerate his game. Meanwhile, in the Radiant jungle, Brightside is looking to interact, but he also is being interacted with. But top lane, more importantly, Logical fights with Pishja, turns into Sand King, Soulbind on 2, Morphling and Magnus both caught. Pishja is low, Morphling's still fighting. Pishja will attempt to get away, but Waveform will actually end up missing! It's a blink away! Meanwhile, in the Radiant jungle, we're fighting there as well. Candle Farmer brought down Rusi somehow by the hand of the 3 heroes, the Tiny, the CM, and the Pangolier. Perhaps thinking they can fight there, knowing that there were heroes top lane, but there are still 3 heroes bottom lane on the Dire side. So in that Orchid duration from Pangolier, they brought down Rusi, who still lacks that defensively oriented item. Back into the Dire jungle, Logical is morphing strength. Pishja pump fakes his epi, knowing at this point with the more strength he's not getting that kill. Smoke up on a 4. They're headed perhaps in the middle lane once again. And he will, of course, lead the way with Sand King, who is looking at mid lane. There's currently a Crystal Maiden there, but they want a more viable kill than Simon, of course. Mid T1 tower gets denied by Brucey. They'll go in for Pangolier, the Blink, the Burrow, the Slight Chains, the Grimstroke Silence, and now they'll embrace death. Simon is here, but Simon needs to run away. He no longer wants to be here. End Planer has Blink Avalanche, hits it on 2 at Sand King. RP misses enough! He just didn't use his Blink Dagger! Pishja gets skewered away, but again, End Planer is dead. Pishja is dead. Waveform in by Logical. He'll bring down Knives in My Coffee. The trade for the Magnus of Enough. It's currently a 3v1 mid lane, but Logical appears to be fine. Enough again! Not the RP he wanted. After a fantastic Losers Finals, in a fantastic Game 1, Enough is having a game to forget right now. Regardless of that, though, it's still a 2k lead for yeah, we smile per hour so despite the unfortunate Magnus play, it's still a winning position for this Dire side.
It's just not fair.
I agree, Brightside, I really do. In the Radiant jungle we go. Brucey's hasted. Simon runs forward. Simon is going to die. He is now dead. Magnus is nearby, so is Tiny, and they'll get a counter kill against the Enchantress Rusi. Still hasted, runs forward, soulbind on 2, that's Tiny and Magnus soulbound together, but the follow-up simply is lacking. Ember and Grimstroke play the western end of this main jungle, and they want to run away. Swashbuckle misses, Logical kills mid-tower, it's a split fight right now. Rusi and Logical interact, wait for him forward, Logical, the Orchid again, another Orchid! They kill him! Rusi just lacks that defensive item. He has a Maelstrom, and he's dead again. He needs that BKB desperately, but at this point, how can he do it? He just keeps dying. Once again, another smoke up by Brightside, Pistia, and Knives in My Coffee. They do not want to sit around. They want to apply the pressure. Looking at Radiant Vision, they don't see all that much right now. They'll go deep to this northern side jungle looking for perhaps Logical. They run into his illusions, but of course they want more than the illusions. They want the main hero. They're warding aggressively. They need something here, but again, he's so far to the east. He's now running to the south. Smoke breaks. But no! The blink is to the north towards the camp! Oh, what unfortunate timing. Again, a game of inches. Because of that, we're just back to farming once again. More farming, more creeps. And so far, the creep game has been good for the side of, yeah, we smile per hour so. Despite Luna being the net worth hegemon, it's 3 dire heroes not far behind. Morphling neck and neck. Blink up again! Blink RP. This time it does hit, though, against the Sand King. Waveform secures the last hit, and that's what you want with an RP. That's positive progress for enough with the RPs tonight. And now that that killed, Morphling's #1 in net worth. Pangolier and Magnus, though, they are outpacing Ember Spirit and Sand King, and Tiny is well ahead of the Radiant side supports. That's where the, whoa, that's a loud storm outside, my. Hopefully the mic didn't pick that one up, but yeah. We, oh my. But we're heading out bottom towards the Roshan pit area. Roshan is alive, of course, he is bottom lane. There will be 3 in the pit, now 4 in the pit. This should be a relatively free Roshan. Looking at Radiant Vision, they know something is up. Notice, look the wave is top lane. Look where the waves are mid lane. They know something must be up. Like, guys, we don't see anything. Could be a gank, could be Roshan. The logical play, of course, is Roshan. But contesting it at that stage is a little bit too difficult, so Roshan dead. He just goes to logical on the Waterman. Yeti now runs away, end planer. Looks to go on forward. Brightside will slow end planer to ensure Ice City has an angle to the southwest to run. Logical enough, run forward. Looking for Luna, enough, still running. He's still hunting. Looking at Dire Vision, they see split heroes right now. Smoke is broken. Burrow on 1. Epi comes through. Eclipse from Ice Yeti. Soulbind on 2. It's absolutely fantastic. Enough is dead. Kill Farmer is dead. Pistia the trade. But Logical needs to clean things up. He's silenced again. Pistia buys back. Yeti is low. The Ripper is thrown away. But Rusi stands his ground. One more burrow forward by Pistia. Again, Logical's trying to fight. And wait for Rusi. He blows up Rusi. He blows up Knives in My Coffee. Triple kill for Logical Dotes. And of course he wants more. NPL tosses Enchantress towards the Morphling. Morphling guns him down. Ultra kill for Logical. No Rampage, but a dominant showing nonetheless. Oh man, this is, look at this man, look at his damage, look at his everything. He is simply powerful. He is an absolute tsunami in this game, and Pistia will blink away to the northwest. He's trying to juke things out, but look at his TP cooldown. It's on cooldown. for a long time. 30 seconds. He'll burrow away, dodging some spells, but there's just too many dusts. Give it the logical. Yeah, the logical. No rampage, sadly, but... Oh, that's a lot of kills. That's a lot of a big win there. Look at the graph again. It's spiking. Again, the fight was not that bad because you... Oh, he died in the end. Not important. We saw over here in this fight, they had a good soul bind on both Magnus and Pangolier. Both of them got absolutely annihilated, but despite that, it just didn't matter. Skewer on Luna. Luna is incredibly dead. BKB not finished yet. Even if he had a BKB, he still would have died. But again, this game too is not looking good for typical NA. Logical will go high grounds. He is ready to take buildings. He's looking to force a buyback, perhaps. He's got 2 lives. He's got a Conda. He's just chilling right now. You know, he is no longer room temperature. He is nice and chilled. I mean, he's just chilling right now. He's having a great time. Range racks are dead. Melee racks will die. That's a full set taken. Bottom lane. There's still time left for a bout with immortality. He still has 2 minutes left on the Aegis. So, at this point, the question is, how do typical NA still win? And honestly, I'm not entirely sure how they can win easily. It feels like if they're going to make a comeback, it's going to have to be through a bit of an overstep from YWSPHS or so. You look at this lineup, and they're at this net worth event, it's very hard to play these fights. Grimstroke gets caught. He'll get brought down eventually, surely. But it's just difficult. To deal with Morphling is not easy. Perhaps you go for a bit of a miracle fight after the Edict expires. You catch him, you kill him, something goes well, but again, it will likely require some kind of overstep, some kind of misplay from the Dire side for Radiant to make a comeback, so it's just not a lineup that's easy to come back with. We're running it down top lane. There should be enough time to grab the tier 2 and the Tormentor, though not enough time to force high ground with Aegis. Now, perhaps Logical could go high ground anyways. If he's feeling real bold, real dangerous, he could just walk it on down top lane. Looking at Dire Vision, they see heroes elsewhere, and say, you know what? If you're not going to defend wholeheartedly, we'll force you back. We'll hit the buildings. Aegis expires in 4. Tower expires very soon as well. Smoke up on 3. Aegis expires. This could be the chance. Epi, Inkswell, Burrow, all on Logical, but he morphs strength in time. He's just too tanky. Range racks are dead. Soulbind is there on 2, but in comes the Skewer against Gregory on the Enchantress. That'll be a dead ench for Brightside. And again, that message in the top. Logical on Morphling, beyond godlike. That sums up the game right now. He was sputtering in the early game, but he has recovered very nicely. Burrow, once again, this time on Pangolier. He's half HP, trying to bring him down. They do bring him down. So it's time to escape. Rusi, Remnants forward, RP. The animation gets cancelled by the Lucent Beam from Ice Yeti. They're trying to isolate Magnus and they bring him down in the fight. Simon the LP gets brought down. Morphling is low, so Morphling gets brought down. So that is the fight you needed. That's a lot of gold going back, a lot of experience more importantly going back. That's 6k gold swing, a 9k XP swing. That is an immense defense there from typical NA. With that fight right there, the game remains competitive. Without that fight, this game is over, so they do have a chance still. Of course, the game still is very hard to win, but if you're going to make the comeback, that's a very key step number 1. Dire will glyph. Pangolier. TP's in. Tiny kills the courier, featuring the Crystallis of Luna. And the tower remains alive mid lane. The glyph was enough. So we will wait for the dire side respawns, or maybe not. Tiny goes in, looking for Sand King. Sand King is backed up by his team. Roll comes through from Camel. RP! RP and everything, nearly! It's on 3 in that one. At this point, Pangolier, those is dead. So despite the RP, it did absolutely nothing. It's 2 dead again. At this point, we're... And we have the Aghanims on Grimstroke. He sold everything, it appears, to buy this Aghanim Scepter. And the net worth lead is just crumbling. It's absolutely crumbling. I said it would require some misplays from the dire side. And again, they overstayed their welcome bottom. Pangolier did not need to show it as high grounds. Got caught, got killed, it crumbled. We saw it again here. They fought without the numbers. They did not have their Morphling, who is a lot of their net worth, a good bit of their damage, simply was not there. It was the best RP of the game, but it did absolutely nothing because you lacked the follow-up. So, through these 2 mismaneuvers, typical NA are in a very great comeback position. What will matter now, of course, is that 3rd Roshan. Correction, 2nd Roshan. It spawns in a minute 30, so it will be bottom lane when the time comes. And when the time comes, both teams will know, like, hey, this is the game right here. It will be the Aegis. It will be the banner, and...
Dire are scanning.
At this point, it could be alive, spawned top side, but the respawn window is on the later end, so not the case quite yet. TNA will go top lane. Perhaps looking to start Roshan top side. Actually, at this point it's too late. It has to be bottom now. There's not enough time to kill it top lane anymore. It's gonna have to be bottom. So, and looking at Dire, they're the ones who are set up nicely bottom lane. The heroes are all in this Radiant jungle. There's a ward here. I believe there's some more. Yeah, the creeps, equilibrium-wise, are going in thanks to the Rax being dead bottom lane. So it's going to be very hard to, if you're playing Radiance, to contest this. You do have this outpost, but the TPs there are very slow. You have the Twin Gate, but again, this ward is here to spot things out. It's going to be, if you're going to fight, the Dire side should know. Roshan respawns in 12 seconds. Oh, not again! Not again! So, the Manta expires. Roshan respawns 3 seconds afterwards. 2 games in a row, this team gets absolutely snake-bitten by Roshan's respawn timing. Oh, that's too funny. That's just too funny. And now they know Roshan's alive.
Tower is under attack.
Morphling will waddle on over. He'll flow to the southeast corner of the map. And he will erode Roshan's HP more than likely, and maybe erode is the wrong word. Erosion implies a lot of time committed to kill it. It's much more like a water cannon at this point, you know. Erosion takes many years. This takes a couple of seconds. Mid lane, Tiny gets gone on, blinks away anyways. Correction, 4 staffs away anyways. Don't want to mislead you on that one. Roshan dies, and this time the banner gets grabbed. The banner was grabbed, guys. Grabbed by Magnus. Through the Twin Gate we go. Top lane, the destination. Brucey kills tier 2 tower. Top lane. But it's time to run. Dire scan. It will hit, but is there a catch? No, there's not. Despite the very slow TP from Yeti, no one of importance gets caught. Okay, Grimthroat gets caught. What can you do? But, wait a minute. He's got no buyback, and Pishka's been caught as well. He's been dusted and avalanche, tossed up in the air, frostbitten as well. They're going to kill the SK. SK has a buyback, barely. But notably, there's a double damage rune on Logical Dote. He is going to kill buildings. He has 500 damage. He is going to kill buildings. This is not a debate, it's not a conversation, it's a fact. We go high ground. Once again, he's become Sand King. Sand King buys back. Radiant now can defend as 5. With the buyback, is you know what? We got something out of this. We got a key core buyback. Pistia has been playing the map pretty aggressively, so perhaps we'll catch him again later. Smoke. Smoke is not available. It's on cooldown for a little bit longer, so perhaps they'll smoke when they can, but for now, no smoke. Instead, we're just bringing in the lanes. Yeah, we smile per hour, so no, they're in a strong spot. They have natural equilibrium top lane. They've got natural equilibrium bottom lane. They can play, you know, tri-camp area, bring in mid, ensure there's a blockade of the farm here. Make this game a lot harder to play macro-wise for typical NA, and it's most certainly still playable, but nothing easy at this point. Down the middle lane we go. Aegis ready. Banner ready. This will be perhaps the Megas push, if they can succeed. Logical walks forward. Banner on the floor. Creeps get lured away from the banner, but the banner maintains itself. Range racks are under attack. Logical still has 2 lives, down to half HP on his first life. Range racks to fall. They'll go in casting spells on Logical, but not enough to kill him. The range racks crumbles, the melee remain alive, so notably, it's equilibrium in all 3 lanes with still 2 melee racks to play with. Banner gets brought down by the Dark Portrait Illusion and the Manta Illusions. Logical buys a Swift Blink. Once again, waveform forward, Radiant Smoke as 4. They're pinging Camel Farmer. They want to go on Pangolier. Epi, Burrow, catches Camel Farmer. The follow-up, though, it might not be enough. He's now soul-bound. He's locked in place and brought down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Grimstroke buys back. Logical loses life 1. RP on 2, but enough. Does not have much HP to play with right now. He's brought down by Brucey. Brucey remnants forward, and a pause from Simon! A pause from Simon! A pause from Simon! That is very badly timed. Is that true? Is there lag? Is somebody lagging right now? Okay, there is packet loss. There's confirmed packet loss. He is not lying. He is losing packets. So Simon, the gentleman, is honest, of course, but still unfortunate on the timing. Regardless, Radiant are winning the fight right here, right now. Remnant forward once again. Simon is low. Logical is low. Logical waveforms away. The roll is back because a buyback came in from Camel Farmer. Enough bought back as well. Brucey's half HP, trying to run away right here, right now, and he will get away for now. But he's linked to his own searing chains by Logical. Logical wants to kill, but can't finish the kill at all. He gets away on Brucey. Back to the racks we go. Melees are under attack. Melees may die. Burrow on 2. It's fantastic. Logical. He's dropping. He's low. He's morphing. He's trying. But in comes Sand King again. He sacrifices his life, but Brucey cleans things up. Enough is dead. Camel is dead. Both of those deaths are a dieback. Simon dies as well. So we've secured no melee racks. The mid racks remain alive. The top racks remain alive. In typical NA, keep their Game 2 hopes alive. And Planer is running around bottom lane. Rusi does not catch him. But there remains a massive amount of life to this game right now. Again, that was the strongest that the Dire were going to be for the remainder of this game. They're not going to be in that position again. By the time 3rd Roche respawns, you're gonna have a lot more time to farm on the Radiant side. This could be a big problem now. We saw it there. Another fight where we saw it top lane earlier, where the comeback started. Again, typical NA recognize the target they want to go on is Pangolier. They pinged him. They pinged him. They pinged him over here. Rainbows of pings where Pangolier was standing. And this ward by Gregory Dote, Brightside, spotted things out. Spotted Pang. This ward right here is the reason that fight went the way it did. Without that ward, you do not see Pangolier. He could be anywhere in this sort of vicinity over here. And Logical is suddenly a lot more safe to hit the buildings. But instead, you have this burrow angle, which hit Logical and hit Pangolier. You throw in everything at that man, you kill him, and it's the exact play you needed. So, this ward right here, MVP of that fight. Great ward from Brightside. And if you're Camel Farmer, you need to somehow, some way, just not get caught. Because he is very important to the team fight apparatus. He just needs to not die. And again, the ward spots things out again! They'll finally get that D ward, but it's already paid off. Logical goes in, but the glyph! They have a glyph! He's wasted his BKB! He might get caught here! Burrow! Off the mark. Now the stun from the Inksfall hits. The freezing field to allow the retreat from Morphling. Water and ice, a common combination. It's called it's called the water cycle. Kind of. More like the freezing and melting cycle, but still. Again, you've used the BKB. You've not killed the buildings, but he can return in a minute to go for more buildings. But the racks just keep on healing. That's 5 heal per second. For those who want to do the math at home, every minute, that is 300 heal. So, when Logical returns with his next BKB, he'll blink and swift blink, but he can't kill it that easily at this point. Sure, he'll be a Morphling, he'll be empowered, but at like 1.3k HP, it's not crumbling. So, notably, it's 3rd Roshan time. Roshan can spawn anytime, and once again, we turn our attention to the bottom lane. Bottom lane right over here. We saw it for the last 2 Roshans, and we'll see it again. This time, it'll be 3 goodies to claim. Mid lane, Brucey. Oh, he dodged the RP again! Another RP dodge from Brucey. Another missed RP by Enough. What can you do, Enough bros? Back to Roshan. Radiant this time. They are in a commanding spot to hold Roshan. Not only is there a ward here, but there's a ward here that could catch the movements from southeast to northwest. Back to Dire, they're smoked up on 4. Everybody but Pangolier. Back to Roshan, he's about to respawn. And he respawns. Problem is, your buildings are attacked. Rusi is BKBing and fighting. Logical hits the buildings. He'll get half of the HP on the racks. Pistia has Blink, but he's not in range of Burrow. This is Gleipnir! The Burrow on Logical. Logical, he's morphing on up right now, still half HP. Getty runs forward, has his everything to play with. He'll pop the Eclipse. Logical is dead. He has been absolutely toweled on up. The pile of water mopped. And now at this point, again, the racks were gone on by Camel Farmer, but they didn't die. Simon dies. He's Crystal Maiden, he dies sometimes. But again, alive racks. Alive racks. They just cannot finish the buildings. And because of that, you have no Morphling, you have no CM. This Roshan should be relatively free. Again, RP is still on cooldown, so no RP, you're missing 2 heroes. You cannot contest this. So guess what the spoils are? They're gargantuan. Aegis, Banner, Queso, Refresher, 4 items. And what do you do about that? You just lose your items. And at this point, typical NA, they have all the momentum they need. They're down at least one barrack in all 3 lanes. The equilibrium's a disaster, but they have momentum. They're strong, and I thought they were going to lose. I didn't think they'd be able to get to this stage of the game. I thought that Dire were going to clean things up nice and cleanly, and instead, again, poor macro decisions. They get caught in the top lane earlier. They get caught in this area later. They have disastrous sieges over here and over here later. And they have 4 rough fights. And this game is it's no longer in control anymore. Rusi, Gleipnir's Magnus, he holds his BKB, and now BKB ends TP. End player and Simon, they're on the run as well. Seems like both will be fine. So that's a BKB forced. Tormentor dies, solo killed by Logical, by the way, for a free shard for Tiny, but thanks to Ka for the subscription, by the way. Appreciate that one, Mr. Ka Dota 2. But we're just in a terrible morale state. Like, if I am playing on the Dire side, I am not feeling good. I wouldn't say I'm feeling angry, but I'm feeling sad. Because this game, look at this graph. Look at this graph. It was so very clearly won at this stage right here. And I mean, that was as good as it got. They have lost fight after fight after fight, and they are no longer in the winning position. Sure, they're up by 4K. Dota Plus says they're winning. I disagree. I think Radiant are winning right now. I genuinely do. More thunderbolts outside my window. Hoping that nothing of value, power line, etc. gets struck still. DD Rune gets grabbed by Simon. Oh, Yeti is not happy about that one, I'm sure. That would have been a really cool rune to have. C2 mid gets denied by End Planner. Kind of an ugly box in the next, but we'll go with it anyways. We are pushing it on in right now. The only problem with pushing in the waves for the Radiant side of typical NA is you're playing up against at least the range creeps that are super in each lane, so it requires some very considerable efforts to actually bring in all 3 waves. They'll focus bottom lane, they'll kill the tier 2 bottom, Dire. Yeah, we smile per hour solo. They've smoked up as 5. They find Rusi mid lane. They find Rusi mid lane. Is there the stun? Avalanche. RP. This time it hits. Rusi. The fall. But he does have a buyback. Radiant, the banner. They're interested in a bit of a base race, it appears. Problem is, your buildings are being backdoored. Radiant, Glyph, Epi has been committed. Hits nothing. So both sieges have died. But with the banner, the siege bottom will slowly continue. These creeps will not die. The tower cannot kill them. We need a hero to kill the banner. So, eventually this will matter. Radiant are picking it. They know, like, hey guys, banner, 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 banner. It's pretty cool. More creeps flood on, and notably, there are siege units. So eventually the racks will die. But more importantly, top lane are where the heroes are, and now a TP back. It's Tiny TPing back. Perhaps Radiant jump knowing Tiny's not there. Problem is no Rusi. And no Epicenter. So the siege now dies at the hands of the Rockman. He's gathering no moss. So looking at the Aegis for Luna, there are 56 seconds left. So not all that much time, less than a minute, so that'll end quite soon. And again, we return to a relatively tense game state. Dire reclaimed a bit more of the net worth lead back, and when the Aegis is gone, that'll probably be your best chance to win again, because you'll have, again, a 5-on-5 fight. Again, equilibrium in all 3 lanes. Perhaps you can control for that 4th Roshan, whenever that joins the Dota game. But 4th Roshan is going to be a while from now, at least 3 minutes. On average, 4.5 minutes, 5 minutes or so. So in that sense, do you really want to give that much more time for the Radiant to farm? Rusi, who economically was sputtering all game, is number 3 in net worth. These 2 other dire cores, Mag and Pangolier, who at one point were incredibly farmed, are now behind their own support Tiny. Tiny, of course, is actually 4th in net worth, but it's a very interesting economic distribution where... And you have sort of like these 4 heroes that are away from the pack: Morphling, Luna, Ember, and Tiny. Of course, Tiny, even though was support earlier in the game, is a hero that has been played as core historically throughout much of Dota history. Played mid lane a lot, played carry a lot, played off lane sometimes, so a hero who does scale very naturally. But the lack of items on Mag and Pangolier is never ideal. We saw in these early game fights, Pangolier was just so powerful. But he hasn't had a great fight in a while as far as I can remember. Smoke up on 5 from typical NA. They'll go to the tri-camp. Smoke breaks immediately. Tiny broke it. Inksfall tanking. Goes forward looking for a burrow. Finds it on 2. A soul bind. Looking for logical Dota. If it beats, is trying to fight. It's getting low. They can't finish the kill. They're trying to. They're hitting. But he waveforms. He TPs. Rootsie Hunt. Cancel TP. The burrow. The huge kill on logical Dota. 2 kills. The number 2 net worth heroes on the dire side are both dead. And the Racks are still alive! They're full HP now! Typical NA have made an atypical comeback. They're still down in gold, but I don't care. They're winning this game. Maybe. It's still losable, but it's... all of the momentum's on their side. They're playing so beautifully, and yeah, we Smile Per Hour, who have been looking really good tonight in Game 1, earlier in Game 2. They have lost the edge. Down the mid lane we go. Where it stops, the T3 tower. The defense is Pangolier. A hard nut to crack, as always. Ice Yeti will be the primary building hitter. Dire will glyph. The mid wave is not fully dead, technically, but Yeti needs to be a little bit careful. New wave comes in. When does new wave come in? It's going to be a little bit longer, but backdoor is down. Yeti needs to avoid being skewered. That's the noble thing he's to avoid being done to, is skewered. Hishja burrows forward, finds Simon, Camel, pump fakes. By this point, Dire are content to wait. They know, hey, guys, Tiny respawns in 10, Morphling respawns in 20, that's kind of all of our damage. We're good to push out the creeps and maybe lose a bit of damage. As long as nothing too disastrous happens, we're good to chill. We see it now. The respawn of M-Planer, the respawn of Logical Dotes. And again, we return to this very tense game state where, well, 4th Roshan, we're in the 4th Roshan respawn window. Surprise, surprise. 4th Roshan of the game, 6th Roshan of the series. Dire, smoke out is 5. They know Roshan can be alive. We're not long into the window, of course, but it can be alive. Radiant, meanwhile, they are going to struggle to play this area of the map. We're going to do a lag check again. Where's Simon? DC? So he DC'd. So I can't really check if he's there because he DC'd. But I'm guessing it was actual lag. I was told earlier, and I quote, let us acquire the quote, shall we? What's the quote? So, finals will be 4 p.m. EST tomorrow, barring any hurricane issues. Now, there could be hurricane issues. I honestly did not check the national weather forecast, but if there is inclement weather on one of the Dire players' side, then that would explain perhaps the somewhat abundant amount of pausing. course, there is storming here as well. So perhaps there's just some widespread storming on the American Eastern Seaboard right now. Let's open the Doppler radar, shall we? Our good friend, the Doppler radar. Let's see what it says. So I'm seeing a lot of storms. So I'm seeing a big ass storm in Florida, hitting the primarily the west coast of Florida. Tampa Bay area comes to mind there. I'm seeing a lot of rain and weather-based stuff though across a lot of the eastern seaboard. I'm seeing storms in Florida, Georgia, off the coast of Carolinas, Virginia, Maryland, New York, New Jersey, upstate Vermont, and New York. Like, we're seeing a lot of rain and stuff. I'm assuming the worst of it has to be in Florida right now, but yeah, the nature not relenting for our Dota series, but the Dota itself will not relent either. The smoke still continues. Roshan respawns in 1 second, and this time it'll be seen. So it'll be this fourth Roshan, Aegis, Banner, Refresher, Cheese, once again like the third Roshan. Aegis goes to Logical. Refresher goes to Enough. Banner as well. Cheese the Campbell Farmer. And this could be the chance to win the game. Again, this is the only chance for the side of Yeah We Smile per hour or so to quote-unquote win normal Dota. Because if they don't win the game real soon, we're going to enter the Twilight Zone. That is the Tier 5 neutral items. Where, again, past minute 60, you get the Tier 5 neutrals, and that adds a massive element of variance. And if you're winning the game, you do not want variance. You want to keep things on the table, under wraps, nice and kosher. You do not want Tier 5 neutral variants where they get the good items and you get bad items for your heroes, or just outright lesser items, and you lose the game because of that. So, and there's not all that much time before that. You have 4 minutes on the Aegis, and about 4 minutes after that expires, you will be in the Tier 5 neutral item zone. So you have Tier 5 neutrals before that 5th Roshan of the game, so the time is now. But the problem is, we've seen teamfight. I mean, for over half of the game now, we've seen this teamfight after teamfight not go the way of Yeah We Smile per hour. So, ever since a disastrous fight, bottom lane about minute 25, it's been about 28 minutes of typical NA holding on. Again, they just keep getting back up. You punch them in the mouth, they get back up. It's like watching a Rocky movie, you know? In this sort of Ivan Drago dire side, they're supposed to win right now. They're just not winning. They're no longer able to keep up, perhaps. He's got the heart of a champion on Rocky, and that's the hard part right here, right now. And we're at the point in the game now where things are getting wacky. I mean, we have an attack speed talent on Crystal Maiden. We have just wacky shards. I mean, everyone's a shard right now. We got Aghanim Scepters. It's just... we are very deep into a Dota game. And I thought they're going to make it easy on my voice. A nice, easy game, too. I thought it was going to be over by minute 30, but no. It's minute 54. We're nowhere closer now than we were earlier, so... if anything, we're even farther from the game ending than we were earlier, so... yeah! Again, pressure at the Radiant Tri-Camp. Both teams want to control it. Dai are the ones playing the high ground, but again, they are not holding the Radiant base. The Radiant will play their base. Right now, Rusi is outside the blockade. He'll now round it back to his friends. So, more thunder outside my window. More thunder in the game as well, one might say, but again, this is one of those games where really everybody's dying. With one exception. Somehow, someway, Yeti's only died one time. I don't know how. But he's managed to only die one time this game. He's 10-1-10. It's a masterclass Luna game by Yeti, in my opinion. Where he's been the stabilizing force for the Radiant. He's kind of kept them in this. He just keeps So he sold the Manta. He sold the Manta! Okay, then. That's how you know we have the die is. I mean, the die is cast. Leia Yakdas. The die is really cast right now. He's sold Manta, the classical Luna item. He says, you know what? I would rather have this much more aggressive Swift Blink than the much more standard and orthodox Manta. I no longer need the Manta. Is it the right decision? We're gonna find out sooner rather than later, I suppose. But Blink hex him enough, but he could not find the skewer. Burrow from Pistia, enough for the BKB. The skewer away now. So, Dire views some stuff. Radiant haven't really used anything. The Meliarax remain relatively healthy. Though again, it was relatively low commitments. Mostly the Mantas hitting the T3. That's more thunder outside. It's getting even louder, unfortunately. So hopefully no disaster weather-wise outside the window. Illusion gets tossed in. It's stolen by Enchantress. And Planner nearly kills... Whoa, nearly kills Grimstroke in that tree volley. That would have been a huge play to make. Killing Grimstroke for nothing, really. Instead, again, one more BKB on cooldown. Mag BKB on cooldown. Tiny BKB on cooldown. And... But we've lost the Aegis. The Aegis has expired. So, no Aegis. It did expire, right? I think it did. But no Aegis. No BKBs. It's all about the illusions right now. The illusions are the name of the game. They've skewered Enchantress, though. They have destroyed Brightside. And he lacks the gold for buyback. Oh, no. That is not what you needed. That is the opposite of what you needed. But they don't know he doesn't have buyback. Still look to force it, but notably, you've seen a lot of the Siege. It's been Morphling sending in illusions, and Enchantress enchanting them. But you can't enchant the illusions if the Enchantress is dead. Look at the racks. Are there any hexes left? Not really. He blinks away on Logical. That's melee rack top lane. The reason this game has gone so long is because the top melee rack Siege 30 minutes ago was an absolute disaster class. It's finally dead. Talk about catharsis at this point. And now Dire want megas. Brucey is still poking on around, trying to maintain his base. Enchantress is alive in 45. Now just got the gold for buyback thanks to... I don't know what, but he's back anyways. Epi committed. They've slight chance enough, forcing a BKB. But in comes an Avalanche. RP on one, hits Brucey. Morphling goes into the backlines, looking for Grimstroke. Grimstroke gets one shot by Logical. He now buys back. Eclipse has been casted. The roll is rolling around right now. But yet he's being kited. He's been hexed. He's got Satanic if he can get off in time. He'll try to heal. He'll try to fight. He's life-stealing immensely. Enough is dead. And Dire are running. They're 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 running. Logical's hot. He's heels in the air. Silence. He'll Manta. He'll wait for him. He's trying to run again. But look at the mobility. There's so much of it. The TP away. Will it work? It does! Barely off the mark from Pistia. He tried for the blind Burrow. And he knew he was there somewhere. But he was so close. It's the wrong, I think he was just barely off in some area. It's unfortunate there. That's another game inches moment right there. The racks remain alive. And you know what time it is. We're entering the tier 5 zone. This could be something. There could be some big items coming out. But what items we get, we don't know. There's no stacked camps on the Radiant side quite yet. Is there any on the Dire side? I don't think so. Mid lane, Radiant showing a lot of heroes, including the Enchantress. Ench needs to be careful. Ench has no buyback. Enchantress, what are you doing? Brightside, be careful. Oh no, he's caught. He needs to live, but how can he live? No big EB. They're gonna go away, but he's shotgunned down by Logical. Now Tiny has been sold on the Pangolier, but it's a dead Enchantress. And this time, there's absolutely no buyback. Pirate has been obtained by Yeti. But it's a dead Grimstroke as well. Shotgun again, down by Logical Dota 2. That, too, is a dieback. So no Grimstroke, no Enchantress. It can't end like this. I guess it could, but it shouldn't end like this. And now at this point, again, you're just not going to have the tier 5s on the Radiant side. It's only the Pirate Hats. For Yeti, it's a cool item and all. I mean, it gives you attack speed, but it's not enough to defend. Did he just get... Wait, what? He's got timeless... Knives just got a timeless relic. Odd. Burrow, Epi, it's the all-in play right here, right now. Clips has been used with logical BKBs. Dire are surviving. They're dropping RP only on one. Roosy goes to the backlines once again, looking for Simon, looking for Logical. He's a remnanting the Burrow. It's the Waterman. Logical's 1/3 HP. Simon is dead. Double kill for Yeti. He's still standing his ground. And Dire are looking for an angle. Wait for him, brings down Pishja. Sand King buys back. Luna still looks to fight. Has Satanic, has a Swift Blink. But Logical goes in looking for Roosy. Roosy thought of the damage. The Burrow on 2. It's fantastic. It's good enough. Triple kill. Ultra kill for Yeti. Yeti has done it with the help of his team. They again defend. My voice taking a beating right now. But in come the Dire buybacks. Morphling, Tiny, CM, Pango, Magnus have all bought back. It's a 5v2. Roosy can buy back. He needs to buy back. Burrow on Morphling. Ember buys back. He's returned. Ench respawns. Grimstroke is respawning. It's a 5v5 fight. It's all in time. We have reached the apex. Campbell is dead. That's a dieback. Dire. They're losing heroes. Tiny is low. Simon is dead. M-Planer's on the run. He'll get brought down eventually. He has Windmaker on cooldown. Lucent Beam is the last hit. That's 3 diebacks. They find Logical Dota 2. And the Burrow is there. He'll Windmaker away. He'll try to escape. But how do you run? How do you hide? Roosy has infinite mobility. The Shivas will break his Swift Blink. The Root. The Burrow, not even needed. Logical is dead. And that is a dieback. And somehow, some way, typical NA are going to take game number 2. Absolutely impossible game to win, I thought. And I thought incorrectly. There are 80 seconds to siege. With only a Magnus to defend. He'll look to cut the creeps. Can he do it? He's hitting the creeps. He's hitting the creeps. He's killed the creeps. Where are the creeps? He'll skewer. He has got BKB and TP. There's no cancel for the BKB TP if he uses it right now. He'll BKB and TP. Where are the creeps? There's no creeps! Are they actually gonna blow it like this? There's no way! You can't blow it like this. You have to do something. You have to backdoor. There's no way you can lose like this. After all these fights, you have to win now. This is your one shot to win this game, typical NA. You're playing down Megas, but you have a window. You have the window of all windows to win this game right here, right now. Yeti will break the buildings. That is one dead T3 mid. He'll Lunar Glaives all the buildings, but he'll go for the tier 4s instead, recognizing now is the time to go for tier 4s. Dire, still have a glyph though! And the respawns are coming in. Simon and Camel are alive in 10, Endplaner in 20, Logical in 40. Is there enough time? Yeti is hitting. One tier 4 is crumbling. The other is still pretty healthy. In the Book of Shadows is delaying the siege. The Radiant have fully arrived, other than Ember, who can, I'm sure, get there somehow it travels. Ancient is under attack. Camera's rolling. Yeti is focusing with the BKB. Ancient half HP. Dire, Glyph, and Planer needs to go in and find Yeti somehow, some way. Eclipse has been used. Fishcha is in the fountain, but the throne is dying. The throne is dead. Typical NA have done it in epic comeback fashion, bringing the series to a 1-1 tie after 64 minutes. That is absurd. Utterly and completely absurd game. If you're typical NA or a TNA fan, you have to feel good after that one. How can you not? If you're we smile per hour solo, they were on the precipice, the doorstep of of taking a 2-0 commanding lead in the finals, and instead, they're at a 1-1 tie. They have to recover mentally. They have to recover mentally after that one. I mean, that's a disastrous loss to take. But there's time, of course, to come back for game number 3. But we are nowhere near done with this grand finals. We are at least in for a 4-game series. My name is Badger. I desperately need a break, some water, and a trip to the bathroom. I'm going to cut to the break. I'll see you soon for Game 3 of the Legal Ads Plus Season 3 Grand Finals.
Oh, Badger.
Hello, Jim. Hi.
Hi. Yep, yo.
Kind of tired after game 2. Yeah, you saw game 2, right? That was kind of epic. So I got real into game 2. Real
What's up?
emotion.
Repeat that.
I
Repeat. What
I
about game 2?
I got really emotionally invested in the game 2.
Oh, okay. What is the series score?
1-1.
Excuse me.
Greetings and salutations, Dota fans. It is I, Badger, back for game number 3 of the Legal Ads Plus Season 3 Grand Finals. High 7K MR average, $700 on the line, and I am joined for game 3 by a co-commentator, former DPC player, 10K MR, Salacious Sea Lion 62, aka Salvin 37, aka Starboy Shark, aka Rook, aka Jim. How are you, Jim?
I'm chilling. Excited to see this matchup. We got Logical and the boys versus Rusi and Brightside and the boys. You know, it's some would call it an eel pit matchup. I don't know who, but hey, some might call it that.
I know some people that would say, yes, certain circles that would say that, but of course, for those who missed the first two games, we're at a 1-1 tie. Game 1 was a pretty dominant win for YWSPHS so, and in game 2 was looking the same way until I said at one point that there was no way for Typical NA to win the game. It was that YWSPHS so had to lose the game, and well, they lost the game. A number of poor fight decisions. They went from a 19k lead to a 7k lead in like 3 minutes. It had two bad fights, and in Typical NA, they just did not want to give up, and they won the game in 64 minutes. So yeah. Now we have game 3.
64 minutes. That's a hype banger.
Yeah, good for me, not good for the larynx, but that's how Dota 2 goes sometimes.
True. A eel.
Looking at bans though, very similar stuff to the last two games. Again, DP banned out, Timbersaw Bounty Hunter banned out, but this time we see Tiny banned out. So because Logical's team does not have first pick, they don't want to risk giving up Tiny. So you know what? We've been picking Tiny all tournaments. First pick. We'd rather you not pick Tiny, so we're going to ban it out. But that means we have a different hero banned out, which means I don't know who's available that wasn't earlier. I think Shadowfiend is the one that was banned out earlier, so we could see an SF pick here, potentially.
I'm seeing the Brightside Eng 1v9 Demon Dog God King angle.
Yeah, he's been playing Ench all night. He has not played a non-Enchantress hero yet, so there's plenty of time to grab more Ench. Oh, Sven was banned out. That was the hero that's banned out. Now Sven's here.
Team ban. Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick.
Which does mean look how fast the bans are. There's snap ban Rubik, snap ban Lena Morphling, snap pick Jakiro. These teams know what they want.
Yeah, nothing too crazy here.
I believe Jakiro might have been banned out as well, games 1 and 2. So that's new hero, technically.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I so far like both these teams openers. See where they go. Ember, all right. Hench, okay, I like this.
This is the
Yep.
we have these exact 3 heroes on Typical NA last game, and we have it again.
Yeah, I like this. So far looks good. Ember's a very good Rusi hero. I know Ember's extremely strong right now too. So Ember is also really good with like strong early rotating supports like Ench. So I like this a lot from Dire. Yeah. I'm very curious to see how they'll respond on Radiant. What will they throw against it mid? And will it be able to deal with the Ench plus the other one? Are you there, Badger?
I'm there. I'm thinking. I don't really know.
No. I thought my internet might have died, but
No, it's still there.
didn't
It's
die.
still there.
Radiant team pick.
Well, Shadowfiend, who has been banned out a lot recently, has not been banned out. Therefore, he's been picked, and this is a nice little flex here. But this is an interesting situation because you almost can't flex everything because it's almost certainly Jakiro Bane supports, right?
10 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a wacky world where they decide to send the Jakiro mid. I don't know if Camel Farmer plays it. I bet it would do really well against Ember. I have no clue though if he like, you know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
there's like a 99% chance that Jakiro is a sup, I would say. Or maybe like 95% chance. 95% sounds more accurate.
But if there's a high chance of Jakiro sup, then you're almost certainly putting Sven carry SF mid, right? Or is maybe Sven offlane SF mid?
I think just then carry SF mid. Maybe one of the. Ooh, Spirit Breaker.
We do have a
So
spirit
far,
breaker.
I am definitely favoring Dire draft. Not by some like insane margin, but I think they have. I think if this, assuming this is Shadow Fiend mid, or even if it's safe lane, they have very good heroes to gank it. They have really strong hero. They have really strong support duo to play with Ember. The stuns on Dire are not the best against Spirit Breaker. On the one hand, they have Jakiro Ice Path, and they have like SF ulti kind of like you can accidentally like stop the SP from playing the game. But like in general, their stuns are kind of bad because like pretty much all the Bane spells suck on Spirit Breaker because of his W. Yeah. Bane is not very good at saving people from Spirit Breaker either because he kind of one bangs you with his damage and he like moves you around, you know.
Yeah.
Um. So in general, I think like strictly speaking purely on just draft, I think Dire should feel a little better coming out of it. I don't know people's hero pools as much, but like I do think that's something they got going for them.
I will say, I love that Pit Lord's been banned multiple times tonight by Brightside.
Yeah.
You saw it happen last night. Is not interested in Logical's particular brand of bullshit on Underlord again. So
That being banned might mean that they think that this is something like let's say like Jakiro like they have to think that like this Sven is possibly a support. You know what I mean? Like they have to. Well, I guess they could just pick. I guess they could just pick Underlord 3. Does the 3 play it
I'm
or
sure he does because you saw it last game. There was already a morph showing, and they banned out Underlord anyways. So I think they're disrespecting the hero more than they're respecting Logical on the hero.
gotcha.
What excites me though is what is Yeti going to play? Because it feels like there's a super obvious pick because they didn't ban Weaver. So maybe we see the Ice Yeti Weaver, which we normally do not get to see.
Yeah, that hero. I don't know how good it is after they changed him. I just simply have not tried it out yet. Um, I'm just gonna go look up his win rate in Dota 2 Pro Tracker, see how many games that are played of it. His win rate on carry still looks pretty good, but it's a pretty low match sample size, so it's hard to say. I would assume that Weaver, by the way, is kind of like a little dead as a support and mostly gonna be a carry hero now after they changed how his like his things work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or do you know how they changed him, Ed, or no?
Not really.
So his E, you don't automatically get his E. You have a new innate, which means that you have to skill E if you want it.
Well, I guess
So
we don't have to think about
like
it too long because we have Luna selected
yeah,
instead. Yeti had a career performance on Luna last game, and so you know what? Let's
I
do it again.
I don't really like Luna here because they have so much burst damage. But I mean, I think Luna is a very stable hero, very good at just fucking off to the jungle. And in general, I like heroes like Luna and Lads. So even though I don't think it's maybe the best game for it here, I'm overall fine with the pick. I just hope that Ice Yeti buys items to be tanky. Because there's a lot of burst damage on Radiant, and they do not have any like real save. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They have good counter initiation with Spear Breaker, but they do not have any actual save. If that makes sense better.
It does make sense. Yeah, I think Yeti's probably feeling it after last game. You get
Sure.
career performance game. He went
I
18-1 and 12 on Luna. No other hero in the game died less than 7 times. He had a career game on Luna.
gotcha. I kind of hope that this Luna. Oh, they have a really good cosmetic for. I'm. I kind of. I don't know what. I kind of feel. I feel like they should buy an SNY this game, honestly. Like just looking at their heroes, like there's so much burst. Like I feel like you need to like not be spending time stunned. Although it's tough to say. Maybe Mance is just too OP on Luna for farming, so you can't ever afford to skip it. I honestly don't
You
know.
can surely get other items, right? You can get, BKB, you can buy an earlier Satanic, maybe you can get other items to get
Well, I'm
the
thinking
durability.
specifically you need status bros, so you spend less time stunned, so that if they catch you from fog, you don't like die before you can BKB.
That's true.
Cause like I mean they have like Centaur burst, they have Sven burst, they have Shadow Fiend burst. You know what I mean? Like they uh Luna is tanky if she gets her BKB and her W off. If she does not have her W active or she does not have her BKB active, she is very not like you know what I mean. She's the type of hero that might struggle against Radiance burst.
Yeah. If you are just joining us, by the way, welcome to game number 3 of the Best of 5 Legal Ads Plus Season 3 Grand Finals. We are at a 1-1 draw. There's a guaranteed 4th game in the works, but for now we are at game 3, which of course is a big game for either team to win. My name is Badger. I'm now joined by Salacious C Lion 62, aka Rook, aka Jim, and we're in for a fun Dota 2 game, I am sure. Hopefully. Hopefully. Or maybe not. You never know. I mean, I'm not the.
Right now, looking at this game, I do think I favored the Dire dropped a little bit more, but I think Radiant's in a totally fine spot, to be clear. I don't want to. It's not like I think their draft is bad or anything. I just think I think Dire has a few better ways to navigate the game than Radiant does. But I think it'll all come down to execution. So kind of like to see 2 drafts like this. Yeah. I'm really curious how mid will go because he must have known that like he might go against Shadow Fiend. I'm just curious because after the very early part of the laning phase, once supports can start to rotate, I do think Shadow Fiend is actually like just complete food for Ember. So how they execute getting past the first few levels of Ember and how Dire executes like ganking the Shadow Fiend is going to be really important, I think, in this game.
Ooh, he just dodged the raise. Let's
That's really good.
Sorry, you're saying?
No, just that like seeing how the Ember gets out of the lane is going to be really important, and seeing like the supports rotate to really abuse Shadow Fiend, like being super easy to gank, is just those are probably the big things I'm looking for Dire to pull off and Radiant to defend against. Although who knows, in Loud you never know what's actually going to happen, but I really hope that's Dire's plan to just gank the SF with their subs.
You know, normally I don't watch mid because mid's pretty boring, but SF Ember's actually kind of fun, so I'm watching it for once.
Yeah. I am watching the Dire safe lane right now. I like watching Enchantress. Right side getting in some good poke with the Q.
Oh, top lane. We mentioned the
though.
Enchantress. She appears to be dead. First blood goes to enough on Centaur.
Sad eel. If they killed Brightside, they were cheating. So we already know to ban them.
Think about it. For every sad eel on the Dire side, there's a glad eel on the Radiant side. It's it's a zero-sum eel game, you know.
Nope.
For one on one side, there must be an equal and opposite glad eel.
Nope. I disagree. Sorry.
I mean, you're going up against the laws of thermodynamics right now. It's not gonna work.
Nope. I invented the laws of eel dynamics.
You did not invent those. They've always been there. They've been a universal constant for the last billions of years. You can't just.
That's thermodynamics, not eel dynamics.
I stand by my statements.
All right. Well, we'll have to agree to disagree. As all men must do at times. Yeah, nothing really crazy happening in the lane so far. I think that like the Ench Luna lane is like worse than them until they're probably like until Brightside can get a decent creep. He can get one at level. He can actually get a good creep at level 2 because the Stormcraft spawned. But usually like once Ench hits level 3, they'll be really strong in this lane. Weak until then. And Dire's offlane is just kind of not that strong early levels, so they have to give a lot of like CS and denies up. So all the lanes are kind of playing out how expected, except for maybe mid, or Rusi's just putting on a show right now.
Yeah, I mean Rusi is playing up MMR, which is always good to have MMR. Because Rusi is what nowadays, like 9.5k, something like that.
Yeah, I know he got 10k. I don't know if he is 10k. Like I thought, because I feel like I saw him. Wait, I think I saw him with EU. Okay, he's like a couple hundred MMR lower than me probably. Because I think I saw him at like 1700 EU rank.
So again, people say Camel is rigged, but he's not so rigged that he's like a 9k player. He's definitely not a 9k player.
Yeah.
Ooh, good nightmare cycle, top lane.
Camel looked very rigged against in the mid lane matchup yesterday, but he's like Rusi's kind of like being like, all right, bro, you know, listen. You gotta chill a bit, bro. Put some respect on my name.
Well, charge mid lane. SF being gone on and gets brought down in one more hit. Rusi's diving. He's hunting it. Oh, barely didn't get the raise off. Can this time get a cleanup kill? That's the question. Look at the Rusi experience. No kill bounty technically, but I guess the split one instead. Could not
I'd say
bring down knives.
The most painful part about that exchange for Radiant is that Shadow Fiend doesn't get any EXP from the kill, and he misses like every creep on the wave. I'm pretty sure. Maybe he gets the ranged. Yeah, he'll get the
He was
ranged.
mid animation on the raise as well, mid lane. I would have been a huge turnaround.
I think he would have. I think his only chance of turning that around was just to keep running, but I don't even know. I don't know if he kept running if it would have been long enough because he had chains up in like a second. So it was kind of a, you know, he died trying, but he was kind of. I think he was doomed either way.
You know, it's funny you
Oh,
mentioned how the dire shots were
I
going to
like
camp
that
mid.
Knives is doing this a lot, even
They're
though this.
camping.
Yeah. Even though that specific like move doesn't actually get a lot. Like he probably should have waited a bit before he did the charge, but I do think he has the right idea that he should just keep ganking that stuff over and over. Like, uh, yeah. Stanking's game is good enough to be, and Stanking's hero is really good at farming woods. Oh, he might pick up a kill on this to Jakiro. Oh, Jakiro has no stick and no.
He's dead.
Wait, Jakiro's items are crazy, bro. Look at Jakiro's items.
He's
Look at his
got
inventory right now.
boots dust, yeah.
He literally has zero stat. He literally has zero items that give him stats in his inventory. I mean, now that he has blood grenade, he gets 50 health. But like, that's kind of a psycho inventory, bro. No offense. I don't really like this at all. But you know what? I like Simon, so I'm gonna root for him.
You saw the one
wait,
thing there, like
is this normal? Brightside's not even skilling W.
I think he added the other game, but I'm not a huge Ench expert, so
Well, I don't know what people have been doing ever since they changed her. By the way, I think that like I'm assuming they were trying to buff her, but like I think that like the change like is like so useless. Okay, I'm very interested with Brightside's build. It looks like people are still just scaling 2 points in W at minimum and then either maxing it or leaving it at 3. You know what I mean, etc. I don't really I don't really like this build that much by them. I'm curious to see how it plays out though.
maybe
Yeah,
this is
I don't
his
really
third game in a
love
row
this
on
build.
Ench. He's mixing things up a little bit, you know. It's
Well, it's like the thing is you're against Shadow Fiend, so taking a creep and ganking mid is like extremely OP. I know they have the Spear Breaker to do it, but I'd actually rather have like because what Ench can also do is they can get like level 2 W, right, Badger? They find a centaur and then they just walk the centaur mid and they keep playing their lane. Which would be really useful with Spear Breaker plus Ember. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Uh,
he's committing as well. He went for a second point and he could have went W at 4. He's
I'm
fully
really
committed to
curious
this.
why he. Because didn't they also change, like Warcry to be dispellable? Like you can't like you can't like, when you get the shard, it's no it doesn't. Oh no, never mind. Warcry actually is undispellable when you have the shard. Okay, ignore me.
The end planer is just being so annoying right now. He's just disrupting. He almost killed Yeti, kind of killed a courier. He's just being really annoying on Bane right now.
I would say that play is better if it isn't for the fact that he's against Ember Spirit, who can Remnant TP and then come back to it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, against most mid laners, they'd have to miss this wave to gank him, but Ember doesn't actually have to miss anything at all.
Speaking of gank, we're ganking mid again. It's Brightside and Knives both backing up Rusi. Rusi surely gets the kill here. Correction, Brightside gets the kill there, but the result is the same. It's a dead Shadow Fiend for the second time this game.
Yeah, this is kind of my. Yeah, this is what, like, watching the interactions, like, what kind of why I feel like Ench should have the creep. It makes it so easy to destroy SF, just bringing, like, the Centaur, because then he can never use this thing while you hit him.
Maybe he's not, you know, maybe he's just thinking about keeping Yeti alive with the heal in the lane. Because we've seen a lot
Well,
of
you
pressure
wouldn't.
towards Yeti.
The question wouldn't be the heal, because, like, it's more that you put 3 points in the queue.
Well,
Oh,
Requiem mid lane, Brightside is incredibly dead. Caleb's like, you know what? You want to stand mid, be a man bothering me, I'm going to blast you. And Brightside got absolutely blasted there.
I think this like Spearbreaker really wants to actually just like non-stop camp mid because the Ench is not that strong on ganking like with their setup.
Stampede top lane, and that's going in, but Knives backs him up to charge, stuns both. Logical's trying to get this kill. He needs 2 more hits, I believe. Yeti is trying to run. He's trying to juke. He has slightly less move speed. He's trying to get away. Back towards enough hoof stomps. Yeti's still alive. He's regenerating enough. The cleave is not enough.
Dude,
Logical
Knives almost
couldn't finish
killed
it.
him. I was about to say Knives, don't walk up. You're gonna give him someone to cleave off of, and he cleaved off of him. But Yeti lived with like 5 HP, bro. Like, yeah.
It's
Oh my
not
God.
enough cleave damage. Logical's gonna be fine, but I think he's even. There's no way he dies for that, right? He's gonna die for that. That's another strike.
That was like
That actually got him
incredibly
killed.
great. Dog has W, or Bryce has W.
Yeah, he's one more hit's gonna kill him. I think one more impetus is gonna kill him if he can get in range of it. Stormbolt, Sun Spirit Breaker. Afraid this like can knock it off. That really could have went very poorly.
Yeah.
We saw a similar play. I think it was earlier tonight where Logical went for like a super long TP away from a fight rather than a 3-second TP, and he died because of that. So it's little plays in Dota sometimes. You get a little greedy. It's like, ah, man, it does not pay off sometimes.
One thing I'm really hoping to see is I think both teams are really incentivized to make stacks this game. They have amazing heroes making stacks. Dire has already started on it, which is great because Sand King or Luna would really love those. Yeah, I think both teams should really be trying to make stacks this game. There are a lot of heroes to leverage stacks on both sides. Enough has rushed the Blade Mail. He's gonna be just kind of chilling and farming. Good for him. Spearbreaker is rather good at ganking this centaur hero, so.
Well,
Wow.
Stampede counterplay has been used. Rusi will
he's still
attempt
dead.
the Remnant into the slight chain, so it'll only
Oh.
end up chaining the Bane, though. That's a much harder dive to go for. Not that they won't go for it anyways.
Bane
Nice,
doesn't
dives
have
the tower.
6.
He'll stun 2. And Shakiro and Centaur both stun. Ice Path hits on 2, though. They're turning it around into 2-man hooks up into the Bane Blood Grenade. Problem is, it's Simon enough who die first. They'll die at end planer. One more hit will kill him. Loosen Beam's up in 4. It won't even be needed. A triple kill for Rusi, and he will get a lot out of double damage rune usage.
Hype.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, let's see. Alright, we're just going to mage. I'm gonna look at those items now. Brightside buying Pavis. I hope. Well, actually, I wonder if Sand King is gonna buy a pipe. But I would kind of like it if Brightside like farmed his team like all of the aura items this game. But if other people are gonna buy it, because we talked about this yesterday, but like the pipe versus SF is very, very, very strong.
Mid lane, grip into Requiem. The chart is not there in time. Great team play from them Planner and Camel. I don't think the Aura would save him that time, but I agree with the principle. Camel's now being gone on, but again, he's still half HP. Nice Mike off, he gets brought down by the macro of higher damage. We move the bright side, 1 raise, 2 raises. Bright side's a bit too tanky, but again, 2 kills are 2 kills. You get nothing lost but cooldowns and mana.
Dire's top
Yes.
is under attack.
There's no way to kill him again, right?
I don't know.
Ice Path, short range raise, medium range raise, a long range raise, 3 kills in rapid succession mid lane. That is a lot of bleeding for typical NA. Rusi will grab the rune. He gets nightmared. He's not gonna die, surely. Right? Ice Path,
he has
1
a
raise,
barrier
2
rune.
raise. He's popped the shield rune. It's already been mostly broken. But Endplaner is dead to the Eclipse, and now they've caught the SF, the Burrow. The damage is a bit too much, now Camel will lose his streak over to Rusi.
Yeah, that was. That was really. I think Radiant were really feeling themselves, and they paid the price for it. They did not respect the barrier rune. Barrier rune, very, very strong rune. If you cannot dispel it, it like tanked like all of their damage basically. They like casted all their spells. Barrier rune disappeared. Ember still has his HP bar, and they just all die. I'll say notably, Radiant has kept their safe lane. Like Radiant has not lost any tier 1s, which I think, especially in the context of playing against Spearbreaker Ench, is very, very useful. And Ember too. There's some stack clearing going on. I'd like to see more stack making from both sides, but you know, that's life.
Yeah, it's, again, a lot of good. Luna Sven in particular, just very good at clearing stacks. And, again, we have a situation where there's a lot of very farmed heroes this game. There's no really poor core. I guess kind of Sand King, but everyone's farming right now.
True Badger. They're hidden in the woods.
There's something going on bottom lane. I'm not quite sure what it is yet, but it's certainly going to... Never mind, the charge is cancelled. Stuff's no longer happening. Mid lane, they'll look to defend the T1 tower. It's going to die, I believe. Burrow forward, Bane to fall. And yep, the tower's alive at 23 HP. Surely he'll get denied at some point, but... Yep.
I agree with you, Badger.
There's a macro pyre on the floor, so clearly something happened bottom, but nothing that important.
What it was between God and them. We have no right to interject, Badger.
That's kind of our entire reason to be here is to interject. At least not, maybe not necessarily
No.
interject, but at least to comment on and observe and analyze in nature. So, regardless, I keep saying it. Dire smoked up. Blink Burrow against Bane. Bot lane. Charge forward by Knives. Logical Storm Bolts 2 perfectly timed. Both stomp into the double edge. Double kill for the Radiant side. Now Rusi, he's strong, but he lacks the team to back him up. Stampede forward. Hoof stomps up in 2. They'll certainly kill Brightside, and they have definitely killed Brightside. Enough as a blink hoof stomp ready to go. He looks for it. Gets a courier instead if he can catch. Never mind, he cannot catch the courier, but that's still 3 kills. Big win there for YWSPHS so.
Yeah, I think that Dire. I think the game is stabilized nicely for Dire.
Oh, another grip, against Ember.
Okay, never mind.
Can they time the stuns right? Yes, they can. Ember to fall. One more kill. Epi to counterplay. Burrow only on 1. Bane will die, but in comes the Requiem. Bane's still alive, actually. They couldn't even kill the Bane. He's in the trees. Eclipse has been popped. Enough still running. Ice Path does not hit the Luna, though, so Enough is dead. Charge forward will hit the Bane. Bane will be that second kill, so it's an offlaner and a sup for a mid, and we're not done yet because Simon has been caught. Raises will hit. Pishja is low. Pishja will end up dying now. A 2-for-2 trade. Simon's still running, by the way. Charge is available. That should get the kill. One more hit with the bash. We'll get a double kill for Knives My Coffee. Now 3-for-2 trade. In favor side of typical NA.
Yeah, I was about to say I think the game is stabilized kind of nicely for Dire, and then it sort of became false. And then like it sort of became true. You know what I mean, Badger? Like just a whole whirlwind of emotions during that.
It's been a lot of these early games have been very competitive, so
Yeah.
I don't think either
But
team wants to
Luna-
get a big lead.
Yeah, what I wanted to talk about though, real quick, was that Luna got her Manta now. Pretty solid Manta timing overall, good stuff. And I do think that the Luna Manta is gonna be able to get like, assuming he uses this Manta proactively to push waves, this will start to help them break the side lane towers a lot, which I think will be like kind of their next step. You know what I mean, for like making their game better. Yeah. Does that make sense, Badger?
Yeah, I mean it's it's classic Luna gameplay. They change the abilities, they change the shard, they change the eggs. Same Luna gameplay though.
Yeah. Well, it's more about like she changes from just like literally like sitting in the woods to now she can deal with waves with her Manta. Is more the focus of what I was.
Of course, that's
getting at.
how Luna's basically always been played though, where it's a very, very big spike in terms of map presence with the hero.
You're my spike in that presence, Badger.
Thank you, Jim.
No problem, Badger.
Batu on tower dead. We are at a situation where both teams have killed 2 towers. The mid T1s and the safe lane T1s are both dead, but I suppose that is Dota nowadays.
Yes. Dota 2 Badger. That's the game we're watching. You're right.
One more smoke up. By the
Sorry,
right side,
I had to troll you.
putting Rusi in it. Sand King is on the way as well. Radiant Vision, I think we might have seen Sand King though. Knives My Coffee runs in the Bane. That's not the target you want, but I suppose a kill is a kill. Rusi gets the last. That's his 8th kill of the game so far.
That's hype, I think. Or not. Is it hype, Badger? Tell me.
If you're a typical NA fan, it's hype. If you're a Yowie Smile per hour so fan, not really. I mean, it's in terms of
Oh, by the way, I really
moment, but
I really like that Pishta has just went this blink to initiate, and then is going for a pipe. I think that Dire's getting some nice items across the board for the squad. Radiant also going for the pipe. Glad to see it. Pipe gang rise up.
yeah, good.
I'm kind of a little disappointed this Bane isn't hard rushing the Ags, by the way, because I think it's going to be really hard for this guy to ever grip anyone meaningfully. Like every single hero except for Enchantress, and theoretically Enchantress, if they enchanted a Centaur creep, has a way to cancel the Bane ultimate. You know what I mean? Like It's a pretty hard game to cast grip, so I'm like moderately concerned for this Bane's utility since they don't have they're not rushing Ags, if that makes sense.
And I'm sure I'll get it eventually, but yeah, it's just again, this having that longer
Well, it's
range.
more like
from
now
that,
now they're gonna be
see
really
now.
far away from
Aether
it.
Lens Nightmare has been used. Requiem. It's Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker. Hello, Spirit broken. One more kill there. Grip was used on illusion.
Yeah.
But Epicenter was also used on nothing. So abilities missed by both teams. Bruce gets a slight chains onto Bane. It's very low. Stampede away by enough. M Planner is dead anyway, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Despite the theatrics, it's a 1-for-1 support trade.
That's true, Badger. How did you know that?
I can count.
Where do you learn all these things like counting, Badger? It's kind of crazy. What is Badger? What is so funny? You're impressing me, and then you laugh at me. Oh, it's just another day, man.
Just another day indeed. Speaking of just another day, guess what time it is? It's Roshan time! Just like every other day of Dota 2.
Ooh.
It's daytime, bottom lane of Roshan. It's our... I think this is our 7th Roshan of the series. I think there were 4 last game, so that would make it...
Yep.
7 this series. There's 2 in game 1. So.
Radiant does pick up their Tormentor. The Bane one, I think not quite as impactful as, I think I'd rather have the Jakiro one. 2.5% max health damage is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Because it's what, like, it's gonna be on a 4-second. I mean, Bane one is just the AoE, right? And the slight cooldown. The problem is Bane has mana problems already, so, like, how much does that really matter? I'm not sure.
He's got,
I think I'd rather have the
Arcanes,
Jakiro.
he's got the Aether Lens, he even has Mangoes. He's got the Mangoes for this exact reason.
Yeah.
This is why he's got Mangoes.
Rusi going into Glepnir, which I think is alright. I think it's okay. I'd say I love it, but I think it's okay.
We are looking at another day for Ice Yeti Luna to have a good time. Going for a gank mid lane against Bane, Ember, and Spirit Breaker. Nice little alley-oop on that one. Simon begins to run away. Camel TP's in, I believe, so... And we are looking at Radiant having a will to fight. They're headed bottom lane. That's a hard fight to take. The tower's already low. Pishy has a great angle on the south side. But for now, Dire are unwilling to commit to the dive. Instead, Spirit Breaker top on the north side. Bane buys back. Spirit Breaker dies immediately. And what could have been a great T2 tower siege, even a fight under that tower, turned into a retreat. They say, we're fine waiting for a better fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think that looks the fight recap. Oh wait, was it? No, wait a second. There's no way that's accurate.
What do you mean?
It's how did Radiant not gain any gold? How did they only lose gold? Like that's not possible.
Okay, that has to be wrong. Then. It's definitely saying
It's like counting the kill on Spirit Breaker as a different fight than the kill on.
Oh,
like,
Ember gets gripped again mid lane! He's gripped again! Requiem not even needed. Stampede forward. They've caught Brightside. And well, he has been brought down.
Rusi has a very offensive build against a lot of catch. I kind of think he's disrespecting his opponents a little bit by not building more defensively. Radiant has really good catch. They have grip, they have sleep, they have centaur blink, they have Sven who might at some point buy a blink or a shadow blade. They have Shadow Fiend blink. You know what I mean? Like, I think his build is a little disrespectful. I feel like one of these two like damage items he has maybe should have been swapped out for something a little more utility focused.
He was somewhat greedy in the item build last game as well. It was straight Maelstrom, and he got orchided to death repeatedly, so... Yeah, a bit of a trend here between Game 2 and Game 3, both Ember for Rusi, but this time it's, again, very late on the BKB. He's buying Lincolns, which I guess makes sense. You are playing into this Bane grip, so you have the Lincolns as an option rather than the BKB piercing grip is ruining your day, but...
Spirit Breaker only has 1 point in his W at this point, which I really don't like. Yeah, I feel like this was... Because I noticed he didn't have a point in at level 10. Kind of not the biggest fan of this SP build.
Oh, a fight in the Dire Jungle is the name of the game. Jakiro and Bane both caught. Jakiro gets blasted. Charge on Bane result in his death. But they're even just letting the Bane walk away. They're going on the Spirit Breaker instead, mostly. Now Bane gets away, but in that time, Shadowfiend blinked to the south side, so it's only 2 kills, but it's 2 kills and it'll also be map control. This could be a tower top lane. This could even be control of the Tri-Camp.
Dude, Rusty has that axe queued up, which, dude, you need to queue up a Lincoln's or a VKB or
Yeah, he
some,
had the Lincolns
like,
queued
SMR.
up, but he swapped it out.
Yeah, I do not like I do not like this itemization. But I don't, yeah, I mean, what Dire's got going for them though is they got a big Luna. Um, so, you know, they got some ups and downs, but it's alright. Centaur going into Shiva's next, just buying all the auras. Cool, cool. Sand King is really poor, oh my god. Yeah, the Sand King is really poor, Badger, actually.
I agree. I mean, his number is much closer to Bane and Spirit Breaker than it is to Centaur, who is 5th in net worth, so that's...
Yeah, this is actually pretty concerning.
And luckily he does have Pipe Link, so he has the key items to have impact in the game, but I'm sure he wants more items. More
I
items
mean, I think
is good.
he definitely wants more items. I think Sand King is a hero who wants to be in a prolonged fight. If you have very low net worth, you will not be in a prolonged fight because you will die fast. It's actually a very simple idea.
We're fighting top and bottom. The main fight court is top. Enchantress is already low. Burrow in by Pistia. Eclipse from Yeti. Beaky in the Luna as well. Brucey looks to jump onto the fight right now to bring down the Bane. Now 1-for-1. Centaur gets isolated right down the north side as well. So it's a 2-for-1 trade. And, well, I think Logical's TP was canceled by Spirit Breaker. I think that's what happened there because he was wanting to go into that fight, of course, but with Knives canceling it, he just couldn't be there. Back to the top lane, of course, Jakiro's being run down towards the dead Tormentor area, and that'll be a 3-for-1. The Aegis has expired, but again, the buildings are beginning to crumble, and in typical NA are getting a lot of things net worth-wise. It's the problem. It still is Sand. Again, the other 4 Dire heroes are all relatively farmed compared to their counterparts, and then there's just Sand King, who's very poor.
Yeah, I'll say that Ember's net worth is actually rather good. Like, usually SF is like way above the enemy mid laner just because of how insanely fast he farms. Which is not the case here. We've done a really good job of keeping his net worth up, which I think is really good for Ember. Yeah, they need to funnel Sand King some gold somehow though. I think this hero is extremely underwhelming if it's like super behind. You know, like if Centaur is super behind, he still has like Stampede and like his stun and like his return aura. You know, he has more like it's just when Sand King's behind, like his like main like all he's gonna be able to do is burrow, ulti, and die. You know what I mean? Which is like not very good. You kind of want to keep the Sandstorm up. You want to make them like have to chase you in the fight.
Speaking of Burrow, he's burrowed Simon in the river. Grip on Pistia. That'll be a 1-for-1 with Pistia dying. Charged through by Knives. Finds the Bane. BKB from Luna. BKB from SF. SF being isolated down and brought down. Buyback from Jakiro. But now, oh no! Knives is dead, but Logical still being kited. Ember tries to Remnant towards Logical, but he's stunned by enough. Brucey's still hunting Remnant even further forward. But at this point, Logical has a Storm Bolt Ice Path. Into Storm Bolt. They've locked down Brucey. They'll bring down the Ember Spirits. It looked pretty decent initially for typical NA, but in the very end, it is, yeah, we smile per hour, so take the fight there.
Yeah, I do think this Luna's going Conda, which I don't mind, but I do think they need to be very cautious about Sten 1 banging them. They have an Elven Tunic, which is nice, but I think they need like a B-Fly / a Hurricane Pike / a Titanic if they really want to man fight this Sten in a team fight. Like Sven is not really a hero that can buy evasion, so getting Satanic and just BKB Satanic hitting him is going to be pretty effective. Pretty much all the defensive options are pretty decent against him. Like at some point though, this Dragonlance should become a Hurricane Pike, and this Mask of Madness should become like a Satanic and a B-Fly maybe. You don't necessarily need to have both the Satanic and B-Fly though. We'll see what he opts for. Oh.
It is true. I checked the console. There is indeed 21% packet loss for Simon. I do want to point out.
I would like to see Brightside buy the shard. By the way, I think the shard looks pretty nice here for moving around in the fights.
Sprink.
Sprink.
There is a dire side tormentor still. I want to point out, so Luna has not died since minute 23 of last game. That game went for another 40 minutes. He has not died in like 70 minutes of game time. Like, he is just not dying.
Yeah. It's not to take away from him, but I feel like IC sometimes is a little too conservative of a carry player in terms of like he doesn't like go far out to places like Mantas out and like create a lot of pressure on the map. Like it, I'm not trying to like say that what he's doing is bad, Badger, but like I do think it's like less valuable to have 0 deaths when you're like literally only staying on your side of the woods to farm.
Simon
I
gets
shouldn't-
to
I
the
shouldn't say
bottom
that-
lane. He's incredibly dead. Radiant TP in for revenge. Nightmare against Brightside. Nias runs to the south side. Epi Burrow from Fishja hits the Bane, but Radiant have the numbers right now. Stuns against... And again, it's a champions into the Requiem, but it's Fishja
Luna
who
has a
dies
DD.
first.
Oh, Luna has a DD. She can wipe them if Radiant chase. Like they should fight this.
You
Like,
got BKB and Eclipse ready to go. BKB into the Lucent Beam, into the Eclipse. It's a lot of damage from Luna. It'll be a dead ember, but it's vengeance time. Double
Very
kill for
well
Luna. Triple kill for Luna. Ultra kill for Luna. That's a full 5-man wipe. Typical NA. They have won a major team fight.
yeah, Rusi didn't. That buyback was like actually like pretty bad. I love Rusi so much, but that was not a good buyback. He was totally unneeded for that Badger.
Sometimes you just want to contribute. You know, you want to be involved. You want to be involved in the fight. So you know what? I'm here to play Dota 2, not play Graveyard Simulator. So
Yeah, he should have played Graveyard Simulator though. That buyback was pretty painful to
probably.
watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luna, that DD timing was perfect, and Radiant just like Radiant, I guess, just realized that Luna had a DD too late because like she walked up and they just melted. It was like instant. But yeah, I was gonna say that like it's not that not dying is like not impressive, Badger, but I do think that like I've seen Islay play a lot of games and like he probably should be more willing to die as carry because like he's like one of the carry players who like kind of like always just farms his own woods and like doesn't really like help his teams map out until he's like goes to push.
I mean, I respect it.
sense.
It's in the school of classic Chinese carry. Reminds me of a ZSMJ or a Zoe.
Oh, I
or
wouldn't
a
even. I
Burning,
wouldn't
you
agree
know?
with that. Like back in the day, classic Chinese carriers were really good about pushing waves with their illusions. So I don't really think that's comparable.
I think it is. I watched a lot of Chinese carries. You know, obviously it's a different style of Dota now, but it was the sort of principle of not dying, and sometimes you sacrifice some aggressive farm to do that.
Yeah, but like I mean, like even back then when the game was way more defensive, people would still farm more aggressively than this. Like I don't know. I think that's like kind of selling. I think that's like I don't think they were like that slow players. Like I remember like with all the OG illusion heroes, people were really good about like getting wave pressure with it. Like at least like the top players were. And if anything, that's like thing that I feel like a lot of Westerners copied from specifically Chinese carry players who were like for a long time considered to be like, you know, like China was like the golden region for carries. You know what I mean, Badger?
They were golden region for Dota in general. Not my copy. He's broken the smoke. He'll
Well, yeah,
die
but I think
for it. But look at
specifically-
Roshan. Roshan is so low right now. It's been grabbed by Yeti. He'll BKB. He'll TP. Is there a Bane grip in time? No, there is not. He gets away. Sankin gets away. Barely in time. What an escape there.
By the way, this is like a very strong Aegis timing. Like this is like a potential win the game kind of Aegis because they got the banner from it too, and then the Luna is really massive. What was I gonna say there? But yeah, I would say like specifically though, I think like Chinese carriers were always like lauded as like you know what I mean? It's not that like China was obviously the strongest region for a while, but like I think specifically people like always like talked about Chinese
Oh,
carries
because they were the
there's-
best. They were the best,
yeah.
yeah. From like
Yeah.
2009-ish to 2013, there was no question. It was Chinese carries.
Yeah,
There was
yeah.
there was at most one non-Chinese carry was in the conversation with the Chinese carries.
It like even when people started to look at like people like Arteezy and Sumail and like other regions for mid laners like etc. Like it was always like Chinese carries who were like, if you want to learn carry, go watch some Chinese players play carry for a very long time.
Oh,
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
I mean, ZSMJ, Zoe, Burning, How, Sylar. It was a great time. Simon gets caught. Shard as well from Nice is canceled, but it will be a kill on Simon.
You know what's kind of funny is that I remember in the past, do you know which carries used to be the most literally just sit in their own woods, and it's the complete reverse now.
The Europeans.
Well, specifically the CIS carries I'm thinking of. The Europeans kinda, yeah, but I remember the old like Navi, like the Hobos, like fucking other Russian carry dudes, uh, those guys used to be like the literal farm demons, like like we don't interact with the game for the first like 30 minutes.
I don't know about that.
I remember especially Hobos on Navi, like that was that was a big thing for a while, where like they would pick him Alchemist or like fucking TV or some shit.
He played aggressively with those
And
heroes. Like I remember a lot of those Alchemist games. He was very willing to fight like minute 10 on Alchemist. Like I don't know his rights.
I think that's just in games they were completely stomping, bro. I remember watching a decent amount of Navi games where like their team is like they got 4 people banging on the enemy door, and Habos is just like I remember there being memes about this shit. I think he probably did go aggro in some games where like they had the chance, but I remember Habos getting memed on about this, bro. That he was like just like sitting woods while Navi played game. But I feel like even kind of historically that was true for the CIS region for a while. That like the carry role was like the god role, like, and they were like all like 4 protect 1 teams for a while. No.
I mean, they weren't necessarily 4P1 beyond other regions of the game, really. I mean, there was just very common to see 4P1 in general. Up until
Well, I'd say
20,
I guess kind of all of
15.
Dota was sort of 4P1, but like there were varying degrees. You know what I mean, Badger?
I mean, I know what you mean, but I think you're just wrong here.
I don't know. I don't remember. Not. I remember Exos getting fucking memed on like for because well this was after Navi started to stop doing as well, where Havos was just still just literally like a jungle player. He was PVE. I remember this pretty distinctly. I could be wrong, but I remember people at least memeing on him for it.
We got memed on for a lot of stuff. I don't remember passivity being the thing he was memed on. I think he was often memed on for not being passive enough. The one carry there that comes to mind that was pretty passive was Silence. But other than that, a lot of the Russian carries, Ukrainian carries are a lot more.
Well,
moving to the
I think
up-tempo.
that part, I think they are. I think a lot of those regions have like active carry players now. But when I think of like old VP, I remember them just fucking putting whoever the fuck on like literally like they were always playing like the woods carries. There's a specific tournament I'm thinking about.
We are back again.
It was one of the years
where
where VP was like crushing the like yearly tournament circuit, and then everyone was like, oh, are they gonna go feed a TI again and get like last place after winning like
that was
2 big
literally
tournaments?
every year for like 7 years straight. What do you mean? That was like
Bruh,
the VP rep forever.
Virtus Pro, bro. I feel like that was a thing for like 3 years, and then people kept saying, "Oh, VP's really good" when they would lose tournaments, like during the season. Like I think that's kind of like, I'm gonna have to do some discovery here, Badger. Now, I feel like that meme was just an overplayed meme, and then people actually like have like let's go look.
I'm pretty sure the rep goes all the way back in like 2012, even when they were good, and then they just weren't good at TI. They were there at 2013. They had some expectations, and they did not do well with that. And then TI4, they were really supposed to be good there, and they were not good at that, and it just kept happening. How much time's left on the just a minute 15, so we're almost done with that already. So yeah, do we still have banner? Where's banner? I already got it used apparently. I'm not honestly remembering when it got used because the pause kind of threw me off mentally, but banner's gone. Edith's about to be gone, and we're just not done. Luna gets nightmared, and we are going to not use the second Edith to go high ground, and we're already back to
Okay, yeah. I was looking through it. This is kind of what I mean. There was like a 3-year period where that was true for Virtus Pro, but then like they didn't actually have, they had like bad results for a while, but everyone would be like, oh, they're really good. This is kind of that actually is yeah. You can look through the matchup, but it was like 20.
Blink Cliff Stomp finds Spirit Breaker into the grip. No bulldoze in time. Can they cancel the grip? Yes, they can. And now Sven looks to cleave. He'll fight. He's hitting Rusi. He one bangs Rusi, the Requiem on top. And now it's a fight between SF and Luna. Luna has the lifesteal. She's trying to man up, but again, Rusi is just not here.
I mean,
Hishia brings down Simon. Bane's on the run. He's got Berlin 6.
I think
Yeti
Dire
again goes forward, but he's been stunned! The glaive damage is huge!
Really bad.
Yeti has Satanic, he has it right now, he's trying to lifesteal, logical to fall, Bane is low, Coffee is dead, it's currently a 2v3, Dire have the 2, stuck in the Radiant base, Yeti's being kited around, they have to get him away, Bright side, use your body, die for your team, but no! The raises, the blink forward, Yeti has died for the first time in like 70 minutes of gameplay! That's a full 5-man wipe!
Yeah. Yeah, the Ember. I think after Ember died, they needed to just leave because the enemy team is gonna know that he can't like be there. You know what I mean? And I think like you're missing a lot of strength with Ember. He's kind of like the hero who like disrupts the fight and gets in the back line.
It's one of those things.
Yeah,
It's
Badger.
very
The
split chaotic fight there.
the VP myth is a myth. Because there was like a 3-year period where they did well during, but then, because I remember this really well, and I would always get frustrated people talking about how strong Virtus Pro was when like, bro, they don't even do well at like at tournaments anymore. They had like two or 3 years of like strong performances outside of TI, and then they would always get like everyone would always be, oh, VP is so good, and it's like, no, they're not, bro. They're fucking shit. So I feel validated. I shouldn't say shit because they were never shit, but like they're not like, you know what I mean?
And there's that period from one of the summits that they won up until basically the year of like the 13 billion majors. They were always a contender. I think like four or so years. They were pretty much always good, and then they were good.
It was like a 3,
well,
4. It was more like a 3-year period, but like I'm just more saying that everyone would be like, oh, they're like fucking amazing, but like
and they were consistently a top 3
they had
team in the
they had a
region
very
before
long
that as well. Like,
yeah,
they were
but I'm
good
saying
from
like
2018.
like outside of like that like 3-year stretch though, like they had like a very long time of having mediocre results, but everyone would be like, oh, watch out for VP, but like they were just getting like boosted by their name.
I mean,
I felt this way very
just,
strongly.
They were
I
by
felt
like
vindicated.
2019, yeah, but they were really good for a really long time. And they were
I mean,
good.
I'd say they were
good
like really good for like 3
in-
years according to results.
Because they were, I mean, you can say that, but you just don't remember the history things. They were considered a top regional team by 2012.
No, I know that they were considered that. That's what I'm saying. Is that like people like kept saying they were a really good team because they had like 3 good years, and then just factually looking at the results, they were not a really strong team. Which is what I feel like if you like that's what I was just saying is that like they had like 3 years of really good placements, and then everyone would be really scared of them, and then they would show up to a tournament and go like 8th, and then the next tournament, like they would show up and people would be like, watch out, they're gonna win at this time, and then they go to like 10th.
I think again, they were just less tournaments back then. They were doing very well in the European sort of tournaments. There just weren't that many big tournaments then. It's a different era of Dota.
I think if you just like scroll through their results, you'll see what I mean. And I feel like I don't really understand what you're saying, Badger. They did not do well at TI outside like for like 3.5 years. It looked like through my like 2-3 minutes of scrolling this, that it looks like they had like 3.5 years of like very good results, and then they did very badly, and people were always like, oh, they're like really good, and then they would show up to an international tournament, and they would do very badly. When I say very badly, I mean like they're not like even within top 4, and they would be talked about as like the best team out of CIS, and they're gonna fuck everybody.
Dire have wasted their smoke. They wanted to go, but did not want to go high grounds. We are chilling. We're waiting for that next. Oh, wait. Roshan just respawned. Roshan has respawned into the video game. That's everything in Roshan right now. Aegis, Spanner, Refresher, Cheese.
I
Both
think
teams are
this
nearby
Roshan
right now.
respawning right now is really sad for Dire because Rusi still has no BKB.
Oh, the grip is there. It's an Aghanim's grip against Luna. She's isolated. Requiem's gonna hit everything. Luna dead. One bang to the grave. Ember arrives, but it's too late. It's time to run, and Ember knows it. He'll get away. His teammates, though, might not be so lucky. Brightside certainly will die. Pishja is burrowing to the south side. His TP is on cooldown, already canceled. It's time to crumble. 2 dead. It'll be 3 dead eventually. Pishja's just here. But they have a gem this time, so they'll find him eventually in the trees. Meanwhile, on the north side, Bane and Sven are interacting with Knives and My Coffee, charging people the Nightmare, cancel the charge through. Pitch is now dead. The south, back to the north side. Knives is still running Harpoon away from Logical, and Knives is dead. That's a 4 for 0. That will be Roshan going to the Radiant side of Yeah, We Smile per hour so. T2 tower dead as well. We're just running down bottom lane, apparently looking to force out some buybacks, perhaps. M Planer postured very aggressively there with that blink, looking for anything perhaps with a grip, but there was nobody there to be caught. Dire views their glyph. There's another way of coming in. This will be Rax.
Yeah, I don't think they can get more than one though. So honestly, while Radiant got a lot off that, Dire is not out of the game. I think if they got 2 racks down, it'd be pretty tough. But notably, they still have the tier 2s on both of the mid and the top, which is gonna significantly delay. Like, it's gonna be hard for them to like rat a push. You know what I mean? They're gonna have to win another team fight to actually get a racks, and they can probably only get one because both tier 2s are still up.
Oh, did you see that? That's unfortunate. So they didn't wait for Logical Shard to arrive on Courier. So Logical got a free shard from the Tormentor, and now he has a shard in his Courier. That's like 700 gold wasted.
Well, he can still at least sell it. It's not as bad as it could be.
It feels different timing to be a free shard for SF instead, which you have all your shards. But that's a pretty good shard as well, so yeah.
Yeah, SF shard is pretty nice, but it's like, it's kind of whatever. Like, once he has the refresher, it becomes less relevant because it's more like, do you hit the big double combo or not, right? So it's not the worst for them. They shouldn't get too disparaged about it.
Oh, never mind. There's a Radiant Tormentor. All is well.
Okay.
So shards acquired. Everyone in Radiant has a shard. There's only 3 shards on the Dire side, including no shard on Sand King, which of course is pretty cool.
Bane's about to hit 25. They had a Shadow Blade, a Blink Dagger. This Bane is actually a terror for Luna. Like, the 25 talent is 3 more seconds on the ultimate, so if they can like that's a lot of time to be gripped, and canceling all 3 illusions is pretty annoying. I think that Dire needs to like Dire cannot let Luna get gripped because they don't have any way to break her out of it, and she doesn't have any status res. You know what I mean? Like, that needs to be Dire's #1 concern in every fight. Is to either kill Bane or keep Bane away from Luna. Because I do think that they're just gonna lose every fight if Luna gets gripped.
Sounds easier said than done though. It's Aether Lens, Blink, Shadowblade, Ags.
Luna is really all of their team's net worth badgered. If you look at like the net worth distribution on Dire, it's like Ember is the only hero even in the same stratosphere as Luna on their team, which I think is gonna be really problematic if they don't deal with Bane. Although Bane obviously just died back, so that worked out really well for them.
This is your chance to not interact with Bane. There can't be a Bane if Bane is dead, right?
Yeah.
Wait,
I think Dire should honestly just push.
They don't know if to die back. It's a lack of gold.
They don't know, but I'm pretty sure that he doesn't have new items. Like, I think that they should push and try to see if he has it. You know what I mean, Badger?
They should, but it'd be understandable if they didn't.
Little too much fear in their heart.
Buy back Bane, you lose the video game with that potentially.
Yeah, I really do think they should just go for it though, and so a little unfortunate. I feel that they're not even attempting it, but we'll see how it actually plays out in the end. Right side buys an AC, getting a BKB. I kind of like the AC actually against Sven. Pretty good for his team. His team has some good clickers, so I think it's fine. What is Sand for? The new have you seen the new Sand King Axe by the way, Badger?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's like
it's like kind of actually really good, but also really terrible because it's so like because of how it like you know how it works, right? Where like it's just like random where the stingers are.
Yeah.
But like if all the stingers land on someone, it's actually like an insanely good acronyms, by the way. But like the problem is obviously that it's very random. Yeah, I just think that's kind of funny how they the Ags is it's just kind of a funny spell. It might literally do like fucking like almost 1k damage to someone, or it might literally do 0 damage to any hero. You feel me?
It's preferable to the like 7.36 Ags. That Ags was not okay.
Yeah. Well, this one is kind of funny, Badger, because I think it's actually kind of because if you get lucky, it's more OP. Because um uh like it can do like an insane amount of damage because Stinger is doing your attack damage plus the Stinger like bonus damage. So like in theory it can be doing like actually like a genuinely OP amount of damage, but it's just random, which is like really funny to me. Because you could literally like one bang any hero on Radiant. Well, maybe not Sven. Sven has a lot of armor, and Stinger does physical damage, and he has like 5k HP.
Same is true of Centaur and S. I mean, 35 armor as well,
Yeah.
4k HP on Centaur, but we're smoking up again. We're not done. We're heading on around downtown again. Bottom lane, the T3 tower is
Luna has a
actually dead.
Luna has like I think Luna should buy something before they go. Like there's smoke right now, but or like Luna's ninja geared, but Luna should spend this gold before whatever fight happens. I think they have way too much dead gold in their inventory right now. Like this is like this could be a big troll. You know what I mean, Badger? Like where you go for the fight and like you don't actually have anything because you're just yeah. I'm a little worried for them. Luna needs to go buy something fast.
We're fighting right now. No time to fight at this point. Stampede forward. Ench has been stunned. Yeti will turn with his BKB and Eclipse, but it's an awkward fight for the Dire side right now. Jakiro might eventually die, but in comes the Requiem. Freeing away everyone in different directions. Roosy in the middle. Everything though. BKB forward, but Yeti is already dead. Enough full cheese. Yeti buys back Jakiro to fall. One more Requiem comes through. Roosie's still jumping on around. Even starting to brought down though. We're running out of key Dire cores. Pishja will attempt to get away. I don't quite think he can. He's not getting away. That's all 3 cores down. All 3 do have buyback. Yeti has already committed his, but that's a big fight to lose. 1 sup for 3 cores and presumably 3 buybacks.
Yeah, this game is kind of like slowly falling off a cliff for Dire. You know what I mean, Badger? Like they've just been like inching into the cliff. They've just been inching down further and further into the cliff. Yeah. Honestly at this point I kind of would like Luna to either just sell their boots and buy a Lincoln's or just sell their boots and buy a rapier. Like either you need to like not get stunned and like do your damage, or you need to just buy a rapier and try to one bang them.
It's gonna be sell boots for Butterfly instead. That'll be the item of choice for Yeti. Grip on Enchantress. In come the buybacks. Enough jumps forward. Knives is charging. Stampede away. In time to hunt for Rusi. He'll blipe near the Centaur. Slight chains to follow. Blink in burrow on Shadow Fiend by Pishja. Logical turns. He's cleaving. He's slapping down Pishja, but it's a trade for the Shadow Fiend. Now Rusi wants more. One more charge forward. Logical will refresh. He's trying to man up with another Satanic. He's on our BKB ready to go. He's being kited. The lifesteal. The lifesteal! He's manning up on everybody! He's collapsed down, Ice Yeti! Rusi gets stunned. He'll try to BKB. Can he get away? No, he cannot. That's going to be the GG called. And it's the Radiant side of Yeah We Smile Power So, who are 1 game away from taking the Lads Plus Season 3 prize pool.
That fight even actually started really well for Dire, where there was a grip used on Ench, who even had they killed Ench, they would have just had buyback and it would have been a totally like, you know, like a 0 value grip. And it did not matter at all. The gold lead is just too substantial.
We're 1 game away. 1 game away. And for typical NA, they'll have to bounce back fast. It was going pretty well until it just wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it was really like, while it was going well for a while and then it wasn't. I feel like that's kind of like the fear of I had with Luna. Like I literally talked about that like particular situation earlier in the game of like, hey, there's a lot of really good stuns on the Radiant team, and if they ever land them on Luna and cast all their spells, she's probably just gonna die. You know what I mean, Badger? That was more or less like that fear, and yeah, it happened 1 time and they had too much net worth loaded onto her and they lost Aegis and Roshan, and Yeah. I will say I think that maybe they should look for. I don't think you can play Sand King this way where you don't get a lot of gold. You know. I don't know. What do you think, Badger? I feel like they either need to pick a different hero or they need to focus on making more gold for Sand King.
Yeah, he was definitely to find. Like, I think in an ideal world, you have those stacks go to Sand King, but again, they prioritize the Luna for obvious reasons, and I guess Sand King was just suffering at that point.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there were other maybe avenues that would have led them to a win, but it is just tough for me to say.
It's a very hard game to split push. I'm gonna cut to a break though. My name's Badger. I'm joined by Roku. See you again for season 3 Lads Plus Finals, Game 4 in a couple of minutes. Greetings and salutations, Dota fans. We are back for the fourth and potentially final game of the League of Lads Plus Season 3 Grand Finals. I am once again joined by the same commentator from game number 3, C Lion 62, aka Salve 737, aka Strawberry Short, aka Rook, aka Jim, former DPC player and 10k MR gamer. How you feeling, Jim?
I'm chilling.
Yeah, it's been
I'm excited to see this next game. Thought that was a pretty nice game back and forth. You know, it was a neat one, but curious to see how teams will react in the draft. There's some changes. I think probably. I think the Bane popped up way too hard. I think they gotta remove that shit.
Yeah, much like it has been a back and forth game 3. It's been a very back and forth series. You know, Yowie Smile per hour. So they took game 1. Typical NA had an epic comeback game 2. Yowie Smile per hour. So won game 3. But hypothetically, it could be 3-0 for Logical and company right now. So they probably are feeling like, hey, we probably should have a 3-0 already. So we might as well just play good Dota, play it smart, and see what we can do. You were mentioning off the air that you were hoping that typical NA were going to draft a bit differently. You want to elaborate on that on stream? Or...
Yeah, I'd say especially like I don't think they dealt with the Bane well, and I think um I feel like they picked heroes that like they picked Luna into a lot of burst, and like they didn't really itemize for it. They didn't have like other things in the draft for it. So like I think if they want to like force a hero like Luna, like they should like they either need to draft like a save support, because as we saw, like you know, just like 2 or 3 times in the game, Luna kind of got one banged, and then they just lost because they have a Luna who's like eating the whole map, you know, and like they're like their net worth distribution seems to be very top heavy. You know what I mean? Out of the limited games I've seen of theirs so far on Lads Plus. So I think they either need to be picking things to protect things better. Like they need to pick like some supports with meaningful save, or they need to like not pick something like Luna into like the Bane and the like. You know what I mean? Like because that game was going well for them for a while, but all it really took was like them one banging the one time, and like they just crumbled. You know what I mean? Better like
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah. Although maybe if the Luna had just bought different items, but I don't know. Like I don't even know if Luna can get away with buying things like S and Y early and like things like Lincoln's early, because maybe she's just too useless then. But as you saw, all it took was one time of them getting gripped, and they got like 5-0 on the team fight, and then you know what I mean? It was like shit fell apart fast, and all it took was one mistake, and you ideally don't end up in a situation where all it takes is one mistake from one player for your game to completely crumble. I mean, sometimes that is just how Dota works, right? Like, but yeah. Ideally, you minimize the chances of that, and you minimize that. I think especially the Sand King, like, uh, you need to either focus on giving your Sand King more farm, or you don't. You need to not pick Sand King. Like I think certain offlane heroes, like just need to have gold. I would say Sand King is one of them. I think he's pretty underwhelming without gold. Um, in comparison to some other heroes with some bigger, easier team fight impacts, and heroes that care less about like having a lot of meaningful net worth. So yeah.
I do want to point out that Logical must have a lot of faith in Simon's Jakiro, because the only hero it was showing was Rubik, who is a notoriously, historically great Jakiro counter. It's like, you know what? I'm just gonna pick it anyways.
Yeah, I'm really. Do you know who will? Does Rusi play mid Rubik, or is this 100% going to be a support?
It could go either way.
I know that Brightside plays it. I don't know if Knives plays it.
So I believe it was played. It was played game number 1 mid by Rusi. I was speculating in game 1 who was going to play it. I thought all 3 players could play it, and I'd be surprised if all 3 couldn't play it. So
Well, I don't know how much Rubik Rusi plays, but I'm looking. I'm just. It
he
looks like he's
literally
played it.
played it today in the series.
I know. I'm not. I'm obviously not talking about if he just played it in the series. Okay, like what? I mean, just like if Rusi has played the Rubik here a lot, or not in the past at all, and it looks like he has a silver tier on it, and he has been recently playing a few games of it in ranked.
He's ready. He's ready for Rubik.
Sure.
He played a pretty good Rubik game 1, so I'm feeling like the game was lost, but I don't think it was his fault. It was lost.
Sure. I mean, I didn't, I watched like 5 minutes of the game, so I really don't have any, you know what I mean? I don't have like a strong sense of what happened. I mean,
Yeah,
if I had to order the Ruby players on Radiant, it would definitely be like Brightside, the Brucey, and then the rest. Presumably coffee probably would be third at it. But I do think Rubik Core is actually rather strong and it can be really 1v9. So pretty interested to see what happens with it. I do think Rubik wants to be able to steal like a nice mobility spell ideally, although you don't need it, but um if they're like I think Ember mid against Rubik is really nice if it is Rubik mid because you are really good at catching him in the game. Like Rubik wants to cast spells from very far away, and Ember is very, very good at chasing people who want to run far away. So it's kind of a very simple, I guess, like, uh game counter.
I want you to turn your attention to the all chat. So Ench gets banned. Instantly,
Oh,
Brightside says thank you
oh my god.
because you want to play another game of Enchantress. That would indicate it's either Knives in My Coffee or Rusi playing Rubik though. Because if Brightside's like yes, Ench got banned, thank you.
That's very true, Badger. I wonder if they've just already decided it's going mid again. I could see that. Cause cause you like you will have really good damage really early on by just stealing like Jakiro's spell that he will like you know what I mean? Like you can't like when you play Jakiro, you can't not give away the spells because your spells don't cast fast enough. Do you know what I mean, Badger? Like if Rubik sees you use Q, like he can just take it before you can cast W. Like even if he reacts pretty slowly, you know what I mean? Like it's very very easy to get the spell, and then you have a very strong spell. Weaver, okay.
Okay, then that's I'm sure a Flex Weaver in nature, but my brain instantly thinks, yeah, Carry Weaver, Carry Weaver, Carry Weaver.
I really hope it's Carry Weaver. I think that I have not tested it, but I'm pretty sure that like support Weaver probably is not going to be good anymore, Badger, because they just removed like what made him so strong in lane as a support.
Yay!
Like I just think there's no way that Weaver's still a good support because like he used to have a free double attack and is Shikuchi level 1 and like not like yeah I'm not I wish Weaver would still be a good support and I'm sure you know that I wish that, but I just think there's no way he is going to be a good support anymore. Like they just moved way too much of his power into like later in the game and that is bad for support Weaver.
They picked Tree
Also
and
Badger is
Protector.
Treant.
I
We love
know,
Treant.
that's why I said yay. I'm excited for it. Love
Assuming
casting
that this
Treant.
is Rubik mid, by the way, I really like having these two heroes together. Like this hero is great at protecting like these kind of like backline type of like mage mid laners like Zeus. It's like well Zeus not during the Manta BKB Zeus patch, okay? Every other patch of Zeus, Invoker, etc. You got what I'm saying, right? That like
Yeah.
Treant protects these like casting mid laners very well. Um, Centaur, okay. I kind of like the heroes that they're picking, and I feel like they're like, oh guys, so this might be core Rubik. Let's not maybe give him like, obviously he has Jakiro, but like, they're not giving him like a lot of other good spells. Like it's kind of hard to steal good spells from Centaur because there's really only Stampede.
Hoof Stomp's
Hoof
not
Stomp is
bad.
okay. Hoof Stomp isn't bad, but it requires you to walk into your opponent. So I think unless you have a Blink Dagger or something else to get in, Hoof Stomp is kind of bad. You know what I mean, Badger? Like, because it's really only that useful if like you have other ways to interact with it.
I think the late game I agree, but I think the earlier parts of the game, I think Hoof Stomp's a perfectly great steal because you can say you're fighting, I don't know, like 2v1 with Rubik, you can easily, lift into Stomp. It's
Well,
just nice.
well, usually you have low. Well, I think early game it's not a very good steal because usually you have less points in your queue, so you can't set up for it, and you have to like walk into your opponents while you're really squishy. I think that like later on, once you have Blink Dagger or you have some other more form of mobility, I think it's actually better later. But you know what, Badger? I think we'll have to leave that up to the Rubik mid experts. Do you think we can get Thompson in here on call?
No, I think he's busy right now.
Oh, okay. So Monkey King picked, and Disruptor picked. I don't do you think this is just Monkey King mid for Rusi? And it's Rubik 4?
I think it's still flex. I think it's gonna be flex until 23. I mean, I'm not sure. Again, I know Brightside has played us up before. I'm sure Karusi can play it mid into Ember. It's a great matchup. I'm sure it can be played carry for Yeti. Even though you have options still. It's probably
Okay.
Rusi mid, but
I think they're what I think is happening is I think they're really locked into this. I think they have a Weaver 1, a Tree 5, a Monkey King mid, and a Rubik 4. I'm pretty confident because I don't I think the other configurations don't make that much sense. Because like Eh, yeah, I don't think they make that much sense. Cause like I think while Monkey King is good against Centaur Warrunner in the side lane, I think he's really bad against both of the supports in lane. You know what I mean? Cause like Disruptor like cancels like you can't like build stack. It's hard to build stacks of your spell against Disruptor because he either slows you or he literally sends you away or he like you know what I mean? Like yeah, and then Jakiro's good against him because he has like the dual breath. Like you can't really
I know
dodge
what
his
you mean. Don't
damage.
worry, I know what you mean.
Yeah. So I do hope that this is Monkey King mid. Um, I'm very curious to see what the lanes actually end up being, but that is what I would like to see. Is Monkey King mid, Rubik 4, Tree and 5, Weaver 1.
Yeah, it's
Also
notoriously.
Weaver 1 with Tree and 5 Badger as I'm sure you
Oh
know
yeah,
very well.
I have.
That's a banging lane.
Hmm.
Guys, that's a good ass fucking lane.
It really is.
Okay? It's got everything, okay? You got a hero with no built-in lane sustain, and then you got Treant. You got a hero who's really mobile and a hero who slows them. You got you got two slows on one hero, and you got a spell that's good at walking people down with Swarm. You know, it's just like
Mhm.
those heroes are very strong on lane together into like everything.
That I guess it's Dragon Knight 3 then.
Yeah, I feel like yeah.
We've already seen Camel lose a couple mid lanes because of the skill differential, so we might see. I've played Ember as a low MR player into Monkey. It did not go well. You can go ask Logical how that went when he had me playing Ember into like Muzi on his team. It did not go well. So
Yeah, and Rusi is a really experienced Monkey King player. Like Rusi like has played a lot of Monkey Mid. A lot. I'm sure he's played this specific matchup like over 100 times. Over like I'm sure he's played this matchup. If you count playing both sides of the matchup, he's probably played this like over 200 times. You know what I mean? If I had to guess, Badger. Like he's played a lot of Ember into Monkey, and he's played a lot of Monkey into Ember. So this could be. I'm really curious to see how this mid lane goes because I think that this could be the most like this one has the potential to be the worst one to go for camel farmer we've seen yet. You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean this is again, it's if you were a higher MR player and you want to like put the fear of God in a man, you play MK Ember. Like you just win the matchup. It's hard to
Yeah.
not win the matchup, honestly.
Like there were times where Ember had better counterplay, but I don't think like I don't think currently any of the Ember facets or any of the Ember skill builds can really like deal with Monkey King. I think.
Yeah.
I'm not a mid player, not an expert on it, but I'm pretty confident that that's like the current consensus on the Monkey King Ember. Because there were points in time where Ember E was so strong level 1 that you could like actually like get an advantage level 1 and then kind of like even out the lane and eventually Monkey King pulls ahead. But like I don't think that's how it is nowadays. Also, lastly on the TA pick, I I don't love TA here, but I do think that if they have a really strong lane with it, I could like it more. Uh, I Yeah, I think either I want to see them making a lot of stacks for TA, or I want to see them crush the lane. Um, because I do think that TA is not a great carry into Weaver. Um, the Shard is really good against Weaver, but in general, Weaver is like really good at chasing onto TA and like ganking her early. You know, like Weaver's one of the carries that has like an amazing time just with like brown boots, or sorry, with like treads and like a wraith band to like just literally like Shikuchi over to her lane, gank her with like your off lane, and then just walk back to your lane, etc. Treant notably is rather good against TA, like at most points in the game. The ultimate is very strong until TA gets to level 20. Um, they do damage over time. They give your team armor, right? Like Monkey King gets armor in his arena. You know, it's not that it's like a terrible TA game, Badger, but I don't think of this as a very good TA game unless the TA is really pulling ahead. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, and Logical's been playing it a bit recently. Maybe he's feeling warmed up. So
I know Dog is a pretty good TA. The question is more like how ahead they get in their lane and how much their team makes stacks. Because I do think if they make a shit ton of stacks for TA, no matter how their lane goes, Dog could like easily like go mode Dog God 52 God King Emperor drive state. You know what I mean?
absolutely.
It is very much so a Dog King God King Emperor drive state angle.
Yeah, I mean, if you are just joining us, welcome to game number 4 of the
Which
League of Lads Plus Grand Finals. Yeah, we smile, proud ourselves one game away from taking the lion's share of $700. Of course, typically looking to bring it to a fifth game. My name's Badger. I'm joined by Rook, aka former DPC player. Rook.
Oh, one thing I wanted to say, Badger, is that this new Weaver innate is better. Is
Is he
actually
dead?
makes them.
He's dead on
Yeah.
He's definitely dead. Oh, he's a TP.
Oh, he has
Good
he has
awareness.
the
Good awareness.
he has the what do you call it? The innate. The innate,
Electromagnetic repulsion.
yeah. That is a really nice trade though. They turn this lane into a 2-on-1 for the first wave and a half. They need to just hit this guy. Go hit him, guys. Nice. What did I want to say though? Oh yeah. So one downside of Weaver carry against TA is that like you do like oftentimes like can't it's hard to hit them if they're playing the fight really far back. But with Weaver's new innate where he gains attack range after using abilities, actually that's not really gonna be a problem for him anymore. You know, Badger like it's gonna like he's gonna have crazy high attack range in team fights like later on in the game. You know, when he's casting like a bunch of W's, a bunch of the E's, the Q's. You know, the weasels.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. But yeah, this new innate on Weaver is really interesting. I think it's kind of neat. I actually feel like getting 50 for each spell is a lot, Badger. Later on, I feel like he's going to be attacking from super far away.
It's certainly possible.
Oh, Trian, Brightside notably does not have a sentry to deward the lane. Like he cannot deward this lane ward, which Weaver hates playing against lane sentries. They are the bane of every Weaver lane.
Yeah.
He goes from being untargetable and uninteractable while doing like 100 damage to you to taking like 200 damage if he ever wants to trade.
We saw it right then and there. It wasn't even the highest committed either to going
like
on him.
Centaur could have even auto attacked him once more. I'm pretty sure for another like 50 damage on him once you calculate armor in, you know.
Yeah, almost certainly the case, but I'll leave it on our pause. We are once again paused, so we get to be paused. And we have not looked too much at mid, but Rusi is winning the lane, not too surprising. But Camel's actually holding his own. Rusi did go for an Orb of Venom, by the way. He's just really interested in hitting the Ember Spirit. As one does in a Monkey King Ember lane, so. I consider this level of lane loss to be an absolute win for Camel, though. Like this is.
I mean, it's still early. It could get a lot worse, you know.
It's like I'd say that it's gonna get absolutely blasted. To get blasted like right away, though. You'll know like minute 0, you're gonna lose the lane. Usually.
Well, I think that this is the point where it gets the. Okay, Rusi, don't take the wave on your tower, bro. Just hold it. Okay. This is the point where it should be hardest. Where once Monkey King gets 2 points in his E, because and he has boots and the small orb, you know, and he's gonna have the big orb soon too. But I think this is the point where I'm most scared of Monkey King is when he gets to level 2 Django Mastery.
Ooh, top lane almost had a first blood. A little bit of spells missed top lane. Still first blood though. Ooh. Simon going down.
Yeah. Badger, I'm gonna keep careful watch to see if there are stacks being made. I mean, mostly for Dire.
Yeah, I mean everybody's doing some lane interactions right now. No time for stacks apparently. At least not yet.
Yeah, I mean now is definitely too early, but more just in general.
Brightside's dead as well. That's both teams have lost their 5 sup in the safe lane so far.
Yeah.
This lane is now going very badly for Camel Farmer.
Yeah. He hasn't gotten a last hit in like 2 waves, so yeah.
And sometimes you just lose the mid wave, you know? You just lose the mid lane.
It's okay, there he got a nice little.
You gotta last it, all as well.
Gotta last it. I think Rusi should thin the wave a bit. He's letting the wave get too big.
Lane. You see the combo again, but Weaver's just dead actually. Despite the combo, Weaver's died. Okay
Weaver.
Then. That is not what you want if you're Yeti. I'm sure Brightside's somewhat okay with that, but Yeti is definitely sad.
Yep.
Yeah, 28-14 on Monkey King, 11-0 on Ember.
Yeah, this is I think Rusi holding a skill point to take tree dance here, gonna look for a gank. I like this. Trying to help out his team get
He's a
some
banana,
lead.
Roman bottom. We're already seeing the fight break out bottom. Already the Disruptor and the Centaur are low. Mr. Banana will go in for enough, and well, it's banana time. He has now skilled the tree dance. He can use it if he wants, but instead it'll only be NPL, end planer going down, so that's honestly not a great rotation from Rusi there.
Yeah.
I think actually less importantly than missing the last hits he missed, Ember got like 6 last hits while he was gone, which is way more important than the last hits he missed, actually. I mean, Ember's still losing the lane, but that little bit of life is nice.
I mean,
he's 5
like
now,
making
so.
a rotation like that and not getting not like really getting anything out of it for yourself on bot side is like, I think definitely like, yeah, definitely not what you want. Ooh, top lane.
Yeah, it's definitely action top lane. A rotation by Disruptor. It'll be a 3v2. But through the Twin Gate comes Mr. Brightside. It'll be a 3v3. Glimpse back against the Rubik. The Logical dies
dog down.
first.
He doesn't get any
dead
HP
Rubik
either.
in exchange. But even then, he's still alive. He's finally dead. But again, that is a great fight for the Radiant side of typical NA.
Yeah, even better than the fact that they kill the TA is that they kill the TA before they pick up any kills. Like I like the Radiant side. I'm pretty sure was losing a bit on EXE in the lane before, and now they're like gonna be way up. Like it's just gonna get like level 5 off this wave if he takes it solo for sure. And yeah, this is looking very good for them.
Oh, minute 6 rune goes to Rusi. This may be a dead Ember.
Oh,
It'll be
dog.
close. He's got the boundless strike. That should be a very guaranteed kill. It even times it out right to make sure there's no slight dodge. Meanwhile, top lane, we're fighting top. Brightside's low, Logical's low, and Planer brings down Brightside. That's a glimpse against the Dragon Knight right towards Logical, who hits him with a Meld Strike. That'll eventually be a Dragon Knight kill. He's stuck in the kinetic field. A double kill for Disruptor, who has 4 kills of his Dyer's team's 5 kills, which is something else.
Not necessarily who you wanted the gold on, but overall worked out pretty well.
Now, maybe that goal is what he needs to buy some sick items. Never mind, he's dead. He's so dead.
Oh.
Oh, man. Meanwhile, bottom lane, enough. He's fine, but yeah, Rusi is just gaming. He's number 1 net worth by a decent margin already.
I agree, Badger. This game is like, I think, like a very contested early game so far, though. Like aside from Rusi being really ahead, everything is like pretty like stable, you know. And even Ember is not doing like so terribly. Like at least he is level 6. You know, he's looking to make a move right now. Actually, they got 4-stack bottom. Looks like they really want to break this tier 1 safe lane tower very early. Notably, it is very hard to do in a Treant Protector. That hero is very good at defending his tier 1 safe lane tower, as Badger is very well acquainted with.
With this skill build, though, it's still breakable. There's no living armor yet, so it is breakable. It's a much more active 2-2-0 build rather than more passive 1-2-1 build, so...
Yeah, I mean, but you still can do the Treant thing where you like grab the wave and then like run into your trees. You know, like, it's still Treant on the safe lane tower. You know,
It is.
He's got a lot of good tools for it.
Oh, mid lane, they want to get Rusi, but they better get this kill quickly. They brought in 4. They're stunning him away, and that'll be the death of Rusi. A very needed kill, and now the move denies my coffee, who will die. Remnant forward by the Ember Spear. Good lift back stuns 3, but it'll still be a kill for
Farmer.
Camel Farmer. No Stampede for a 3rd as well. They want Brightside. He's in the trees. There's not enough trees for you to hide in, buddy. You'll get brought down. That'll be 3 kills for Yeah We Smile per hour. So
Yeah, at least mile per hour has like they've kind of like started moving in a 4-man block, and it's working out better than it should be, honestly. Radiant's just kind of fighting them a lot, and Dyer's been like I don't know if you Badger this. It's kind of like it's a little wacky, but it's working out for him. This like this block of heroes just walking together.
sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. And while they're doing it, they're running mid again. They want the Monkey King. He's in the kinetic field. He'll bound the strike too. He'll move to Ember, who ran back towards the T1 tower. And I'll give him a Jingu Mastery. We saw a glimpse as well bringing Is that Treeprot? Rubik? I think it's Rubik back to the top lane or something, but it's still Jingu for Rusi, and there's a siege top lane going on as well.
Hmm. Yeah. Not really seeing any stacks being made on Dire, but Dog has been... The Dog's been getting his numbers up pretty nicely after this, after that death.
Simon drops an ice bath, fish just in the middle of everything. Simon's already dead, but in comes Brucey. That'll be a dead logical. Static Storm is pretty good, but there's no follow-up damage. Therefore, Camel TP's away, but it's cancelled by Brucey! Disruptor to fall. Ember has no way out other than a miracle. That miracle will not arrive. Brightside secures the kill. That is 4 for 0. That'll be a T1 tower. Brightside is a very active skill, though. He's got 3 points in the lead seed, no living armor. He wants to bang right here, right now.
Yeah. And I do think that, like, having a strong hero with good defensive capabilities on Weaver in a safe lane, you know, it kind of alleviates some of the pressure on this turret, you know? Like, he doesn't need to, like, spam E on it because he's got a Weaver who can, like, play the lane, like, to infinity. Unless they, like, Disruptor ult him.
We're just this tower is normally a very early casualty. You see, I call it El Clasico for a reason. It's the T1 safe lane for T1 safe lane trade. It's been sort of the lay of the land for, let's just say, about half of games for the last like decade, and it's just not the case right now.
I'd say for a long period of that decade, it was like it's become less common ever since the map has changed. But like, do you remember the old map where that literally for like 2 years would like happen like in like every pro game?
Right
that
now,
exact
glimpse
trade.
away the Monkey King. Logical is fine. Yeah, it's definitely not as common as it used to be, but it's still pretty fucking common.
What was giving Dog move speed there? The Stampede had run out, so what made him fast? I want to. Actually, I'm so curious.
Knives in the coffee will still get brought down. By the way, maybe it was.
What was giving Dog move speed there? I knew because it wasn't Stampede, right? Stampede had already ended.
I'm looking around at spells. I'm seeing what can give move speed, and I don't see anything. But maybe it was. I don't know. I missed the kill mid lane looking at Templar Assassin's abilities. Kill Farmer ends up going down. Enough TP's in. He'll lift stop Rusi, but Rusi has a 20 charge 1 if he can get off in time, and he does. Balance
yes, Q, he's gonna heal the
He'll use it on 2, healing up to about 2/3 HP. Goodbye, Disruptor. Goodbye, Centaur, War Runner. Goodbye, middle T1 tower. So, if you wanted a Game 5, that's the exact kind of fight you want to see. Right now, Radiant, they're up, typically they're up by 2 towers, and they're up by a good bit of kills and net worth.
They've kind of avoided the TA situation I was scared of, where TA would either A, have a really good lane and be super farmed, or they would have a lot of stacks and TA would like instantly turn into a demon. Neither of those things are true, so this is very good for Radiant. TA, you know, they're a fast farmer without stacks, but like, it's not like they're gonna be crazy. They're not gonna like turn like, it's gonna be some while before this TA is like really a menace in the game. You know what I mean, Badger? And that is very much to Radiant's advantage. They're not gonna have to worry about her in fights for a significant period of time.
Dude, what is Monkey King formed into? I mean, regardless, even Orchid the Ember. Ember is incredibly dead. Ember is incredibly dead. It's like a little storm cloud or something. I don't know what he turned into with the mischief, but he had some weird looking disguise there.
I couldn't tell you either, Badger.
It's like a tiny storm cloud. It looks like some like weird disruptor projectile. I don't know what it was, but
yeah, I wish I could say that I was like noticing it, but it was not on my docket. You know what I mean, Badger?
I do know what you mean, Jim.
Wow, that's impressive. What are you, some kind of English professor or something? Fucking laughing at us yokes?
Not really.
Fine, be that way. Big drama on the cast. Come to see it all. Yep. I'm so glad Rusi is buying second item BKB, by the way. Very good this game. They have a Centaur stun. They have a Blade Mail. They have Chikiro spells. They have Static Storm. Badger, I think this is gonna be a very powerful BKB once he gets it.
You see a number of these Monkey King core games. Sometimes you don't buy the BKB in time, and you just lose your momentum. But Rusi knows that, so he's ready to go.
Yeah, this is looking very good. Dog is slowly inching up the net worth charts. Dragon Knight notably, I'd say Pitched having a way better game this time around. Um, and he's got himself a Mage Slayer, gonna be very tanky, putting out good value in the team fights. Ooh, it might be a team fight mid, which I
Yeah, it's
feel
a
like
glimpse
Radiant
against Rusi, but that's one tough nut to crack. Stampede was used, allowing a major repositioning. Blue Cloud's command has been used, but it's canceled by the silence from End Flaner. Enough's fighting. Rusi can't get a life steal at this point. He's just dead. A massive kill. Monkey and Pitch is isolated as well on the north side. He'll get brought down as well. So it's 2 cores dead. Tree Prot dies on the south side. They'll move the knives back up. That'll be a 4th kill eventually. He's trying to kill Ember, but he's unable to do so. That's a 4-for-0 rout. And a very needed win for YWSPHS per hour so. And he was logical taking.
I feel like that should have went better for Radiant. I feel like Brucey needed to just click the he needed to not pump fake the ult and just cast it. I think that was the thing that was a lot of gold Badger. This game is kind of I don't want to say it's flipped upside down, but it's leveled out very fast. You know what I mean?
He also a major net worth lead, and now it's a no net worth lead. So yeah, I do
Yeah.
know exactly what you mean. It's definitely still anyone's game, but typical NA lost momentum. And Dota is a momentum-based game sometimes. It really is.
Yes, that is not what you want to be seeing for Radiant. I mean, especially here like Monkey King, who like that delays his BKB a lot. Like, and look at TA. They're now like dead tied for first place in net worth with Monkey. Look at what Weber's buying. Let's see, he's got a Clarity and Crow, buying a BKB next. All right, nothing really crazy. Are there any wacky item builds out here, Badger?
I don't see anything too wild.
You know what I
wacky,
think
you know.
would have been a really cool build from the Ember this game, Badger?
What would that be?
I think he should have bought a Vessel. It's really good against Monkey and it's really good against Dragon Knight. And but I also just think using Vessel on Ember is really fun. So I'm very biased, Badger.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I do see, but yeah, maybe it's one of those things he felt like he wasn't going to get enough value out of it, just dying all the time. But well, top lane logical TP's away just in time. We see Brightside. He has chosen one of the 2 viable possible tree items first. He chose the Blink rather than the Shard. And yes, those are the only 2 viable options. If you choose another one, you're not playing the hero correctly. But he's ready to jump around, be that initiator. See DK going for a Mage Slayer, so he says, you know what? As long as to start the fights, might as well be me on the tree prots. Top lane. End Planer is really, really deep. I don't think he's going to escape someone's life. And yep, bound the strike into a couple more hits. Got a glimpse off, but to very little effect. 1 more solo kill for Rusi. He's up to 6 kills now in the Monkey King. And we're going mid.
Oh.
Overgrowth against the Ember Spirit, but is there enough lockdown? He remnants away, so the answer was no. There was not enough lockdown.
A little too early. Needed to wait a moment for Rusi to get. It was really close to Rusi being in range to use Orchid. But like, you know, Dota, sometimes it's a game of very small inches, and that was one of those very small inches.
I appreciate you saying my line there.
No problem, Badger.
Well, we're headed bottom lane. T1 tower is under attack. The defenders largely are not there, though, so I suppose it'll be a dead T1 tower. Goodbye, T1 safe lane, so... At this point, we'll perhaps head elsewhere. Through the Twin Gate will be the option chosen. Dire Schmilk is 4 Radiant. I do not believe saw that. They have a little war here, but I don't think they saw it on the ward. So they're through the gates. Centaur has Blink Dagger Blade Mail. He's powerful right now. Is he gonna run to Monkey King? That's a huge hero to find. He finds him. What is there? Wait a minute. Rusi's fine. Against the Wukong's off. He is absolutely a-okay. He's zoning away. There's no overgrowth. There's a static storm. Sounds no Weaver. Weaver gets caught instead. Now Rusi's in the ice path. He'll go on Jakiro. Stampede. Gets him a little bit of distance, but now Rusi needs to be a little bit careful. He's Slate Chains it. He has all of his spells on cooldown. Orchid on cooldown. No BKB, and now no HP. 2 kills again, both on key cores.
Yeah, this is a little worrying. Radiant is kind of collapsing a little bit. One thing I think should change things a lot is Pitch does getting the Blink Dagger. Should be easier to engage and start fights. Bruce, I think, needs to stop looking to fight and just finish his
It's a
BKB.
very odd dive middle lane. It's an interesting 1-for-1. They bring down Rooping in exchange for Brightside Soul killing Disruptor. The T1 tower is dead. Brightside will also be dead. Goodbye, Brightside.
Ulti?
Pistia arrives looking to perhaps avenge. Brightside's still alive, actually. Kayle Farmer's incredibly low. He can't get around it off in time. Wait a minute, Brightside, the big tree protector that could Simon will live in the fountain. Enough those on the run in the river. He
Cancels the
will
Centaur's
attempt to
blink
get
just
away,
in
and there's no
time.
getting away.
Brightside canceled it was the reverse inches where he died by inches before and now he killed by inches. It's the battle of inches, Badger.
Truly is.
Yeah, I think I was about to say that Dire could run away with this game, but after like they just give Raiden a lot more time to get to their BKBs, you know. I think that this triple BKB timing on Radiant will be very strong. TA is nowhere near BKB, and TA in one stun getting hit by the BKB heroes will die. There's no question on that. Ember went for a Yules because his game is going pretty slow, so he will not have a BKB. I think once Radiant does hit this triple BKB, they need to make the game very simple. They need to go either just take the Roshan or force them to fight them for Roshan. They get the Aegis, they clear out some tier 2s maybe, eat their woods, and I think Radiant actually has a pretty clear path to success right now. The question is whether they will buy these BKBs and then not get a lot of value out of them immediately, or if they will force the Roshan, force a team fight, and get a nice, very tangible advantage.
If you have to wonder whether or not you need to buy BKB, the answer is just buy BKB. Just buy more BKB.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame Dog for not buying his BKB yet, but it does mean that since his Ember, they're gonna need to avoid fighting them for a while, which Dire is pretty good at. Ember, notably, is a very good hero at pushing side lanes and then running away. Centaur, very tanky, is not terrible at it, has Stampede. So they have ways to interact while Radiant does have this 3 BKBs, they have ways to interact with the map, it's not like it's doomed or anything for them.
Dire Tormentor just went down. End Planer on the Scepter got a free shard. Radiant's Torm is still alive, but I'm sure it'll die soon. What is important, though, is our good friend Roshan, who has died a lot today. I'm trying to... I think Roshan's died 9 times so far this series, if I'm counting correctly. Might be 10 times by now. He's gonna die again pretty soon, I'm pretty sure.
That sounds accurate, Badger.
Rough day to be our good friend Roshan. Friend of the channel, Roshan.
Radiant does look like they're setting up to do Roshan. I'm really curious if they actually will go do it. Let's see. They might be trying to force a fight instead. Notably, the DK does not have BKB yet. I think they're plenty strong with 2 BKBs. That is one weak point. Dragon Knight is still capable of being controlled in the team fight.
Here we go.
Now,
Radiant are in the pit. Dire are moving towards the pit. Brightside gets found. He'll get isolated and brought down before the fight, so no tree in this fight.
he does have
Radiant
buyback.
leave the pit with Roshan at half HP. Tree buys back. Blink in by Pistia. Finds a kill on M Planner. Now it's bouncing on through the Wukong's command. But it's a Stampede. Disengage. They use up the Ember anyways. He used himself, but he dodged the tree ulti. That could have been an absolute disaster on the timing, using his own allied Stampede, but he still did anyways! He gets hunted all the way back towards the river. Balance strike hits the Centaur. Warner Simon's on the run. There is no running from death. It's already 3 dead. It's logical. Perhaps looking for a bit of a turnaround play. But it's too little too late. It's Roshan going to the Radiant side.
Radiant didn't even need to use any of their 9 seconds. With Disruptor dead at the start of the fight and unable to get off Static Storm, there was just never any need for them to use it in the fight, which is even better. They win a team fight, and they get Aegis. Badger's kind of it's like the perfect scenario for them.
It's the best of both worlds, as known as the Hannah Montana, of course.
True, amen. Praise be Hannah. Big fan.
Bot T1 tower gets denied. by
I watched
enough.
I watched that show when I was a kid growing up, bro. You gotta be
Uh,
a Hannah Montana fan, man.
I feel like everybody of anybody anywhere between like 20 and like 30 probably did, yeah.
That's probably accurate, Badger.
It's a very, if you were born mid 1990s to early 2000s, you definitely watched some Hannah Montana at some point.
Yeah.
Even if you didn't, it was kind of in the cultural sphere, so the reference, it holds up.
Yeah.
Top lane, Ember has been found, though he is just fine. You mentioned it earlier that this Ember hero can just kind of push in the side lanes and be fine, and we see it there. He pushed in the side lane, got caught, and was fine.
Yeah, no, I mean the Yule is great for that. It's a very cheap way to get access to a good dispel and an easy way to leave fights and leave split pushing side lane. Dog has hit the shard, the crystallis, the desolator. He's kind of at the okay, TA is gonna hit you hard, and they have the silence and the slow, you know. So definitely a good moment for Dog. Uh, Now the question is how long he'll be able to live in fights. He needs to enter fights later until he gets his BKB because he can get bursted very easily. Um, they have the damage for it. They have the stuns for it, Badger. And Dire, you know, the same way how Luna had no save heroes in the team last game, TA also has no save heroes, except for Stampede. But Stampede doesn't work if you're stunned or rooted, right? Like so, it's kind of it's like a fake save, Badger. You know what I mean?
I mean, it does help you get outside the Wukong's command, which has been the general usage of this game. It's like, hey, Wukong's comes out, I'm gonna Stampede.
Yeah, but it doesn't let you hit if the other stuns are still available because then if you get stunned while you're like you can't attack them while you're stampeding, you can only run away. Like, so it's like you're saving someone.
Ruchi's on the
only
high ground.
sort
He's
of.
on the high grounds. Glimpse back in. Pistia will blink and stun Disruptor. Disruptor gets stampeded away though. And at this point, now Pistia, he is stuck. Static Storm's on the floor, but it's overgoes on 4 from right side. End planer down. Goodbye, Centaur. Double kill for Ice Yeti. 1 counter kill from Logical. Logical trying the man, but he cannot win the man fight. Dies to Rusi. Rusi's going to TP to his fountain. Getting the hell away from that one. It's a buyback from End planer. Ended up. They want to get something. I said that, and they're going to escape. They got the tier 3 tower. They got the 2 buybacks from NPL and enough. And they really did not get much in return. They got a kill on right side, and they got
really
Aegis.
Bad for Dire. That was really bad for Dire. Like very, very worrying if you were Dire. The tier 3 died. You lost your fort, and you used 2 buybacks. And
Lucy has
very
BKB on cooldown. I'm not sure if they can kill him, but they're going to try. He gets glimpsed back towards Camel Farm where he's low on HP and he's dead. The help was too far away, and he's just dead on Rusia now.
Dog doesn't even have a BKB queued up, dude. I do not think you can get away with not buying a BKB this game. I think that's kind of crazy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ice Yeti is just lurking around right now. He's not. Wait a minute. Glimpse. He's static stormed. He can BKB. He'll use it now to perhaps kill Disruptor and then run away. Correction, no kill Disruptor, simply a run away. So at this point, it's still a very tenuous game states, where Radiant are clearly winning, but they're not winning so hard. This is a free game. This is definitely a very competitive game still. So
yeah.
Okay, so you're playing Rubik, right? You steal Searing Chains. You get like the Chain Gang facet from it as well. You do, okay. So you get the 4 units on it. If Ember has it. I did not know this.
Yo, this Disruptor is pretty farm, by the way, bro. He's on his way to an Ags. It's actually like a really this Disruptor could pop off, bro. He got a Glimmer, he's got an Aether Lens. He's got the Psychic Headband, bro. Imagine this could be the Disruptor gets Ags and then wins his team the game angle. Are you seeing it? I'm seeing it.
He's got, look at his cast ranges are massive right now. He's got the plus 325 cast range. He's ready to cast stuff.
He is ready to cast the Badger. Amen.
Well, back to a bit of a split siege. We saw a split siege earlier where Radiant were sieging a lot more quickly. And as a result, we're seeing some TPs back. T2 mid is dead.
Did Dragonite buy a shard or get it from Tormentor?
He got it from Tormentor.
Okay, that makes sense.
And he just got it as well. He literally just got it.
Oh, I was looking at other people's items. I'm trying. I'm trying to justify Dog's Hurricane Pike, but I just think this is too greedy. All it takes is one DK stun, bro. That's 2.5 seconds. Oh, he also did. He took the extra health, which I actually think this game the stun would be better, but it's whatever. I think that it's not a big deal. Just my personal opinion.
Logical.
I'm pretty worried for Dog. I'm pretty worried for Dog Badger. I could see him, you know, going mode sicko, whatever the kids are saying nowadays. But I could also see this being like the end of the game. What do you think of Badger? You think Dog is gonna dance or Dog's gonna feed?
He thinks he's not going to get stunned. If he's right, he'll win the game. But I mean, Radiant are gonna try to stun him clearly.
Okay, solid logic in argumentation, Badger.
We are headed on in mid with a smoked up Blink Dragonite. Blink not even needed, so walk up slowly, Dragon Tail angle on that
Walk
one.
up slowly and down Dragon Tail smash.
Absolutely, at this point they've almost caught Ember. Ember got away though. Rusi still wants to hunt, but he's not going to find anything.
What are your thoughts on Wizrobe, Badger?
The Falcon player who plays Falcon like he's playing Sheik?
Yes.
And I've heard every other Falcon player ever.
Oh, okay. I like Wizrobe.
I'm more of a nun sort of guy.
I see.
Blink Dragon Tail on Disruptor. Into the Swarm. The range racks have already crumbled. Nether racks are under attack as well, of course. Blink, Hoof Stomp, finds Dragonite. He's inside the Static Storm, but he's still so tanky. Stampede has been used. But at this point, the racks have crumbled. Glimpse forced the BKB from Brucey. Camel, Remnants in. He's lifted up and almost brought down immediately. Overgrowth is in. It's on the back lines. Hitting two. Camel barely gets away, but Logical will not get away. He's been stunned, and again, no BKB, no escape. And now no life. He has no buyback, no BKB at this point. It's looking a lot like game 5, I should say. It's gonna say game 3. Realize no, it can't be game 3. I'll start adding a number to it. Say game 4, but we're already
What
in
about
game
game
4,
32?
So.
Could this possibly be the game 32 angle?
God no, dude, my voice would be so wrecked after.
Okay, it was just a
32
question, Badger,
games.
right? I was just asking a question, Badger. That's all, man.
That's less a question and more of like an invitation. Like that'd be my personal hell, casting 32 go games in a row.
And you know, it's Badger. I just had a simple question, all right? You know, just a simple, quick little cue, you know.
I think the most you can really do without going mentally insane is like 8 or 9. Even then, 8 or 9 is stretching it.
Okay, all right. I'll put respect on them.
You just physically cannot do more than that voice-wise, unless you're not trying. If you're not trying, then whatever, you can do more.
What if you decide you're gonna speak very calmly and monotonely like Purge the whole time?
Then I'm a bad caster. I'm not gonna do that.
Well, I'm just saying, like you could do it then.
I mean, you're not commentating.
You actually know who my favorite casting duo was, and they only ever casted at one. It was like one TI. They were doing like the smaller games. It was I think it was Febby and Purge. There was something about the contrast of them, and like it was really funny. Do you remember? Did you ever watch? Do you know what I'm talking about?
That was that newcomer stream. I didn't watch that one though. I don't think. I think that was the newcomer stream.
I don't think that was the new. I know Purge did the newcomer stream. I don't think he did it with Febby. This is.
Yeah,
like,
but they wouldn't make Purge and Febby an actual commentary duo though, you know?
No, I think they were just like doing like some like smaller games. Like it was like must have been during group stages, and they were doing like some of the less popular games. I'm pretty sure. This was Febby.
Even then though, they have actual play-by-play casters for the group stage games, don't they?
I need to.
If anything, they have too many play-by-play casters. We've seen like play-by-play paired with play-by-play before. Which usually does not go too well, but it can go well. It just tends not to. Here we go again. More building siege. We're headed for a second set of barracks. Remnant on the floor, chains the fall, hoof stomp hits the Weaver, but he's got 2 lives in a BKB. They haven't even cracked the first life. Oh no. Bound Strike hits Disruptor. That took away half of his HP. This building siege, it just seems difficult.
On the one hand, Dire, they got some good high ground spells. They got Jakiro Ultimate. They got, you know, Stampede. They got the Hoof Stomp. They got Disruptor spells. Disruptor notably not at the Aghanims yet, which is when he is a super crazy hero on high ground. He is like he's like a god hero on high ground with Aghanims.
He's close, but nowhere near close enough.
kind of a
Enough
precarious-
leaves his space, forcing a BKB out of Rootsy thanks to the glimpse. Swarm comes through, Blink, Dragon Tail stun on Disruptor. They want to bring him down the floor to Static Storm, and he's used it in time, but to very little effect. Now again, enough leaves his space. They want to go on Weaver and DK. Weaver, time lapses in time. Now he's BKB, but it's a dead Pistia. They look for Ember. Ember gets chain stunned and 100-0 brought down. That's a 1-for-1 trade so far, kind of. Overgrow. Oh, the fantastic overgrowth and everything from Mr. Brightside. That's going to be a lot of dead enemy heroes very soon. Balance Strike hits Centaur. Order actually, it's Brightside who's dead. They couldn't finish a single kill there. Despite the lockdown, despite the overwhelming damage, just not enough on one target. They bring Ice Yeti into the Dire base. They're going to kill him in there. That's an absolute disaster for typical
I feel like
NA.
we're. I think the worst part about that is that it means that the next time they try to fight them, Disruptor is gonna have the Ags, and this could be the angle I was envisioning, Badger. I'm seeing. It's like how I talked about how I think like this could be how the Luna falls, and then, you know, this could be how Radiant falls. I'm very worried for Radiant. Yeah, the next I don't think they could ever go high ground without Aegis, and the next Aegis is very far away. So I'm concerned, Badger. Where are you at emotionally in the series? Talk to me.
I'm a little bit scared this game is going to be a typical NA win in like 60 minutes. Because then...
I think if it goes 60 minutes, it's 100% a Dire win, by the way.
You're probably right, but if somehow it goes late and Radiant still win, that's the pure scenario. We've been at this for 5 hours. Correction, you haven't been. I've been at this for 5 hours already, and
I've emotionally been at it for 5 hours.
if we go to game 5, it's gonna be like a 7-hour affair in that scenario. So I don't. It's not that I can't do it, but you know, at a certain point, it's like, yeah, either you're not giving. I mean, at this point, it's the finals, so I have to give the best work. But it's gonna hurt to throw at a certain point. I mean, there's only so much hydration can do.
You have to get some honey and start soaking your throat in honey.
That's something I could do in the aftermath. I can say make some tea with honey, but in the moment, there's no way I can do that. Absolutely no
You have
way.
to get more honey, Badger. More honey.
I keep hearing honey. I hear it a lot. It's all right, but for as much as it's talked about, I don't think it's
Well,
as...
it's more that it's tasty.
That's true, but a lot of things are tasty.
Okay, well, you have an excuse to eat this tasty one.
I suppose. I mean, say like a milkshake would probably be pretty... Actually, a little too sugary, but like a... Hold that thought, me. Because time is being gone on right now. Gleipnir from Rusi purrs off the Guardian Greaves. He'll Ice Path the Monkey King into Macro Pyre. Static Swarm hits Rusi, and he's 100-0 brought down! Stampede comes out to reposition Overgrowth. It's already there, but again, they don't try to kill Centaur. Centaur wins the man fight. Eventually he'll die, but it's already too dead on the Radiant side. NPL will get brought down by Knives McGoff, making it a 2-for-2 trade, and now, with no logical in the right position, it has to be an escape angle for the Dire side. The trap comes through, slowing to, but Yeti's still extremely quick. He's hunting, looking for Camel Farmer, now turns back towards Simon, back towards Camel Farmer. Camel has been caught by Rubik. He'll get stunned by the lift, but he should really be fine with the Remnant away, and the Remnant towards Logical Dote. Speaking of Logical, he's back from the fountain, full HP once again, going for Rubik. Rubik should be incredibly dead. Rubik is incredibly dead, eventually. Eventually, right? There's no way he lives here, right? There's no way he lives here, right? He actually lives on Rubik!
Oh, not only does he live,
can really
the
hit
Ember
the
chase is too
hits!
far! Oh my god.
Knives in my,
Dart-
I mean, just knives in my Houdini at this point. That is just impossible after this happened.
Bro, Dire is ready to go to game 5, man. They're getting ready now. Oof.
I can't believe it.
His middle tower is under attack.
So, typical NA, they're about to once again run it down to mid. They're gonna try to kill Logical, who blinks away from the Radiant team back to his high ground.
Yep. Kind of. I don't know if they have enough time to actually hit this high ground. I mean, they might just be sitting here just to like camp and see if someone feeds into them. You know, that's probably what's going on. But I don't think I want to see them hit the buildings. I think hitting the buildings to that just could go very wrong for Radiant.
It sounds interesting. It sounds very interesting if they do that.
Was the Treant banned other games, by the way, just out of curiosity, or
Nah,
no?
Tree was
I
not
feel like Brightside Treant has
contested.
been really owning this game.
He's been playing
I'm
Ench.
sure-
He's been playing Ench all night though. It's game 1
Yeah.
Ench, game 2 Ench, game. No wonder he was so thankful. Like, yes, I can play another hero finally.
Good for him, man. Good for him.
I think he's played better on Tree than in all 3 games on Ench. So it's our boy Tree and Protector having a great old time. It's definitely a pro Treant Discord call we're in right now. There's no doubt about it. I think me a little more than you, but we're both pro Treant Protector.
I like Treant Protector a lot. Treant is a fun hero. He can buy cool items. He has a cool ags. He's fun on lane. He's invisible. I mean, we can just like spend the rest of the stream listing out positives about Treant Protector if you want me to.
You know, me and you are a little different. You like Treant Protector. I live Treant Protector.
Listen, bro. I've been in there have been times where I played a lot of Treant Protector before Badger. Right? Listen.
Yeah, but was there a
Listen,
time when
Badger.
you would just play only Tree for a month though?
There was some team I was scrimming with where I was like, where Treant Protector was like the most OP hero, and like I would get it I just got bored of getting it. I was like, it's like I was like, I played a lot of scrims with this hero when playing Badger, and I was like going a little mentally insane.
Yes, it didn't mean you. You went mentally insane. I was sane for the first time ever.
Oh yeah, okay, I got you.
I decided, you know what? Trees are not very good emotion. That's the mantra right there. We are at minute 41. It's a very short respawn window on the third Roshan of the game, I think. It is third Roshan, right? It has to be. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, it is. So that is Aegis, Banner, Refresher, Cheese, and of course Radiant will run it down into the Roshan pit, and Nice My Coffee scouts it out. It's like, hey guys, run it on down, let's win the video game, go to game 5.
Are any
keep
of these
ourselves in the
refreshers
running.
really crazy? Like Radiant doesn't
No.
like Treant Protector Refresher isn't great just because Ember has like Yules, which is good against it, and TA obviously has Refraction. Other heroes lacking on Dispels similarly, but just not the most amazing Treant Refresher game. Not like it's not amazing at DK, like double BKB, I guess, double stun. I mean, DK might actually like it. Monkey King double BKB double ult is pretty nice, but I actually think maybe DK double stunning TA would be the most useful way to use it. Badger, what are your?
Here's the argument for Weaver. So you slot in Aegis, you use BKB Satanic time lapse, you die. You then slot in Refresher, full HP, you once again BKB Satanic time lapse. That's like 7 lives.
I don't think Weaver has enough damage to justify making sure he's like this Weaver like he's not like poor and he's not like but like his build is not like crazy DPS, you know what I mean? Like he's gonna hit pretty hard, but he's not even 25, so he doesn't have the triple hit. I don't know. You might be right. Honestly, I'm like thinking about this as we watch it, but I'm not convinced that that's the best path of action.
It's on
They don't have any hexes. They do have one Abyssal Blade on what's his name, Monkey King, but I do think having double Dragon Tail would be really good for killing the TA. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, I think
I do see your argument though, to be honest.
it might go
You
to
have
Monkey. I
points.
mean, look at the slot on Monkey. I think he's gonna go Monkey on this one because Bitch has cheese. Obviously, he can't move the Aegis, so they'll probably go from backpack on DK to inventory on MK. And I mean, double ulti, double BKB, double Gleipnir. I guess that's fine, right? Surely.
I don't think he has mana for double Gleipnir, by the way.
Okay, Gleipnir costs
Gleipnir costs 200
200.
Badger. It's a
How
lot.
much does the fridge refresher? It's like 250 for the orb, or
No, isn't the orb? The orb is
the
free,
orb? Okay,
right?
no, the orb is a bunch. The shard used to be free,
Oh.
now it's 200. So shard's 200. So BKB is 70. Oh, it's only 50 now. Okay, so 50, 100. Wukong's 300. Gleipnir 700. Refresher 900. Abyssal Orchid, it's like 1100. He'll have enough, yeah.
Wait, like even if he's kind of casting his like other spell, because I think he's gonna definitely cast Boundless Strike.
He's gonna cast
twice.
Balance Strike twice. That's 1300, but he has enough for 1300 though. He'll be fine.
Okay.
And then
maybe.
worst case scenario,
Yeah.
you use the refresher, you slot in the Lotus, that's another 400 mana. Like he'll be fine, I think. It'll be
He's not gonna.
tight,
He's not
but...
gonna. He's not gonna slot in the Lotus. Like you can't. Like it's not gonna happen. It takes too long to get the mana back. Like or if he does, it's like he should just slot in his Nullifier, which he's buying.
Oh, I
You know
didn't
what I
know.
mean?
Oh, okay. I was not looking at his. I guess he has
Nullifier
yeah.
does not cost mana, by the way, just as a reminder.
Yeah.
It is
It
a
also
very good part of
doesn't
it.
give mana though. It's
Yeah.
it gives you other things like an active and some damage and some armor. I'm assuming, but
I guess if he walks into the fight with literally 100% mana, then it's fine.
okay, that's gonna be on bright side to give him Guardian Greaves. That's
Maybe.
how much mana? It's 200 mana. That's enough. I mean, it's tight, but it's very doable. You know, it's. And he'll naturally regen a lot. Like, again, he'll regen at like, yeah, it's 8.6 a second. In a decently long team fight, he'll easily regen like 200 in the fight. So, I think if he wanted it to use it, he could have used it. But for now, again, we got this very long refresher conversation because we were paused.
Well, there's
for
nothing
so
happening
long.
on the map. There's
Yeah,
nothing to
that
say.
too. That too. Between
Like-
the pause and nothing happening, yeah.
Like Dog is not buying up for BKB. He's just instead holding for buyback and being patient. Good for him.
A very patient player.
Ember Spirit is going for he's turning his Ghost Scepter into a E-Blade. This is really interesting. I actually kind of like this. If Dog gets Dragon Tailed, like he can like mitigate like most of the damage from like Weaver and Monk. You know what I mean? Like I actually kind of like this idea. I don't know if he has a particular plan for how he's going to use it, but I actually like this by Ember a lot. This is a very wacky item pickup, very rare on Ember. The cast rage portion honestly is pretty useless. In my opinion, I just don't think it's like, but like the actual ability to use E-bladed is I think going to be really useful.
Here we go, Wukong's
I like
on
this.
the floor. We're focusing buildings. It's a good, great static storm. That's a fantastic static storm. Oh, it's perfect. They've killed Rusi. They've killed one life of Yeti. NPL and Belaner, the man known as Hang. Hangs him on up right there. At this point, Campbell leaves his base. Pishcha's in danger. He's got the cheese. Gets it off in time, but they'll kill him again. They've killed him again.
Badger,
And Belaner.
I told you, Badger, I was worried about this.
Radiant, perhaps they
Rusi
should have been
clicked
worried about
ultimate.
it.
Rusi clicked ultimate and he did not get BKB off. And the Weaver and the Monkey King both getting caught in it is really painful because now they had 0 sources of damage, 0 possible people who can beat it. You know what I mean? Like that was like what I was envisioning could ruin their game, and it came true, Badger. I'm a little sad for Radiant. I'd like them to go to a game 5 at least. You know, I got friends on both teams. I'm rooting for both teams, but that's just a little painful to see. You know, that's tough. That's tough, Badger.
Ooh. Oh, they're not forcing high ground. I thought they were gonna force high ground. Either high ground or buybacks. Okay, they're going now. But there's not that many creeps left.
And Tree and E Badger. Never forget the power of Tree and E. Look at that
Yeah,
shit.
the tower's got a lot of armor, but is it enough armor? He does have the bonus armor talent.
I mean, I think the
prefer that
tower.
talent, but...
I think the tower might be going down, but the racks ain't going down. I think. Oh my
Static
god.
Storm again on Rubik. He'll die in that one, no doubt about it. So
He does not have the gold for buyback, by
he
the
does
way.
not. How short is he? He's way short. There's no way he's getting it anytime soon.
But they can't get more is the thing. Like they're too worried. Like
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
no one on Radiant used buyback there. And they, but it's scary. They're respawning. They're gonna be fighting on their base, and
Yeah.
most importantly, they don't have Disruptor ultimate because it was obviously just used. You know what I mean? So
Correct. I do. I
they've had
did
they've had
watch
to
that.
hold off.
If they
Become a
if
very
they
even
knew
game, but
if they knew what we knew, they probably would have forced more. But they didn't know we couldn't buy back.
well, no, cause we knew Ruby couldn't buy back, but we actually,
Yeah, but
if
we
they knew what we
did,
knew,
but
they would have
didn't.
known that
They
Weaver
didn't.
and Monkey can buy back. No, I'm saying they would have known that Weaver and Monkey could buy back.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm saying like it probably wouldn't have like I don't know. I don't know if it would have changed the decision. But either way, I think the bigger thing is they use Disruptor ulti on like they don't want to take a fight when they don't have Disruptor ulti. Like as you've seen it's just like eating it's just like winning them the game. I think that Radiant needs to be extremely cautious about this for the rest of the game. Disruptor with Ags and about to have a blink is one of the most like he can just solo win a team fight, just literally single-handedly win his team the team fight like by himself.
Here we go. They've caught the tree. One more Disruptor ulti. They'll bring down Mr. Brightside. He's
Oh, they got a
dead
gem
for
badger.
80 seconds. He's
Oh,
got the
even
buyback, but oh boy.
Even more important than his death timer is the gem. That's like getting a free gem against Weaver and Treant is a really big deal. Also notably, it means that they have no gem versus Templar Assassin. I think Brightside dying is honestly less important than the fact that he just gave them a gem. I think that this gem is really useful for both teams. It lets you keep track of the TA for Radiant and for Dire. It lets you keep track of the Weaver and the Treant. So, yeah, very, very, very painful gem to drop by Brightside, who I feel like has been playing a very strong game on Treant, but that's a pretty costly mistake,
It is. It absolutely is. Luckily,
It's one of the like there's as long as you have buyback on support, there's not a lot of ways you can fuck up by dying without it being like more or less okay, even if it's bad. But giving a gem away is one of the ways, which I've done a lot to be clear. I've made that mistake plenty times, but it's a pretty painful one to make a support.
see, I
especially
don't
in a
make
game
that
like
mistake
this.
because I just don't carry the gem. I think my teammates carry the gem.
Yeah. Actually, Badger, you have a good mindset of it. You're like, I want my core to take the gem always, which sometimes your cores refuse to take it, and it's really annoying. But yeah, usually the core should. You got the right idea, Badger.
I know I'm right, but sometimes
Yeah.
it hits almost slots.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
look
so
at
yeah,
these
super
Radiant
super
heroes.
like
They're running
really
out of
want
slots. Like, look at these slots on the cores.
Well, I'd say that that gem, like for example on Radiant, like why is Brightside holding the gem instead of Dragon Knight? Like Dragon Knight has dust. Like he should just be holding the gem. Or Monkey King like kind of has a slot. Monkey King doesn't need boots at this point. Like he's gonna move around with his W. It's just it's like, you got the idea. I think it would have
I'm
been
with
better
you on
for
the
the cores.
DK, but Rusi already has slot problems. Like,
Also,
he already
Weaver
has slot
definitely could have
problems.
taken gem instead of Wraithband. Like
Oh yeah, I guess 2 cores could have carried it.
also instead of Powered Treads because he's Weaver. Like you can argue if Monkey King needs boots or not, but we can all agree Weaver does not need boots right now. Like
Power treads, they're cool. I like power treads. I'm personally
Okay,
a fan
but-
of power
but-
treads.
when you're because Gem's actually really good on Weaver too because you can go scout if you're safe to like push lanes with it. Like Weaver's actually a really good gem carrier for a lot of reasons. He's mobile. He has a Glepnir. He has
Yeah.
he's a lot of reasons. It's not. I think people in the chat can figure it out. They're smart enough for that. There doesn't need to be much explanation there.
We're at the point now. It's been very very tense part of the game. Again, this is typical NA on their tournament lives. Of course, yeah, we smile per hour, so just minutes away, potentially one fight away from just outright winning the League of Legends Plus Season 3. $700 in the line. There's bigger tournaments on today, but you know what? The $700 matters most to me.
Hey, $700 is it's a decent tournament for something like this. It's good. Yeah.
Certain purity to $700.
Certain what?
There's certain purity to it. It's not any of that big esports money. Nah, it's
Well, it's more like it's like $700 for a league that has like an MMR cap, and it's like it's cool. It's cool.
Wait a minute, they have a run. Logical's been stunned. There's multiple heroes caught on both north and south side. Logical blinks away. Pistia will get stunned. Overgrowth against Logical. His BKB's active, but he can't even live here. He's absolutely dead. It's a trade for Rubik. That's an absolutely fantastic kill to find Logical. It's time to run away. They found Disruptor. He'll Static Storm trying to live. It will not get him away from his certain death. 2 dead. Both have buyback, but typical NA may have just brought things to a potential game 5 here.
Actually, look at the Radiant Pool Lotus. Look at this beautiful ward by Brightside earlier. Oh, these are the kind of words that like when pause 5 players like are like I can
Wukong's
never do
command
anything late game.
on the floor. And he won game 2 with his warding as well, actually. You weren't there for
Yeah.
game 2, but he won game 2 with his warding.
Look at that ward. Look at that fucking sexy ass ward.
Yeah, I'll get you a screenshot from game 2 if I can, but regardless, we're going to the high ground. Blink in by enough, stunning the Dragon Knights. He's very, very low, but so is Centaur. Yeti's BKBing, refresher from Brucey. BKB and Wukong's once again. He's stunned by Simon from long range via the ice path. We're still waiting for Logical, who's got the buyback if he wants to use it. Balance strike hits Jakiro. Jakiro runs away. The buildings will be the focus. Range racks crumble. Melees have been glyphed. However, we're still not defending the buildings. We're just trying to buy time. Blink, hoof stomp, but he think he's beating time on Rusi. Logical, buys back. He'll try to go on in here. Balustrade hits Jakiro. Radiance, reposition, enough to have Stampede. Rusi's isolated. He's trying to fight, but he'll end up going down. Brightside TP's away. It's been canceled by Camel Farmer. 2 down. Both have buybacks. But typical NA again. They have not ended the game. They have not killed significant buildings. And he'll be forced to run away. Yeti. We get caught. He refreshed on the Camel Farmer. He has slight chains, but he's still in this. It's very important Yeti can live. Camel's still hunting. It's a lack of mana at this point. But again, this is dangerous territory. Oh, man.
Badger. This
Every
game is
every moment you
absolutely
think
wild.
typical NA is going to win. Somehow find a way to find defeat from the jaws of victory. We have been raided, by the way, from one of the Elite League streams. Our Cryptic is raided. Thank you for the raid. We are in the grand finals of Lads Plus Season 4. High 7K MR, North American NA Dota 2 average game. $700 on the line. And right now, Logical and company are looking for the back-to-back victory. They're very close to it.
Yeah. This is I think gonna be pretty scary for Radiant. As you know, as we talked about before the game started, and as it's progressed, the Disruptor with the Aghanim's big team fight ults in the late game have been demonic and caused a lot of problems for Radiant. And now to make that even worse, Disruptor has gotten a Refresher Shard. So that's going to be pretty painful, and very also importantly, Disruptor is level 23, almost 24, with a Wisdom Rune soon to spawn, and that could be a level 25 Disruptor with plus 150 Static Storm Radius. I think because Disruptor so rarely gets to level 25, a lot of people forget how insane this talent is. This is a very, 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 very strong talent that makes your Static Storm cover like the entire screen. So let's see how this plays out, Badger.
Yeah, I mean, it's 300 diameter. That's a lot of diameter right there.
That is a lot of diameter. That's a lot. That's a lot, Badger.
It's already fairly large, so you're throwing
It's a
in
pretty
more.
big spell, and it becomes like a very, very big spell that people I feel like people just kind of forget how OP this talent is, because as Disruptor you have no mechanic to farm. You know what I mean? Like you just
Yeah.
It's pretty rare you get to 25, but he's getting to 25 this game, I think, and it will be very scary for Radiant.
He's about to hit 24.
Honestly,
I'm so hyped for this now. I am emotionally invested in this 25 talent.
I think Weaver should get a rapier, because I don't think I don't think they're gonna have a better time in team fights. Like Ember could just buy out a BKB right now and sell his boots, like, and still have buyback, mind you. Although
Here we
switching to
go. The
fight.
smokes have broken. Blink hoof stomp. Hits the Dragon Knight. They're throwing in everything. Camel goes to the backlines. Going for Rubik. DK is stunned. Rubik is stunned. Radiant are dying on multiple targets. Rusi is trying to fight. He's in his ulti, but he's left. His BKB's active, but he can't do anything right now. He's killing nobody. Stampede forward. They bring down Rusi. 2 dead, and they want more. Brightside will hide. He will TP away, but it's 2 cores lost. They both have buyback. But if you are a Yeah We Smile Per Hour So fan, that's the exact fight you wanted to see. And the positioning, that fight, and at the high ground, it's a great spot to fight there.
So I will say one thing that Radiant still has going for them. They have not used their buybacks yet, and Disruptor did use the Refresher. Okay, next fight they will not have to deal with 2 ultimates. The game's looking very tough for Radiant, but they got something going for them, Badger. Okay, they will not have to fight against 2 Static Storms next fight. It's a small win, but it's a win. Now the question is, how much of the base can Dire take? Radiant is still gonna get a refresh after the first set of racks, I don't think there's any world where they can end. I'm gonna
No,
predict
no
that
way.
they get like 1.5 sets of racks. The death timers are not that high.
And they could potentially, again, they have DK
They
in
placed the
15,
banner.
yeah.
They placed the banner really far back, by the way.
They did.
And it's not. It's. I feel like they could have waited and placed it up the hill, but it's whatever. It's not the biggest deal.
And it keeps the range unit keeps alive at the very least. So they have something to work with unit-wise
Yeah.
to remove the back door. So
Dude,
they have
Ember's-
Rusi in 20 seconds. These
Em-
buildings are the living armor. Look at the living armor. We love living armor.
Yeah. This is a big train protector. Stream fan stream. There we go. If you're watching the stream, guys, you have to like treat and protector.
You
Okay?
have to. It's
He's like kind
required.
of like our mascot.
More than it's a lifestyle for me, bro.
That's true. That's true. Badger's gonna be playing a lot of Train Protector in next League of Lads.
I will be. Well, they're actually gonna ban it probably, but if they don't ban it,
Yeah.
I'll be playing it all every game.
You'll have to strike the your Lich is gonna have to be really good, so you strike the Fear of God into them with your Lich, and then you play the.
Shadow
Train.
Storm against Weaver.
Oh.
They've got him. They got him. He's using the nearby Wind Waker.
Wind
Gonna
Waker,
keep him
beautiful.
alive though. He's still dropping. Overgrowth on two, but it's not enough. He's dead on Weaver. Camel Farmer leaves the Radiant base, but Weaver still has a buyback ready to go. They're going to surely look to force it, but notably Logical doesn't have his buyback. They need to be careful of forcing it right now as
Aegis is
well.
only up for 40 seconds. This like I don't think Radiant's gonna go for it. I think Radiant is, or sorry, I mean Dire. I don't think Dire's even gonna try going high ground. I think right now Dog is saying, guys, let's just get my buyback off cooldown, okay? Let's not throw this. We've made a big comeback. We have an amazing lead. Let's just chill. This is definitely the right call from Dire. Their age is about to expire, and their dieback is 2 minutes off cooldown on TA. They should just chill for 2 minutes. Although it looks like they might be looking to go. This could be really. If TA somehow dies here, and Radiant time their buyback, they could just go push to end.
They've gone right in right now. They're going in for Logical Dota 2. His BKB is still ready if he needs to use it. Wukong zones away. Weaver bought back. That's an important buyback to use. So no Wukongs, no buyback.
Ember's
Camel
in.
goes on in. He'll once again leave the vicinity. Status Storm on the floor, finds Rubik. Rubik will certainly end up dying. He's got buyback. He'll use it immediately. Now Brightside Lucy, go for the backlines. They went for Disruptor. Disruptor is low, but he cheeses in time. He's still alive. He'll eventually die, but he's buying so much time. This fight is chaotic again. He's still alive on an end planer. They found Rusi. Rusi's trying to man fight. He's got the Jingu, but he's stunned again by Simon. Brought down by Double Edge. He's forced to buy that. Yeti's BKB. It's about to end. Radiant are using all the tools they've got. Pisha stuns the Ember. It's still very spread out. Ember will bring down the Dragon Knight. He heads for Brightside. Brightside blinks away. End planer is still alive. Pisha notably has a buyback. But these long fights are not going the way of typical NA. They lift to Centaur. He's being gone on by everybody. Pisha buys back. They've stunned him. They've Orchid silenced him and brought him down. He too has buyback if he wants to use it. Mantra that's going on. His BKB is on cooldown. Radiant are hunting. They're pursuing, but it cannot lock down the Templar Assassin. They're still using their base, so they know they're fighting 5v4. They need to get something. Logical's in the trees. They see him. He blinks away anyways. They'll glipe near Simon's Jakuro. Jakuro will not be so lucky. Nullified and brought down, but importantly, find Disruptor as well. He's dead. He
Dude,
does have
this
buyback,
game-
though.
This game is just something else, man.
It is.
Dire does have all buybacks, but hey, man, all it takes is one of these two cores on Dire getting picked off, and all of a sudden the game gets a bit wonky, you know?
But the reverse is also true. Look at the Radiant buybacks. It's only Mr. Brightside. Rubik, Dragon Knight, Monkey King, Weaver, all on cooldown. And surely you have to force these buybacks. You can't let Dire have their own buybacks. You run it down mid right now.
You gotta go. You honestly you have to pray that someone on Dire like extends too far. I think that's gotta be your avenue to success.
It is a mandatory play to run it down. Like go, 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 down mid, down somewhere.
Pray you gotta pray that Logical or a Camel Farmer or someone who buybacks overextends. Like there's just you gotta ask your opponents to help you out, help you get back into the game.
That's Dota though. Sometimes it's a give and take
Yeah.
game, and you give a little back.
Weaver
buyback
Weaver going Aeon Disc, Dire has no nullifiers. They have no good ways to dispel this. I think I still would have liked if he just bought Divine and tried to one-shot someone, but I think that this is by far the second best choice. Not going to be quite as easy for Disruptor to set this Weaver kill up. The last fight, Knives in My Coffee had a really great Wind Waker on the Weaver to save him. And with a Wind Waker plus an Aeon Disc, it is very possible he survives the Static Storm this time.
I do want to point out we have entered the Twilight Zone, the bizarro zone of tier 5 neutral items.
Oh, okay. Those can make a game real wacky. Let's see.
You know, it's
Okay,
funny.
so Dog
Oh,
Dog has Force Boots, by the way.
Ooh, those are good.
They're pretty good. They're pretty good. I think he'd rather have a Mirror Shield for the DK stun. But there's Disruptor got Seer Stone Badger.
So
Guys,
much
this one-
cast range.
Guys, you can cast Ultimate from really far away with this. This is a really good one to get on Dire. Let's see, what are some other ones? Okay, Magic Lamp on Ember. He has no BKB, but he now has a built-in Aeon Disc. I think this is a great pickup for Ember. Centaur War Runner gets the Strength Blink. Oh, they have a safer dog now. The Centaur has the Ags Edenbro. He can use his Ags on TA. I actually think that's kind of a big deal, Badger.
It certainly could be.
That's like pretty useful if they actually like use it well. That's like pretty useful.
Sounds easier said than done, but if it is done correctly. Is this the 5th Roshan now? Yeah, it is. It's 5th Roshan of the game.
Alright. Oh, Brightside. Brightside has Book of Shadows.
Well, that item can be really
That's
powerful.
really good against Static Storm if you use it well. I'm pretty like it should be really good. Oh, I said he got Stygian Desolator, bro. These are crazy.
He did. But Dire's focused 5. They're at the Roshan. They know Roshan is under attack. That's 2 lives for Yeti. Refresher, Banner. Wait, banners don't stack. I didn't know that. Regardless, there's 2 banners for Pistia. Brucey gets the cheese. Blink Hoofstomp finds Rubik. Rubik will go down, and he's got no buyback. They hunt for more. They go to Rusi and Pistia. They find them both. They both get away somehow. The TPs were just in time. Talk about a game of inches again.
Alright, I'm just looking at people's inventories trying to keep track of things that might be relevant. They've given Treant Protector the Refresher Shard. I would really prefer they give it to DK. I think having being able to BKB early and avoid Static Storm, and then being able to re-BKB as well, I think would be really, really useful. So maybe I think there's a better setup.
They're fighting outside their base. They know they're down a number. They want the right angle in this fight. Look at this. This is a beautiful angle in this fight, Jim. He sees Disruptor. He sees Disruptor. They're gonna go for him. Surely they have to. But he blinked away in time. And Planer with the reactions. They go for Logical instead. Logical has buyback, I believe. He's still kept alive. Wukong's on the floor. Enough is low. Simon is low. Everyone's running. Everyone's scattering. Centaur to fall. Jakiro as well. It'll be 2 dead. Enough buys back. Simon has his. He's still holding it. Remnant in by Camo Farmer. They want to go on Rusi. Rusi is half HP. They're trying to bring him down. He has no buy, but he's not dead. Camel is low. Everybody is low at this point. And Weaver is going absolutely hard. DK brings down Ember. Radiant are leaving their base successfully. They go to Jakiro. If he dies, he's got no buyback. Logical forces away. It's absolute chaos. The Abyssal Camel Farmer who got into the fight. Marusi is dead first. No buyback onto the Monkey King. Pistia is slow. Brightside is slow. Brightside is dead. DK is dead. DK has no buyback. Weaver is trying to run, but you have no team. You have no friends. All you have is a Treant Protector with no ultimates. And I don't know if he can live for too much longer. They'll lock him down. Surely. Surely. They have to lock him down, right? And they will. They hunted him. He Shikutis of time lapse. He gets away once again. He'll survive for a bit longer, but Logical says no. There is no escape, simply death. Nobody dead has a buyback. And barring the miracle of all miracles, we have a winner of League of Lads Plus Season 3 and a $700 prize pool. They'll blink for Knives in My Coffee. The GG is called. Logical is a back-to-back Lads Plus champion.
GG. Hi, Badger.
Hi, Jim.
Great casting, Badger.
Thanks, Jim. I'm tired. Yeah, 2 games well north of... I mean, a 65-minute game 4, 64-minute game 2. But yeah, we smile per hour so. They do not have a repeat of winners finals where typical NA got the better of them. Instead, they are the ones who won the grand final. So I believe it's $400 is the first place prize, and then typical NA I think like $180. So they both walk away in the money, but again, Logical is taking more money from my league. Good for Logical. I'm gonna get Logical. Maybe get Logical and get an interview with Logical. Me drag him in here. Great.
Awesome.
I'll just... Wait, apparently there's an existing group. Me call on that. Interview with the champ. Once he gets in here, whenever he does get in here, but another win. This is a man who has been a consistently very strong player in these the amateur league Dota 2 experiences. I don't know where he is, but I'm sure he's celebrating this team. He'll get there eventually, but man, typical NA. It looked like they could have had that game number
Game number
4, but they just didn't. They simply didn't. Which, I mean, it's Dota 2 for you. Oh, we are now joined by back-to-back lads plus champion Logical Dota 2. Congratulations on your $400 prize. How you feeling, Logical?
Good. I mean, that was some long ass series. I'm pretty tired, but
Speech.
still
Speech.
really, really happy that we won again.
So what's next now for two-time champion? You going for the 3-peat or what?
I mean, yeah, I think we will. We'll have to see how the MR goes. But I mean, yeah, I'm gonna at least try to play. Enough's playing a lot less Dota. I think he just bought a house and he's like moving in, so he has not been playing very much Dota recently. So he was kind of concerned about that, but I had faith in our team. We played really well together. I'm gonna try to get the boys together though. I mean, it's like most of us that played last season. Also, it was like me and Hang. Didn't have Frisbee and Andy because like MR requirements, but I feel like we work really well together, and the MR normally fits.
I can assure you guys did work well together. There's some really beautiful team fighting. I think dude, Hang, aka MPL, aka M Planner, dude. That guy's a gamer, dude. He's so good.
Yeah, he's really crazy.
And also Badger God could have carried the team too if you needed.
Factual.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know, sometimes you sometimes you just win Dota 2, man. That was a long one. It felt like you guys honestly could have won a 3-0, but you know, nothing easy for me, of course. Nothing easy.
Yep.
Honestly, yeah, I was surprised. I think going into the season, I thought they'd be decent, but I don't think. I mean, I personally didn't expect them to be in grand finals, and then we could have lost like all of these games probably if we just like played a little bit worse. Like the Morphling game, even we probably should have won, but we just like fucked up at the end. But I mean, the games were all really close. They're a really good team.
So, yeah, it's really the game 3. I feel like game 3. Cause that was the game at TNA. I think they were really going to potentially take a 2-1 lead in the series, and you guys maneuvered that game really nicely. Same thing in game 4, where they both could have went the other way, and then game 4 especially, that one actually reminded me a lot of game 2, where you guys were really winning game 2, and then somehow threw that game. This wasn't as much of a throw as your game 2, but you know, how goes the team environment internally for game number 4 there?
Game number 4, I think. I mean, we're in it for the long haul. I think even if we lost, I think we're still good mental. But and we're especially after we like game 3 was like pretty back and forth, and I think game 4 was kind of the same way. So we're really locked in. And I mean, all these games I'm like pretty happy about how our draft turned out. I think we all got like heroes that we wanted. I think I had pretty good read. The like draft meta for the series was pretty cool.
So what's next now for Logical Dota 2? You know, more Twitter shit posting, winning in normal lads. What's next for you?
Yeah, I do want to win normal lads, especially with Camel. But I mean, we'll see. I don't know. The MR cap went up a ton. We'll have to see how our team does.
Oh, it went up a ton, yeah.
Yeah.
It'll
Badger's
be
gonna win lads next season, so
we'll see about that one, but they dragged me out of retirement again, but
I heard.
I refuse to let him die.
they really do. What do you hear, Logical? I got dragged
What?
out of retirement, or
Yeah. I mean, you like tried to ban yourself, right? So
I really did. I really tried to, but they were like, "Nah, you're still playing Dota 2."
I got Badger to play, but he wanted to play. Don't listen to him, dog.
Yeah, that's a nightmare scenario. Is we remember, I think it was season 13, the deep run of my team. That was the worst thing for the league, probably. But it's okay. Any more questions for Logical Jim, or are you good?
Nah, bro, I feel like I talked to dog I got a lot recently, so I'm kind of, I just, big grats to dog. I like both teams. I would have been happy. I would have been happy had either team won. I got friends on both teams. It was a good series. Yeah, I don't really have anything to say.
All
Yeah.
right. In that case, congratulations, Logical. Got any final words, call out, shout out, say the people, legal lads?
Um, shit. Oh, shout out to all of all of like Enough and Hing's friends. Well, I mean, they're like my friends too. But the whole like Discord, everyone was like Jill at the start of the game. That was very nice. They got like very supportive friends, which I think is cool. Like even for when they played the finals and when we played last season, they're always just cheering us on, which was very hype.
It is, of course, very hyped for that, but
Dog deserves to have
Like
a fan club too.
Snuffles, Lefty, all of them.
yeah, they
Skullclaw.
were definitely in chat. Yeah, it was always
Yeah,
they were there for earlier in the tournament. But yeah, it's always good to have your. I don't want to call them Twitch chat groupies, but it's probably the best descriptor. It's always fun to have. It's always appreciated to see people in the chat cheering for their boys. And congratulations again, Logical. Tell your team congratulations and go back to them, of course. Jim, thanks for coming on and casting. Got any final words? Final words. Call out, shout out, say the people of League of Lads.
No, have a nice season, guys. GG's, good series. That's
All
about
right.
it.
Cool. So this is a good chance to shill the league, of course. If you want to play in some of the finest of North American amateur Dota 2 action, if you are in that 5K to 8K sort of range, go join the League of Lads. We have signups active for our 16th season, bigger and better than ever. So if you want to go and try your best against players like Logical and Jim and a lot of guys in this lobby, then go there and either you can get your ass kicked, or you could even be a first-time champion like Hang was last season in season number 14. So either way, if you come to cast your games, cast your tournaments, or if you're a pro TL looking for a commentator or an admin, go contact me on Discord, Badger Pablo on Discord, or over on twitter.com/BadgerDota2. Congratulations to Yeah We Smile Per Hour. So commiserations to Typical NA and all the other teams. Thanks for your participation for all the players and casters and of course Twitch viewers as well. As always, thank you for watching and have a great night.